Parallel world. Haha. It's been 5 years since the apocalypse. Even if we find food, it's all moldy and spoiled. Now we'll just have to make do with you, Lin Feng. A thin, haggard old woman kept emitting eerie laughter, her bony hand gripping tightly around Lin Feng's ankle. Hunched over, she slowly dragged him toward the kitchen. You beasts. Lin Feng spat out blood in big mouthfuls, staring at everyone in the kitchen with unwillingness and fury. "Hey Feng, didn't you say that for my sake you would give up everything? I still remember every vow you made to me back then." Lin Feng's wife Li Jia held out the hand with their wedding ring, a chilling smile curling at the corner of her mouth, her eyes fixed straight on him. "Wicked woman, you will all die a horrible death. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go." Lin Feng used the last of his strength to vent the rage in his heart. "Sis, the water is almost boiling. Just give brother-in-law a quick ending. I'm about to starve to death here." Suddenly prompted by a reminder from her younger brother, Li Mingho, Li Jia slowly picked up the cleaver from the cutting board and chopped viciously down at Lin Feng's head. In a private dining room of a restaurant, Lin Feng suddenly let out a terrified scream, gasping heavily, his body drenched in sweat. "Lin Feng, I only asked you to add my name to the property deed. Do you have to scare yourself into such a state?" Suddenly hearing the old woman's voice beside him, Lin Feng looked around the private room in disbelief at Li Jia, her mother Zhao Hohat, and her younger brother Li Mingho. "What the hell is going on? What do you mean what? Were you even listening to what I just said?" Li Jia's mother Zhao Hohat, seeing Lin Feng suddenly pretending not to know anything, was so furious that she gnashed her teeth. Lin Feng stared in shock at the old woman in front of him. Only then did he recall that this was the scene 1 month before the apocalypse broke out in his previous life. Have I really been reborn? Lin Feng looked around excitedly, his heart flooded with mixed emotions. In the previous life, because Lin Feng deeply loved Li Jia, he had gone along with whatever she said. So Lin Feng had not only added her mother's name to the property deed, but also agreed to pay the down payment for her younger brother's house and cover the mortgage every month. But Lin Feng never imagined that in his previous life, after desperately protecting them with all his might, these 3 ingrates would ultimately turn their knives on him. Remembering all this, Lin Feng couldn't help clenching his fists, wishing he could tear the 3 beasts in front of him apart. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly turn moody, Li Jia frowned. To get Lin Feng to agree, last night she had spent the whole night coaxing him, and she still hadn't fully recovered. Could Lin Feng be going back on his word? Li Jia thought quickly, then hooked her arm around Lin Feng's and coaxed, "Hey Feng, didn't we agree on this last night? What's wrong now?" "I'm just saying, brother-in-law, it's only about adding 1 more name to the deed." "Why the sour face? Who are you trying to show it to? If you really won't do it, I'll just have my sister divorce you." At that moment, Li Jia's younger brother Li Mingho, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, cut in at just the right time. But to their surprise, Lin Feng suddenly grabbed Li Jia by the collar, slapped her hard several times, and snarled, "You vicious woman. I can give up everything for you, right? The vows I once made to you, right?" The sudden turn of events made Zhao Hohat shriek in alarm. "He's hitting her. He's hitting her. Someone help. Someone help. Shut up, you old hag." Lin Feng freed one hand, snatched up a basin of fish and pickled cabbage soup, and dumped it right onto the old woman's head, scalding her into a shrill howl. Meanwhile, Li Mingho had never seen such a scene. Terrified, he had already crawled under the table and stammered, "Sis. Brother-in-law, what's the matter with you? Do you really want to kill us?" Suddenly hearing Li Mingho's reminder from under the table, Lin Feng instantly calmed down. After all, this wasn't the apocalypse yet. Human society's order had not collapsed. If he killed them now, wouldn't he end up in prison and face execution himself? Having thought it through, Lin Feng stared coldly at Li Jia. "I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You've truly disappointed me." "Whoa, Lin Feng, you're insane. I want a divorce." With a bruised and swollen face, Li Jia wept heartbreakingly. Because she could never have imagined that Lin Feng, who had always obeyed her every word, would suddenly change so drastically. What was more, every single blow Lin Feng had landed on her just now was merciless. He was clearly intending to kill her. This filled Li Jia with deep fear and unease. "You want a divorce from me? Do you think it's that easy?" Lin Feng glanced coldly at Li Jia, then walked out of the private dining room, leaving Li Jia, her mother, her brother, and the thoroughly ruined room behind. Lin Feng knew there wasn't much time left, so he had to hurry and make preparations before the apocalypse fell. Very soon, a bizarre acid rain would sweep the globe, and nearly half of the country's population would die. Even more terrifying was that the people and animals that died in the acid rain would mysteriously revive 10 days later, all becoming zombies. So in his previous life, Lin Feng had taken Li Jia and her family through 5 years of desperate struggle, facing endless zombies while guarding against human nature even more terrifying than the zombies. But what Lin Feng never expected was that the woman he had protected with all his strength in the apocalypse would join her mother and brother in stabbing him in the back. "Li Jia, you venomous woman. I'll make your entire family pay an even more painful price." However, Lin Feng knew that the first priority now was to prepare for the apocalypse. So he had to stockpile enough supplies and weapons within the limited time to survive the coming catastrophe. If he could also find a sturdy shelter, that would be even better. But Lin Feng knew it was simply impossible. whether in terms of money or time. After all, even taking out online loans or mortgaging property would take time, and building a safe shelter would take time too. Ding! Congratulations on your rebirth. You have been awarded the 10 million-fold duplication space system. Suddenly, a sweet childish little girl's voice sounded, making the troubled Lin Feng jolt all over. 10 million-fold duplication space system. What is that? Any item or food that belongs to you, as long as you touch it with your hand, will be duplicated 10 million times and stored in your system space. Remember, it must be yours. Hearing this, Lin Feng excitedly tightened his grip on the phone in his hand, his heart wild with joy. It looks like even heaven is helping me in this rebirth. Otherwise, why would it hand me such a huge bug? Detected one phone. Congratulations, you have received 10 million phones. Just as Lin Feng was silently exulting, the system's voice sounded again, making him even more ecstatic. Then with a thought, Lin Feng seemed to step into a boundless space where 10 million phones were neatly stacked in rows before him. But as he withdrew his mind, Lin Feng couldn't help wondering, if I duplicate food here, what if it goes bad? Hey, move aside. You're blocking the way. At that moment, hearing a man's voice, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Unaware of how much time had passed, Lin Feng had already walked out of the restaurant without realizing it, and now stood blocking the path of a street vendor pushing a tricycle cart selling grilled skewers. An idea struck Lin Feng at that moment. He wondered, if he placed hot food into his space or duplicated it within the space, wouldn't that perfectly test whether his space had preservation and heat-retaining functions? Acting on his idea, Lin Feng immediately called out to the grilled sausage vendor, "Boss, how much are the sausages?" The vendor replied casually, "Cheap, 1 yuan a stick." "Then give me 5 yuan's worth." Lin Feng took out his phone and scanned the payment to the vendor. The system's voice sounded in his mind, detected 5 hot grilled sausages. Congratulations on obtaining 50 million grilled sausages. The moment Lin Feng's hands touched the hot sausages from the vendor, the system's voice rang out once again in his mind. This made Lin Feng's heart leap with joy. He thought to himself, in 2 or 3 hours he would check whether the sausages in the space were still hot. If they truly possessed long-term storage capabilities, then everything would be foolproof. If it truly had long-term storage capabilities, then everything was truly foolproof. With an excited yet nervous heart, Lin Feng arrived at a small shop on the roadside. "Boss, how much is a soft pack of Chunghwa cigarettes?" 100. A middle-aged woman behind the counter replied, without looking up, cracking sunflower seeds and spitting out the shells. Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "Give me 5 cartons then." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman immediately knew she had encountered a big spender today. After all, 5 cartons of Chunghwa was 5,000 yuan, which represented 2 or 3 days of her net profit. The middle-aged woman immediately beamed at Lin Feng with a wide smile. "Sure thing, boss, I'll get them for you right away." A payment notification sounded. Alipay received 5,000 yuan. As the payment notification sounded, the middle-aged woman smiled so widely her mouth couldn't close. The system's voice chimed, detected 5 cartons of soft-packed Chunghwa cigarettes. Congratulations on obtaining 50 million cartons of Chunghwa. As Lin Feng gathered all 5 cartons in his hands, the system had already duplicated 50 million cartons of Chunghwa and stored them within the space. But just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng's mind stirred, and he glanced at the mitai on the shelf. "Boss, how much is a bottle of Maodai?" The woman replied, "Flying Fairy Feitian Maodai, 1,500 yuan a bottle." "How many bottles would you like?" the middle-aged woman asked excitedly, looking at Lin Feng. After all, someone who bought both Chunghwa cigarettes and Maodai was a customer she might not see once in 2 or 3 days, so naturally she was overjoyed. But Lin Feng looked at the 5 cartons of cigarettes in his hands and said, "Buying 5 cartons at once. Isn't that a bit too many? How about I return 3 cartons and exchange them for 2 bottles of Flying Fairy Feitian Maodai instead?" "That works too." The middle-aged woman paused briefly in surprise, then reluctantly agreed, reaching up to the shelf to retrieve 2 bottles of Maodai and placing them on the counter. Detected 2 bottles of Flying Fairy Feitian Maodai. Congratulations on obtaining 20 million bottles of Flying Fairy Feitian Maodai. As the system notification sounded, Lin Feng hurriedly used his divine sense to examine the space, and discovered that the original 50 million cartons of Chunghwa remained exactly 50 million, not reduced at all by the exchange just made. Moreover, thanks to the exchange, an additional 20 million bottles of Maodai had appeared in the space. With such a heaven-defying duplication space, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with joy. He turned to the middle-aged woman and said, "Sorry, I don't want them anymore. Refund, please." "What? You don't want them anymore? After all my running around for you, you just say you don't want them?" The middle-aged woman's eyes immediately widened in disbelief, and she glared at Lin Feng with clear displeasure. But Lin Feng looked at her with a cold, dark expression and said, "I'll say it once more, I don't want them. Refund my money." The moment the woman's gaze collided with Lin Feng's eyes, her body involuntarily began to tremble. Because she had never seen such deep and icy eyes before. Those pupils were like a bottomless cold pond, emanating a suffocating chill. Little did she know that the man standing before her had spent 5 full years struggling on the brink of death in the apocalypse. How could someone like that possibly still carry the temperament of a normal person? Fine. Fine then. Under Lin Feng's invisible pressure, the middle-aged woman could only obediently refund him. Walking out of the shop, Lin Feng began scanning his surroundings. For now, he had to figure out how to get some money. Although some common supplies could be obtained through this method for certain things, he might genuinely need actual money. If he tried to duplicate money, Lin Feng didn't need to think hard to know. The serial numbers on the duplicated bills would all be identical, making them completely untraceable, and therefore unusable. Suddenly a gold shop came into Lin Feng's view, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. He currently had 2,000 yuan in his phone. If he spent it all on gold, and got it multiplied a millionfold in his space, wouldn't that be gold worth 230 trillion? With this thought, Lin Feng exhaled a long breath of excited anticipation and walked steadily toward the gold shop across the street. Sir, welcome. How may I help you? The moment Lin Feng stepped inside, a young female shop assistant in uniform greeted him from across the entrance. She had fair, smooth, luminous skin, and her confident professional bearing naturally drew the eye. Lin Feng nodded with a polite smile, but inwardly thought, such a beautiful exterior. In the apocalypse, even if she didn't end up as one of the zombie victims, she would fall prey to others. What a pity. Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and asked, "May I see your gold bars?" The shop assistant replied, "This way please, sir." Seeing a customer approaching, the assistant immediately led Lin Feng to a display counter and introduced every specification of gold bar available in the store, then offered a professional smile, "Sir, which specification catches your eye?" Lin Feng looked at the gold bar specifications. 20 grams, 30 grams, 50 grams, 100 grams, 500 grams, and 1,000 grams on the counter, and said after a brief pause, "Then give me 2 100-gram bars." "Very well, sir, I'll wrap them up for you right now," the young assistant said excitedly. After all, this was a major sale, and she would earn a substantial commission, so naturally, she was overjoyed. Alipay received 15,000 yuan. With the payment notification, the transaction was finally completed. The young assistant happily handed the wrapped gold bars and receipt to Lin Feng. And at that very moment, the duplication system chimed again, detected 2 100-gram gold bars. "Congratulations on obtaining 20 million 100-gram gold bars." Hearing such a pleasant voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but let a slight smile form on his lips. After all, he had effortlessly come to possess 15 trillion yuan worth of gold. Oh, any normal person would have been overjoyed. But Lin Feng appeared so calm and composed. Because he knew better than anyone. No matter how much wealth one had, when the apocalypse truly arrived, it wouldn't be worth as much as a single brick for bashing zombies. Lin Feng took the packaged gold and headed toward the exit. "Sir, we look forward to your next visit." But as the young assistant's farewell rang out, Lin Feng seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned back to look at her. "Miss, are you certain this gold bar is pure 999 gold?" "Sir, our establishment is a time-honored shop, and we conduct business with absolute integrity. You can rest assured about this." Watching the shop assistant speak with such conviction, Lin Feng finally nodded with satisfaction and departed. After all, time was of the essence now. He did not have much time to waste applying the same trick he had used with the corner store owner to return goods. Moreover, he was now a man possessing assets worth 1.5 trillion yuan. How could he possibly be short of such a trivial sum? Soon afterward, Lin Feng entered a gold recycling shop and exchanged the 2 gold bars in his hands for cash. He then retrieved a grilled sausage from his spatial storage. To his pleasant surprise, just as he had hoped, the sausage retained its original flavor and warmth. "This is wonderful. It seems I can safely replicate or store daily necessities here from now on." Without wasting a moment, Lin Feng made his way to his car and sped straight back to his home. In an era where shopping was so convenient and swift, Lin Feng certainly would not have been foolish enough to push a cart to the supermarket or wholesale market himself. However, what caught him completely off guard was hearing Li Jia and her mother, Zhao Hohot, conversing within the room as he approached his front door. "Xiao Jia, do you think that boy Lin Feng has already figured out what you and your boss have been up to?" "Mom, that's impossible. I always use 2 separate phones and nobody at my company even knows about this. How could he possibly find out?" But today at the restaurant, he suddenly acted like a completely different person and beat both of us half to death. "I don't know either, Mom. Could it be that we've been pushing him too hard recently?" "True. It seems we still need to proceed slowly. Squeeze every last cent from Lin Feng, and then you can file for divorce and be with your boss." "I understand, Mom. Otherwise, what was the point of getting beaten today?" So from the very beginning, this family of 3 had been deceiving him. After the apocalypse broke out, they had been forced to rely on themselves to scavenge for supplies. Only in this way could they survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Otherwise, after swindling him of all his assets, they would have long since moved on to their next target. As Lin Feng pondered all this, his fists clenched involuntarily and raged the urge to hammer those 2 beast skulls into pulp with a single blow, growing unbearable. But Lin Feng knew he could not act yet. If he did now, everything he had accomplished would be for nothing. Thus Lin Feng drew a deep breath, struggling to calm his seething emotions before forcing the key into the lock with considerable effort. As the door swung open, Lin Feng saw Li Jia gazing at him with tear-streaked cheeks, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Under ordinary circumstances, upon seeing her in such a state, Lin Feng would have embraced her without hesitation and offered heartfelt comfort. Now that he fully understood what had transpired, merely refraining from strangling her on the spot was the utmost courtesy he could extend to her. Observing Lin Feng remained unmoved, Li Jia immediately burst into fresh tears and wailed. "You actually came back. I know you've been under so much pressure lately, but you shouldn't have hit me. Xiao Jia, it's all my fault. When I have time, I'll move out of here. I shouldn't have pressured a Feng into adding my name to the property deed." "Mom, stop it," sob. Watching the mother and daughter perform their duet, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. But in order to ensure all three perished by his own hand, he could only temporarily placate them. Lin Feng replied dismissively, "All right, stop crying. I will give the property certificate matter serious consideration." Without sparing them a single glance, Lin Feng retreated to his bedroom and quickly opened the food delivery application, searching for nearby supermarkets and wet markets. 100 jin each of rice, wheat flour, and white sugar. Pork, mutton, chicken, duck, and beef, 100 jin each. Shrimp, lobster, crab, crayfish, salmon, carp, sea-based cod, sea brim, hairtail, all 100 jin each. 1 barrel each of peanut oil and rapeseed oil. Sesame oil and chili oil, 2 bottles each. 10 bags each of table salt and assorted seasonings. 3 each of toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash soap, and razors. 50 packs each of various snacks, and so on. Whatever Lin Feng could find on the application, he purchased it all. Ding dong. Your delivery has arrived. Before long, the doorbell rang. Li Jia and her mother, still seated in the living room, froze for a moment and exchanged glances. Li Jia asked, "Mom, did you order takeout?" "No, I didn't. It must be his order." Zhao Hohat pointed toward Lin Feng's bedroom and spoke softly. Li Jia nodded and rose to open the door. The moment the door swung open, Li Jia let out a startled cry. Dozens of delivery couriers stood in the hallway, burdened with large and small packages that completely blocked the corridor. Moreover, more delivery couriers continued to stream toward the building. For an instant, the entire residential compound teemed with delivery couriers, leaving homeowners wondering why so many had converged on their community that day. Some had even begun recording videos to post online. At that moment, Zhao Hohad emerged from the room, uttering in disbelief, "Why so much stuff? Did you make a mistake?" A panting delivery courier shouldering a 100 jin bag of rice replied, "The address and room number are both correct. It can't be wrong. And he said if I carry this 100 jin bag upstairs, he'll give me an extra 500 yuan. 500 yuan for you. Is this sack of rice worth 500? You might as well go rob someone." Zhao Hohat retorted, pointing at the delivery courier in exasperation. "Sister, it's written right here on the receipt. Take a look if you don't believe me." "What receipt or no receipt? I'm not taking the rice anymore." "Who said not to take it?" Just then Lin Feng's voice cut through, sending a shiver down Zhao Hohat's spine. "A phone? Why did you buy so much stuff?" "You'll find out soon enough." Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Zhao Hohat before turning to Li Jia and saying, "I pay when I say I pay. Give the money to him quickly." Upon hearing this, Li Jia was momentarily stunned before replying, "But I didn't bring my phone." "A phone? Then go back to the room and get it," Lin Feng stated coldly. "All right." Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, Li Jia had no choice but to retreat indoors, retrieve her phone, and reluctantly scan the payment to the delivery courier. However, what she could never have anticipated was that Lin Feng's next words would nearly drive Li Jia to a breaking point. "Every delivery driver has to be tipped." "What? A Feng, have you lost your mind?" Li Jia stared at Lin Feng as if he were some kind of monster. After all, if every delivery driver had to be tipped 300 to 500 yuan, wouldn't that drain her wallet dry? "I told you to give it, so just give it. Why do you have to be so difficult?" At Lin Feng's sharp rebuke, Li Jia couldn't help shuddering. The ruthless force with which he had struck her at the restaurant earlier that day was still vivid in her mind. So she gritted her teeth and paid every delivery driver one by one. In just a short while, a full 50 to 60,000 yuan in tips had been handed out. This made Li Jia cast a venomous glare at Lin Feng, silently cursing Lin Feng, "Just you wait." Lin Feng, however, paid no attention to how Li Jia and her mother felt. He simply kept touching the supplies the delivery drivers had brought into the hallway. For a moment, the system's notification chimes rang incessantly in Lin Feng's mind. Detected a 100 jin bag of rice. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 jin bags of rice. Detected a 100 jin bag of wheat flour. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 jin bags of wheat flour. Detected a 100 jin bag of white sugar. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 jin bags of white sugar. Detected 100 jin of beef. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 jin of beef. Detected 100 jin of mutton. Congratulations, you have obtained. Lin Feng's bizarre behavior made Li Jia and her mother exchange a glance. They simply couldn't understand what Lin Feng was trying to do. "You two hurry up and move all these things inside." Hearing Lin Feng's reminder, they snapped back to their senses and began carrying the things he had touched into the house. Watching Li Jia and Zhao Hohot bustle about, Lin Feng showed no intention of lending a hand. Instead, he took out a cigarette, put it between his lips, and smoked at his leisure. Li Jia was furious to see him not only refuse to help, but actually dare to smoke in front of her. In the past, Lin Feng wouldn't have dared to do such a thing, even if he had twice the courage. But now he was so blatantly brazen that Li Jia was absolutely beside herself with anger. Suppressing her fury, she looked at Lin Feng and said, Feng, I really can't move this bag of rice. Come over and give me a hand. Whether you move it or not is up to you. None of my business. Lin Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and said coldly. Ignoring the stunned expressions of Li Jia and her mother, he went straight downstairs, got into his car, and drove to a real estate agency. After all, once the apocalypse arrived, owning an independent house with a certain level of defensive capability could greatly increase one's chances of survival. With time running short, building a new one from scratch was clearly out of the question. So he might as well try his luck at a real estate agency and see if such a house existed. Lin Feng was received by a male real estate agency manager who was not yet 30. The moment he saw Lin Feng, he got straight to the point and asked politely, Sir, are you looking to rent or buy? Renting or buying both work as long as your agency has the kind of property I want, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. The agent laughed softly at that. Sir, our agency has the most complete property listings in this city. If we don't have the house you're talking about, I can assure you no other agency will have it either. In that case, since you say so, do you have any houses with an especially high safety factor? An especially high safety factor? Yes, Lin Feng affirmed. The agent smiled politely. Sir, what kind of safety factor do you mean? Could you be a little more specific? I mean a house like an apocalypse safe room or shelter, Lin Feng said, looking at him seriously. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the agent's eyes clearly lit up. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt there might really be a chance, so he quickly pressed on, do you have one? Sir, to be honest, there is one, but what? But the price might be a bit high. A slightly higher price is no problem. As long as it satisfies me, anything can be arranged. Lin Feng lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. After all, he was now so poor that all he had left was money, so however much it cost was utterly irrelevant to him. Hearing this, the agent went on, this house is a villa in the wealthy district. The tycoon who owned it sold off all his domestic assets and moved his entire family overseas. All that remains is this villa, which he remodeled into a strange neither here nor there style. It's been listed with our agency for 2 years now, without ever selling. If you're truly interested, I can take you to see it right away. Sure, let's go take a look. Pretending to be utterly unruffled, Lin Feng rose and set off with the agent toward the villa in the wealthy district. But no sooner had they driven to the entrance than a security guard blocked their way. In the end, the agent had to secretly slip the guard 2 packs of cigarettes before they were allowed in. Mr. Lin, it's this one. After getting out of the car, Lin Feng followed the agent's gaze and couldn't help his eyes lighting up. Mr. Lin, this is a 3-story villa with a total floor area of 600 square meters. It has a modern architectural style and comes with a 100 square meter garden. As he spoke, the agent took out a key, unlocked the door, and turned to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, please come in. Lin Feng nodded slightly and followed him inside. The agent's explanation resumed from behind him. All the glass in this villa is triple-layered, multi-layer composite bulletproof glass, fully capable of withstanding attacks from a Barrett sniper rifle. Moreover, the previous owner replaced the entire villa structure with a heat-resistant, corrosion-resistant titanium alloy, making it even more sturdy. The rooftop is equipped with solar and wind power generation, and the basement also has a diesel generator and a gasoline generator fully able to meet electricity demands under any conditions. Hearing the agent's explanation, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Yet he still maintained a composed, unhurried demeanor and asked, have the walls of this villa received any special treatment? Whether it's the walls, the floors, or the roof, there are 90 centimeters of rolled steel plate. Even ordinary artillery shells can't blast it open. You can rest assured on that. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. How much is this villa per month? I plan to rent it. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but this property is not available for rent, the agent said with an apologetic look. What? It's not available for rent? Yes, Mr. Lin, the owner has given strict instructions. This villa is only for sale to those who truly understand its value, never for rent. Upon hearing the property manager's words, Lin Feng slowly nodded and asked, if I were to purchase it outright, how much would it cost? Mr. Lin, that would require 2 billion yuan. The property manager replied, holding up 2 fingers toward Lin Feng. Very well, but I have one condition. Please go ahead, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng cast a glance at the thoroughly excited property manager and said, I wish to conduct this transaction face-to-face with the villa's owner. Hearing this, the property manager's expression immediately darkened with difficulty, which couldn't help but furrow Lin Feng's brow. Is this request of mine truly so difficult? Not at all difficult, it's just that he has already emigrated overseas, so it may take some time. Which country did he emigrate to? The United States. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, perhaps he could travel there to acquire some weapons and bring them back. Thus a calm smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as he said, since he has no time, then I will go find him. What? You want to go find him alone. The property manager stared at Lin Feng with obvious wariness. At this moment Lin Feng naturally understood what the property manager was thinking, simply fearing that Lin Feng might bypass him and strike a deal directly with the villa's owner. That way he wouldn't be able to collect his commission. Don't worry, we'll go together. I won't bypass you to deal with the villa's owner alone. Hearing Lin Feng say this, the property manager's wary expression finally relaxed. Then when shall we go? Right now. Lin Feng glanced at his mechanical watch and spoke. Mr. Lin, aren't you being too hasty? I'm not in any hurry at all. I simply happen to have time right now. Let's go. Lin Feng smiled at the property manager and without further argument grabbed him and hurried off to fetch their passports and documents, making their way to the airport. After all, for Lin Feng at this moment time was money, or rather life itself. So of course he couldn't be unfazed. After more than 10 hours of a tedious flight, the plane finally landed in the United States. Walking out of the airport, Lin Feng and the property manager looked up at the blazing sun overhead. Yet he didn't feel the air here was particularly sweet. Instead, he found the UV radiation here was considerably stronger than back home. When the property manager got in touch with the villa's owner, the owner was profoundly astonished. He hurriedly arranged a hotel reservation for Lin Feng, and the property manager then came directly to the hotel to meet with Lin Feng. The villa's owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and upon seeing Lin Feng, he felt extremely surprised. After all, the person standing before him was only in his early 20s. How could someone so young possibly afford the villa he had left behind in China? Moreover, the wealthy circles in China were rather small, and he had never once encountered anyone like Lin Feng within those circles. Nevertheless, the man still extended his hand toward Lin Feng in a polite gesture and said, "Hello, my name is Zhou Jiexiong. May I ask if you're the one wanting to purchase my villa?" "Mr. Zhou, I am Lin Feng. I have been greatly fond of your villa and came specifically to discuss the matter with you." Lin Feng smiled and shook hands with Zhou Jiexiong. "Mr. Lin, please feel free to share your requirements. I can accept the price of 2 billion yuan for that property, but may I conduct this transaction using gold of equivalent value?" Hearing this, Zhou Jiexiong immediately looked at Lin Feng with deep suspicion and said, "Brother Lin, are you joking with me? I've traveled thousands of miles to get here. Do I look like someone who would joke around?" Lin Feng gazed at Zhou Jiexiong with a warm smile. "Very well, but the transaction must be completed immediately." "That's certainly no problem." Having said this, Lin Feng gave the property manager standing nearby a subtle glance. Understanding the signal, the property manager promptly took out the house purchase contract appraisal report and other relevant documents from his bag. Meanwhile, Lin Feng quickly walked into the bedroom, closed the door, and immediately retrieved the gold he had prepared in advance from his spatial storage, placing it inside the bedroom. Then, carrying a briefcase, Lin Feng walked out and said, "There's more in the bedroom. Please verify its authenticity first." But the moment Lin Feng opened the briefcase, the property manager's expression visibly changed. After all, transporting such an enormous amount of gold onto an airplane without a single inspection only deepened his confusion and disbelief. Then, after more than 2 additional hours, the transaction was finally completed successfully. "Mr. Lin, it's been a pleasure doing business with you." "Mr. Zhou, likewise. However, I have one more favor to ask." Zhou Jiexiong curiously replied, "Please speak." "I have a great interest in firearms, but they are strictly prohibited in China, so I would like you to take me to the largest gun shop here for a look." "Haha. Very well, let's do it tomorrow morning. I'll come pick you up then." And so, after seeing Zhou Jiexiong off, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, threw himself heavily onto the bed, and let out a long breath of relief. The reason Lin Feng asked Zhou Jiexiong to take him to the gun shop was simply because of his current identity. Only a native citizen was qualified to purchase firearms from within the gun shop. After all, for the system's spatial replication ability, one must possess the original item in order to replicate it a millionfold into the system space. Therefore, Lin Feng could only obtain firearms through Zhou Jiexiong, who had already acquired his green card. And so time swiftly arrived at the following morning. Zhou Jiexiong arrived at the hotel promptly and led Lin Feng to the largest gun shop in the area. Inside the gun shop, an astonishing variety of firearms was on display. Remington M700S, Smith Wesson MP9 handguns, Mossberg M500 series shotguns, AR-15 rifles, Glock G19X handguns, Winchester M70 sniper rifles, AK-47s, and more. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that they even sold rocket launchers. Gazing at these dazzling array of weapons, Lin Feng feigned an excited manner and said to Zhou Jiexiong, "It's a pity I don't qualify to purchase any of these weapons. Otherwise, I would have bought them all and thoroughly satisfied my desire." Seeing Lin Feng's utterly inexperienced demeanor, Zhou Jiexiong chuckled and said, "Mr. Lin, if you truly wish to purchase them, it's actually quite feasible. However, you'll be returning to China in a couple of days. Surely you still wish to buy them?" "Of course I want to buy them. I simply wish to take some photographs to show off to my friends back in China." "Mr. Zhou, do you perhaps have other means?" "Mr. Lin, if you're merely seeking some casual entertainment, there's truly no necessity to purchase a firearm. Renting one would suffice." Upon hearing Zhou Jiexiong utter these words, a glimmer of interest flickered within Lin Feng's eyes. Was renting guns not in essence another manner of possessing these weapons? Comprehending this point, Lin Feng promptly responded, "That works as well, though I'll still have to impose upon you, Mr. Zhou. No trouble at all. Let us proceed now." Thus, under Zhou Jiexiong's guidance, Lin Feng drove to a supermarket owned by a white proprietor. After Zhou Jiexiong exchanged a few words with the supermarket owner, the proprietor led both Lin Feng and Zhou Jiexiong down to the basement. What Lin Feng had never anticipated was that the assortment of firearms here was even more comprehensive than what one would find in a dedicated gun store. "Mr. Lin, the rate here is 500 per hour, and during this period, any weapon within these walls belongs to you." Upon hearing Zhou Jiexiong's words, Lin Feng, without hesitation, produced a gold bar from his pocket and handed it to the supermarket owner. "This should be sufficient for 2 hours, correct?" The supermarket owner accepted the gold bar, bit it to test its authenticity, and spoke in halting Mandarin. Okay, 2 hours is more than enough. I wish you gentlemen an enjoyable time." With the supermarket owner gone, Lin Feng eagerly seized a Desert Eagle pistol. A Desert Eagle handgun detected. "Congratulations. You have obtained 100 Desert Eagle handguns." Hearing the system notification, Lin Feng's heart surged with exhilaration as he hastily reached out to touch the other firearms. An AK-47 submachine gun detected. "Congratulations. You have obtained 100 AK-47 submachine guns. 30 AK-47 magazines detected. Congratulations. You have obtained 30 AK-47 magazines. 5,000 rounds of ammunition detected. Congratulations. You have obtained 5,000 rounds of ammunition. A Mossberg M500 shotgun detected. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 Mossberg M500 series shotguns. A Springfield M1A semi-automatic rifle detected. Congratulations. You have obtained 100. As Lin Feng continued his relentless touching, countless system notifications rang out within his consciousness. Zhou Jiexiong, witnessing Lin Feng's behavior, assumed that Lin Feng's excitement had prompted such a reaction. Little did Zhou Jiexiong comprehend Lin Feng's true intentions at this very moment. In merely half an hour's time, Lin Feng had replicated all the firearms and ammunition in this place, multiplying them 10 million-fold into his spatial storage. Upon confirming the completion of this endeavor, Lin Feng promptly seized a Glock G19X pistol and fired several rounds at a humanoid target in the basement, each shot striking precisely between the target's eyes. This display left Zhou Jiexiong behind, utterly dumbfounded. "Mr. Lin, I never imagined your marksmanship would be so exceptional. I served in the military for several years in the past. It's been many years since I've handled a firearm, and I've grown rather rusty." With these words, Lin Feng returned the pistol to its original position. "The time is nearly up, and I must catch an afternoon flight. Let us depart." Startled by Lin Feng's sudden declaration, Zhou Jiexiong could not help but freeze in astonishment. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had displayed such an infatuated demeanor toward the firearms here. How could he now suddenly appear as though transformed, ready to leave without hesitation? However, Lin Feng paid no heed to Zhou Jiexiong's contemplation. His objective had been accomplished, and returning to his homeland to attend to other matters was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After accompanying the hotel's real estate manager on an overnight flight back to the country, Lin Feng proceeded without delay to a company specializing in large-scale meat grinders, seeking out the company's representative and instructing them to fabricate a customized large-scale meat grinder according to his specific dimensions. Yet upon hearing Lin Feng's proposal, the company representative felt considerably perplexed. "Sir, might I inquire what purpose you intend for a meat grinder of such considerable size?" "No inquiry needed. Simply tell me whether you can fabricate it or not." Lin Feng responded with absolute composure. "It can be done, certainly. However, for an ultra-large electric hydraulic meat grinder of this nature, the price shall not be inexpensive." "The matter of price presents no issue. So long as you complete it within 3 days, these 2 gold bars shall serve as the deposit for the custom meat grinder." As Lin Feng spoke, he produced 2 gold bars and presented them to the company's representative. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng offer 2 gold bars as a deposit, the company representative appeared visibly startled. "Sir, might I suggest you pay in cash instead? To be honest, this is the first instance I've encountered where someone offers gold bars as a deposit." "What? Do you suspect these gold bars are counterfeit?" Lin Feng replied with a cold smile. The company representative hastily waved his hands. "That is absolutely not what I meant, sir. Please do not misunderstand." "Very well, I shall pay a deposit of 100 now, and I shall come to collect it in 3 days. Reluctant to engage in further disputes, Lin Feng signed the agreement before producing his phone to transfer the 100 deposit. Subsequently, Lin Feng drove to a gas company where he purchased 5 4-kilogram, 5 12-kilogram, and 5 45-kilogram gas cylinders, instructing the gas company to deliver them to the affluent residential district the following day. For Lin Feng, gas cylinders served not only for cooking and heating water, but also held potential for other purposes. As for the customized large-scale meat grinder, it would become a formidable instrument for household protection. Just then a phone rang suddenly. Lin Feng glanced at the screen only to discover it was Li Jia calling, causing his eyes to narrow imperceptibly. The phone rang for a full minute before Lin Feng leisurely returned to his car and answered. Lin Feng, where have you been these past few days? Do you have any idea how worried I've been staying home all alone? Kindly watch your language. If one of us must die, that person shall certainly be you, not me. Lin Feng spoke with an icy cold tone. Li Jia hastily attempted to explain, offing. That wasn't what I meant. I only said that because I was worried about you. Do you have any other business? If not, I shall hang up. The rice and flour you purchased previously have filled our entire home. Even if there's no room, you must find room. Otherwise, you will most certainly regret it. Without allowing Li Jia to finish, Lin Feng coldly uttered these words and terminated the call. Within his heart, he silently mused, Li Jia, this is merely the first step of my retribution. I shall most certainly ensure that you and your 2 children suffer a fate worse than death. Subsequently, Lin Feng drove to a fruit shop. Gazing upon the various fruits within, he simply purchased 2 or 3 gene of each type. 3 gene of apples detected. Congratulations. You have obtained 300 gene of apples. 3 gene of bananas detected. Congratulations. You have obtained 300 gene of bananas. 2 gene of kiwi fruit detected. Congratulations. You have obtained 200 gene of kiwi fruit. Additional fruits detected. As Lin Feng, carrying the fruits, returned to his car, he proceeded to touch each fruit individually. Consequently, just like the other items, these purchased fruits were also replicated into his spatial storage as the system notifications continued to chime. Yet just then a familiar figure unexpectedly caught Lin Feng's eye, causing his expression to instantaneously turn cold. Outside the car, Li Jia linked arms with a middle-aged man as they strolled toward a modest inn in the distance, stirring fresh waves of loathing in Lin Feng's chest. Hardly hung up the phone on me before you're going off to share a bed with some other man. Li Jia, I never took you for quite the desperate creature you've proven yourself to be. Even though Lin Feng had learned of late what sort of wretched souls the Li Jia mother and son were, witnessing it with his own eyes still sent a surge of fury through him. He felt an uncontrollable urge to stomp on the accelerator and careen the car straight into that vile couple right then and there. Yet the last shred of reason warned him that he could not act on it. If he did, all his rebirth would have been for nothing. So Lin Feng lit a cigarette in the car, battling to steady himself, and took out his phone to dial the police and report a case of prostitution. But then another thought struck him. Doing so might easily sabotage his carefully laid plans for revenge. This was precisely when he must keep his composure most and never falter. Having calmed his thoughts, Lin Feng started the car and drove toward one of the city's most upscale restaurants. Welcome, sir. How many in your party? As Lin Feng stepped inside, a waitress approached immediately. He replied with a placid expression, just one. I'd like a private room, please. I'm sorry, sir, but all our private rooms are occupied. Would you mind dining in the main hall? The waitress asked apologetically. Lin Feng sighed faintly and settled for a seat in the dining area, then picked up the menu from the table and handed it to the waitress. Make every dish on this menu. I'll take them all. You want everything. Are you certain you can finish all that, sir? The waitress said, visibly stunned. Whether I finish it or not is my own concern. And even if I don't, I'll pack the rest. Just get cooking. Right away, sir. The waitress nodded and hurried off to find the restaurant manager, breathlessly reporting, Manager, there may be someone here causing trouble. What's going on? The manager set aside whatever he was doing and turned to the waitress, concern etched across his face. The waitress then relayed the entire incident. After listening, the manager pondered for a moment and said, since he wants to order every dish in our kitchen, let him have it. Have our security guard keep a close eye on him, and if anything suspicious occurs, restrain him immediately. Understood, sir, the waitress replied. She hurried to brief the security guard stationed nearby, then returned to her duties. Sir, here is the sliced beef with chili, the braised platter, the sticky rice lotus root, the preserved egg with tofu, the pickled pepper chicken feet, and soon after several waitresses carried trays and arranged dozens of cold dishes from the restaurant across an entire table before Lin Feng. The other diners nearby could not help but lower their voices in whispered conversation. Yet Lin Feng paid them no mind. Instead, he kept reaching out to touch each cold dish on the table. Dish detected 1 portion of sliced beef with chili. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 million portions. Dish detected 1 portion of sticky rice lotus root. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 million portions. Dish detected 1 portion of pickled pepper chicken feet. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 million. With each system notification echoing through Lin Feng's mind, every dish on the table was instantaneously replicated 10 million times and stored within his spatial dimension. Before long, 4 or 5 waitresses arrived, carrying trays of hot dishes, setting them down on the table one by one. Sir, here are your Kung Pao chicken, braised lion's head meatballs, steamed sea bass, mapo tofu sweet, and sour pork ribs, boiled cabbage in broth, steamed wuchang brim, shredded tofu, in clear broth squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and dompa pork. All the dishes you ordered are now ready. Please confirm. Lin Feng glanced at the mountain of plates piled higher than the dishes themselves and gave a slight nod. Please bring me 10 bowls of rice. Hearing this, the waitresses exchanged glances, for everyone present could only conclude that Lin Feng had come to create a disturbance. Who in their right mind would order every single dish on the menu, yet not lift a chopstick, merely brushing each plate with their hand? Do as he says. Bring him 10 bowls of rice. The moment the restaurant manager's voice fell, several security guards near the entrance quietly converged around Lin Feng's table. A waitress placed 10 bowls of steaming rice before him. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Lin Feng finally realized that his behavior had triggered unnecessary suspicion. But with things at this point, he had little choice but to play it by ear. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached Lin Feng with an air of veiled meaning and said, "Say friend, how long has it been since you last ate? Ordering such an enormous amount. Can you really finish it all? And who might you be?" Lin Feng responded coldly, casting a dismissive glance his way. "I'm the manager of this restaurant. What do you want?" Lin Feng asked, continuing to touch the 10 bowls of white rice before him. Dish detected 10 steaming bowls of white rice. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 billion steaming bowls of white rice. As the system prompt sounded once more, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief, feeling that his task was complete. However, Lin Feng's behavior left the restaurant manager deeply displeased. He stepped forward with a sharp tone and said, "Young man, this meal of yours runs to quite a sum. Are you certain you can afford it?" "Exactly. Who orders every dish in the entire restaurant just to eat alone? I'd say this guy's here to cause trouble. His behavior is truly abnormal. Tell it like it is." As soon as the manager finished speaking, the other diners began chiming in agreement. Some had even secretly pulled out their phones and were recording the entire scene, planning to upload it online. After all, stories like this always guaranteed high view counts. Yet the manager's conduct only served to provoke Lin Feng further. "Are you implying I can't pay?" he asked coldly. "Do you know how much this meal costs?" The manager sneered at Lin Feng. "Then tell me, how much is it?" 100,000 yuan. "Can you afford it?" "What if I can?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the manager scrutinized him from head to toe and chuckled derisively. "You? If you can actually pay, I'll call you grandpa 3 times right now." Lin Feng was taken aback by the manager's outlandish claim. "It's just about paying the bill. Do you really need to make such a big deal out of it?" But those words of Lin Feng's did more harm than good. From that point on, it was no longer just the manager who believed Lin Feng was here to cause trouble. Everyone present assumed he carried not even a fraction of 100,000 yuan. What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Seeing Lin Feng react this way, the restaurant manager couldn't help but feel triumphant. At this moment, everyone around cast disgusted glances at Lin Feng. "If you ask me, we should just call the police." "That's right, why waste breath on him?" "Exactly, call the police." Just as the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, the helpless Lin Feng quietly pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table. Alipay has received 100,000 yuan. With the payment notification sounding, all those self-proclaimed righteous onlookers wisely fell silent, each returning to their seats to continue eating in silence. It was at this moment that the restaurant manager finally realized the gravity of the situation and, tail between his legs, tried to slip away. But how could Lin Feng possibly let him go? Lin Feng seized his arm and said in a low, steady voice, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You haven't called me grandfather yet. Where do you think you're going? Now let's talk this through nicely. How about I give you a 15% discount?" The restaurant manager said with an awkward smile. Lin Feng coldly snorted and asked, "Do you think I'm short on that kind of money? Then what do you want? A man should keep his word. Did you forget what you just said so quickly?" Upon hearing this, the restaurant manager's expression turned more painful than if he'd eaten a fly. But to protect the restaurant's reputation and his own job, the restaurant manager had no choice but to reluctantly mumble, "Grandfather." Louder. "Grandfather, grandfather, grandfather. Are you satisfied now?" The restaurant manager stared at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes, shouting furiously. "The volume is loud enough, but your attitude isn't sincere enough. What? What do you actually want?" The restaurant manager glared at Lin Feng, trembling all over. But the moment the restaurant manager spoke, Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned icy cold, a murderous aura spreading from his body. "I said be sincere. Didn't you hear me?" The restaurant manager, who had never witnessed such beast-like eyes, couldn't help but shudder. "Why, yes, grandfather." "Good boy, that's better." Lin Feng chuckled, then instantly returned to his usual demeanor. Patting the restaurant manager's shoulder, he left the place behind. Under the misty night, Lin Feng finally drove back to that home he had no desire to step foot in. After all, at a time like this, some superficial facades still needed to be maintained. Otherwise, when the apocalypse finally arrived, how could he personally slaughter these 3 beasts? Lin Feng stood before the door, took a deep breath, and tried his best to calm himself before opening it. But the moment the door swung open, his blood rushed to his head, and the fury in his heart nearly escaped his control. Because in that room, not only were Li Jia and her mother and 2 children present, but that middle-aged man, the one who had gone to a motel with Li Jia earlier that day, was actually here too. At that moment the four of them were sitting at the dining table eating lobster and chatting merrily, as if Lin Feng were the outsider. When Li Jia and the others saw Lin Feng return, they were completely caught off guard. All of them froze in place, not a single person uttering a word. The atmosphere at this moment was extremely tense, as if even the air had begun to solidify. Who was this person? It wasn't until several seconds later that Lin Feng finally broke the awkward silence. Ichi's my boss. We ran into each other this afternoon, so I invited him over for dinner. Li Jia explained nervously. Hello, I'm Wang Gang. You must be Li Jia's husband. She often talks about you. At this moment the middle-aged man also stood up, extending his hand toward Lin Feng. But Lin Feng had no intention of shaking his hand, instead stuffing both hands into his pockets. Oh. So what does Li Jia usually say about me? Wang Gang, feigning nonchalance, retracted his hand and smiled. She praises you for being so doting that you make her breakfast every day and things like that. So that's how you talk about me when you're out. Lin Feng looked at Li Jia, his smile not reaching his eyes. Li Jia smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Have you eaten honey? I have. You all go ahead, Lin Feng said to everyone before walking back to the bedroom and lying down on the soft Simmons bed. But just then Lin Feng seemed to have touched something. He couldn't help but pick it up and look at it, and an even fiercer rage surged up in his heart. Because it was actually an unopened condom. Li Jia, if I hadn't come back tonight, were you planning to roll in bed with your boss right here at home? As Lin Feng lay on the bed holding this unopened item and seething with rage, Li Jia walked in with a panicked expression. When she saw what was in Lin Feng's hand, her expression became even more flustered. But Lin Feng lay there on the bed deliberately reading the small text on the wrapper, as he said to himself, didn't expect it to be textured. This must be more stimulating to use, right? Who knows? I was just waiting for you to come home. Li Jia snatched the item from Lin Feng's hand and quickly explained. Lin Feng gave a non-committal smile. Go back out then. Your boss is still outside. Okay, but you must wait for me, okay, honey? I'll be right there. With those words, Li Jia blew Lin Feng a kiss and retreated from the bedroom. But the moment Li Jia left, the calm expression on Lin Feng's face instantly turned icy cold. Because at this very moment Lin Feng truly wanted to draw his blade and personally slaughter these people. As time passed, Lin Feng finally heard Li Jia, her mother, and the two children bidding Wang Gang farewell. Another half hour later, the freshly bathed Li Jia, dressed in a seductive lace nightgown, climbed onto Lin Feng's bed like a lazy wild cat, nestling softly into his arms. Honey, what's been going on with you lately? You've been so cold to me, like a completely different person. I'm really heartbroken. Faced with Li Jia's teasing like this, Lin Feng responded flatly, have I? Yes, and these past few days you've been snapping at me for no reason. Is it just because my mom's name was added to the house deed? She's my mother, I'm her daughter. I'm just doing this so she can have security in her old age, that's all. Hearing Li Jia use such a coquettish tone to state her true intentions, Lin Feng's long-suppressed fury nearly slipped out of control. But Lin Feng forcibly suppressed the flames of rage threatening to erupt from his heart and said in as calm a tone as he could muster, didn't I tell you? I'll think about this matter. Really, honey? With that, Li Jia gently tore open, with her alluring flower-like lips. Watching Li Jia's teasing demeanor, a sense of retribution quickly spread through Lin Feng's heart. Before she could react, he swiftly turned the tables and pinned her beneath him, drawing giggles from Li Jia. But the very next moment, the following day, an urgent phone ringtone broke through the silence. Lin Feng, eyes still heavy with sleep, reached for his phone on the nightstand and answered. Hello, is this Boss Lin? Who is this? This is Anhua Gas Company. I'm here to deliver your gas tank. However, your building's security won't let me in. Could you come out and help? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's drowsiness vanished instantly. He immediately replied, all right, wait for me. I'll be right there. He quickly rose, dressed, and cast a look of disgust at Li Jia, sprawled across the bed in deep slumber. Without even brushing his teeth, he headed toward the wealthy residential villa complex. Over 10 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the community entrance and spotted an Anhua Gas employee sitting in a battered pickup truck loaded with gas tanks. The man smoked a frustrated expression as he faced off against the community security guard. Lin Feng walked over swiftly and looked at the security guard with a calm expression. What exactly is going on here? What do you mean, what's going on? Who are you anyway? The security guard sneered at Lin Feng dismissively. I am a resident here. I ordered these gas tanks delivered. Is there a problem? Hearing this, the security guard scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe before mocking. Do you have any idea how much the houses here cost? That new energy vehicle of yours probably only cost around 100,000 yuan at most, right? And you claim you're a resident here. Why don't you say you're the Jade Emperor instead? Ha ha. As the guard's words fell, the other guards burst into laughter along with him. Lin Feng felt quite helpless in the face of such a situation. After all, there were always those who would abuse their meager power to make others' lives difficult simply to gratify their sense of superiority. If you don't know I'm a resident here, it proves you haven't received the notification yet, so I won't hold it against you. But humiliating me in broad daylight is entirely your fault. Lin Feng sighed lightly. Unexpectedly, rather than calming things down, Lin Feng's words only made the guards even more arrogant. Let me tell you straight, kid. A single villa here costs at least hundreds of millions. Do you still think I'm humiliating you? Just call your security manager. Ask them and you'll know everything. Why insist on causing trouble here? Lin Feng suppressed the anger rising within him and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. However, these guards clearly didn't take Lin Feng's words to heart and continued their taunts. Call the security manager. You really think you're a resident here? What are you doing? Suddenly unable to bear it any longer, Lin Feng grabbed the guard by his collar before he could finish speaking and growled fiercely. I don't have time to waste arguing with you lot. Either call your security manager now, or I'll slap you to death right here today. Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? Just then a middle-aged man in a suit pointed at Lin Feng while holding a walkie-talkie and shouted, Captain, this guy is trying to force his way into our community. When we stopped him, he actually tried to hit us. As soon as the words left his mouth, the guard whose collar Lin Feng was holding immediately started shouting. Upon hearing this, the security captain's expression instantly darkened. Friend, every place has its own rules. You can't just do whatever you want. Hearing this, Lin Feng almost laughed out of frustration. I don't know how you became a security captain, but I'm a resident here. Why can't I enter? You're a resident here. The security captain looked genuinely surprised. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Otherwise what? Captain, don't believe his nonsense. I know every resident here, and I've never seen him before. The guard immediately protested. That's right, Captain. Not only do we know the residents, but we also know which resident owns every dog and cat in this compound. Exactly. Looking at him, he doesn't seem like someone who could afford to live here. At this moment, the other guards chimed in agreement. Villa No. 18 in Zone A. I just bought it 2 days ago. You can go verify it yourself if you don't believe me. What? Villa No. 18 in Zone A was bought by you? Yes. Lin Feng said impatiently. The security captain asked, May I ask your surname, sir? My surname is Lin. A single character phone. Misunderstanding, pure misunderstanding. Please don't hold these people against you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, the security captain immediately adopted a friendly smile. Captain, how could he possibly be a resident here? Before the guard could finish his sentence, the security captain directly slapped him across the face. You blind fool. If you don't recognize him, why didn't you come ask me? Your bonus this month is gone. Can I go in now? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Of course you can, absolutely. The guard apologized profusely. Afterward, Lin Feng had the Anhua gas worker place the gas tank at the back of the villa. Then with a gesture as effortless as a magic trick, he transferred the gas tank into his spatial storage. Phew. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, sank into the luxurious vintage-style sofa, took out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his spatial storage, lit one, and seriously began examining the villa's opulent decorations. After all, this was only Lin Feng's second time here, so he couldn't help feeling somewhat curious about everything around him. Suddenly, the sound of a WeChat notification caught his attention, and he looked down to check it. To his surprise, it was the security captain from just now sending a friend request. How does he know my contact information? Lin Feng murmured to himself and clicked accept. Security Captain Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry for the trouble today. This kind of thing will never happen again. Lin Feng snorted coldly and merely sent him a smiley emoji before preparing to toss his phone aside. He truly had no time nor the mood to engage with him. But just then the security captain sent another message. Seeing his growing impatience, Lin Feng could only pick up his phone once again. The security captain said, Mr. Lin, this is the homeowners group chat for our residential community. Please join it when you have a moment so you can get to know the other residents. Immediately after, the security captain sent Lin Feng an invitation to join the group. What a nuisance, Lin Feng muttered reluctantly before finally entering the homeowners group. Sometimes, even if one was unwilling to do something, certain formalities still had to be observed on the surface. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and maintaining a low profile would do him no harm. After joining the group, Lin Feng exited WeChat and quickly opened his delivery app to purchase medications from all the major pharmacies in the area. In particular, he focused his attention on various antibiotics, bandages, medical alcohol, iodine disinfectant, and 84 disinfectant. After all, once the apocalypse arrived, the corpses of animals, humans, and the undead would rot and spread plagues, making these items the most effective means of destroying viruses. Moreover, the pungent odor of disinfectant medical alcohol and 84 disinfectant could mask the scent on his body, making it harder for zombies with keen senses to detect him. Within just 20 minutes, several delivery drivers arrived, each carrying multiple bags of medicine with puzzled expressions. In the eyes of these delivery drivers, having been delivering goods for so long, they had only encountered this situation once before. After all, who would need multiple delivery drivers to handle a single order? As for the previous time, it was just 2 days ago in a regular residential compound, where something similar had occurred. The difference was that they had been delivering rice, flour, chicken, duck, and pork back then. But this time it was all medicine. Could it possibly be the same person? Just as they were speculating wildly, while carrying the supplies, Lin Feng's appearance instantly transformed their expressions into ones of astonishment. for they never imagined that the purchaser in the ordinary residential area and the luxury villa district would turn out to be the same individual. After all, the villas in this area came at a steep price, typically inhabited by film celebrities and powerful capitalists. Yet a person who seemed to inhabit both a modest apartment and an opulent mansion left them utterly baffled. However, Lin Feng disregarded the driver's thoughts. The moment he took possession of the medications, the system notification sounded once more, detected 100 boxes of 999 cold granules. Congratulations on acquiring 1 billion boxes of 999 cold granules. Detected 100 barrels of disinfectant. Congratulations on acquiring 1 billion barrels of disinfectant. Detected 500 bottles of medical alcohol. Congratulations on acquiring 50 billion bottles of medical alcohol. Detected. Upon completing these transactions, Lin Feng suddenly remembered he had yet to purchase vegetables. He picked up his phone once more and began ordering fresh produce along with various dried goods, such as spinach, Chinese cabbage, carrots, daikon radishes, red radishes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and yams, 30 jin of each. Broccoli, green beans, flat beans, cucumbers, pumpkins, winter melons, and loofahs, about 20 jin apiece. He also purchased eggplants, tomatoes, chili peppers, bell peppers, onions, garlic scallions, chives, garlic sprouts, mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, wood ear fungi, and white tremella, between 20 and 30 jin of each. Once the deliveries arrived at his door, he employed the same method, performing spatial duplication at a magnitude of 10 million times. The vegetables and dried goods, originally weighing merely tens, or over 100 jin, were instantaneously transformed into billions of jin. I suppose even living several lifetimes wouldn't be enough to consume all these vegetables, Lin Feng muttered to himself. With that, he picked up his phone, intending to play a game to unwind his tense nerves after these past few days. Just then, Lin Feng inadvertently noticed that his WeChat homeowner group had been buzzing non-stop with messages. Curious, he tapped to view the messages, only to discover that every homeowner was discussing him. Zhou Jiesin remarked, "I never thought my brother's property would actually sell. It seems this brother Lin Feng truly possesses considerable wealth." Yin Tianlu countered, "If I recall correctly, your brother Zhou Jisheng's property only cost a few hundred million when he purchased it. How could he possibly sell it for such an enormous sum all at once?" Zhou Jiesin retorted, "You fail to understand. My brother completely renovated the structure upon its original foundation. Not only are the interior decorations extraordinarily luxurious, but more crucially, this villa's structural integrity is so formidable that it can withstand artillery shells." Li Xian chimed in, "Exactly. The fact that your brother managed to sell this property for 2 billion is truly astounding. I've never witnessed anything quite like it in all my years." Zhao Lucy laughed. "Haha, when I have some free time, I must see with my own eyes exactly what the person purchasing your brother's villa looks like." Observing the conversation within the homeowner group, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, and Li Xian. Were these not the film and television celebrities who had recently surged in popularity? He never expected they would be residing here as well. It seemed that individuals from different social circles and classes could never truly share the same sphere of existence. Yet none of them could have fathomed that an ordinary person like him would find his way into the lives of such elite society through such unconventional means. Considering this, Lin Feng sent a message to the homeowner group. "When you speak this way, aren't you insinuating that I'm being taken advantage of?" The moment Lin Feng's words appeared, the homeowners in the group fell into an obvious silence. After a while, homeowner Zhou Jiesin finally spoke up in the group chat. "Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand my intentions." Zhao Lucy chimed in. "So you're the one who spent 2 billion? "I am. So what?" Lin Feng replied with a cold smile. "Zhao Lucy, just wondering why you'd buy such an indestructible villa. Are you lacking a sense of security?" Yang Mi, haha, that's hilarious. "You guessed right. I genuinely believe this villa could provide me with a sense of security." Lin Feng replied. "Zhao Lucy, you're quite an interesting person, aren't you?" "Am I? But there are even more interesting things I haven't done yet." Zhao Lucy, "What interesting things?" Yang Mi. "Li Xian, tell us quickly." Lin Feng sneered coldly and mentioned all the owners in the group chat. Everyone recruiting beautiful women. Room and board provided. Housekeeping skills are a plus. Interested parties may send private messages. However, 3 unfiltered full-body selfies are required. Having been reborn, Lin Feng's mentality had undergone a dramatic transformation. How could he possibly spend his entire solitary life alone in this impregnable villa? After all, his previous life had been far too harsh. This time around, with abundant supplies at his disposal, he intended to indulge and enjoy a lifestyle he had never experienced before. But as soon as his message was sent, it exploded like a bomb dropped into a still lake. Zhou Jiesin, brother, are you alright? Do you even know what you're saying? Zhao Lucy, your joke is terrible. I'm ignoring you now. Yang Mi, pervert. Li Xian, this guy must have some mental issue. Yan Tianliu, what kind of person says something like that? Fan Jiping from Villa No. 18 Zone B, who is this guy? Who invited him to the owner's group? Zhao Hu from Villa No. 1 is Zone C. We're all respectable people here. How can you speak like that? No. Lin Feng observed the owners berating and cursing him in the group chat, remaining remarkably calm, because he knew that in the near future many would come begging for his help. Lin Feng stretched, tossed his phone onto the soft sofa, and opened the refrigerator. He began taking out meat, beverages, and other food from his spatial storage, preparing to fill every refrigerator one by one. Only 3 or 4 refrigerators in the entire villa. That's too few. Lin Feng muttered to himself and duplicated one of the refrigerators. Instantly upon hearing the system prompt, 10 million refrigerators materialized within his spatial storage. Lin Feng then proceeded to duplicate all other appliances in the villa without hesitation. After all, every household appliance here was high-end, and their quality far surpassed that of ordinary appliances on the market. Now it's just oil and water left. After finishing everything, Lin Feng muttered once more, grabbed the car keys from the coffee table, slammed the door, and drove out of the villa, leaving the residential compound. Lin Feng drove out of the community and headed straight to an automobile repair station, since this place offered both car repairs and fuel services. Although refueling here was rather unorthodox, some legitimate businesses simply couldn't turn a profit. Therefore, some people seeking to maximize their gains would naturally resort to less than savory dealings. "Boss, do you sell fuel?" As Lin Feng's words fell, a man in his 30s covered in engine oil crawled out from beneath a battered truck. "What kind of fuel do you need?" "Both diesel and gasoline." Hearing this, the man wiped the grease from his hands, gave Lin Feng an appraising look, and pondered, "How much do you need?" "Whatever you have, I'll take it all," Lin Feng replied calmly. But these words instantly made the man wary. Seeing the man's suspicious expression, Lin Feng spoke again, "Relax. I'm truly here to buy fuel. Follow me." The man, his demeanor now restored to normal, gestured for Lin Feng to follow and pointed to over 20 oil barrels piled in a corner inside the shop. "How much fuel do you want?" "All of it," Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the man's expression darkened. "Brother, each barrel holds 200 liters. Are you sure you want them all?" "Yes." "How much?" Lin Feng reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, beginning to count. The man's eyes nearly glowed at the sight of money. Swallowing hard, he said, "My fuel is cheaper than gas stations, but the quality is identical." "I know. Otherwise I wouldn't be here." "Tell me the price." "There are 11 barrels of diesel and 15 barrels of gasoline. I'll give you a discount. 36,000 should suffice." "Done. No problem." Lin Feng took out 3 stacks of cash, 1 stack worth 10,000 each, then counted out another 6,000 and handed it to the man before turning his attention to touching each oil barrel. "Detected 11 barrels of 200-liter diesel. Congratulations. You have obtained 1100 barrels of 200-liter diesel. Detected 15 barrels of 200-liter gasoline. Congratulations. You have obtained 1500 barrels of 200-liter gasoline." After duplicating all the diesel before him into his spatial storage, Lin Feng turned to the man, who was still counting money, and asked, "Could you help me deliver this fuel?" "Boss, you know these fuels can only be traded privately, so we don't offer delivery services," the man explained apologetically. "Since you can't deliver, then I don't need it anymore." "Sorry about that." Lin Feng took back the money from the man's hand and stepped on the gas, speeding away. Lin Feng drove off so swiftly that it took the man several moments to realize what had happened. Stomping his foot in frustration, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it. The duck that was in my mouth just flew away." Lin Feng then proceeded to a large bottled water distribution center, employing the same trick to duplicate the 5,000 water barrels stored there into 50 billion barrels within his spatial storage before making an excuse and refunding the money to leave. Thus, Lin Feng spent the entire day shuttling between various bottled water distribution centers and auto repair shops across the city, duplicating all the water and fuel he encountered. Then, plagued by his fear of insufficient supplies, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to make another trip to the supermarket. He planned to purchase everything available, not even sparing sanitary pads. After all, Lin Feng's supplies in his previous life had been so scarce that a single bottle of water or a piece of bread could trade for a beautiful woman spending the night with him. Men would even fight to the death over the slightest amount of food. "Lin Feng, what are you doing here?" But just as Lin Feng stepped into the supermarket, a woman's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Lin Feng pushed his shopping cart through the supermarket, and upon hearing Li Jia's voice couldn't help but turn around. Li Jia and her mother were also pushing a cart, standing behind him with faces full of astonishment. "What are the two of you doing here?" Lin Feng asked calmly. Li Jia gazed at him in bewilderment. "I'm shopping here with my mom, obviously. Shouldn't you be at work right now?" "What are you doing here?" Reminded by Li Jia's words, Lin Feng, who had been reborn, had nearly forgotten that he too was a working man. But for him, now this no longer mattered in the slightest. With a swift change of heart, Lin Feng immediately shouted at Li Jia and her mother, "You two came at the perfect moment. Go to the food section on the south side of this supermarket and grab 5 to 10 of each and every item. Quickly." Startled by Lin Feng's urgent manner, Li Jia and her mother instantly grew nervous as well. "Ah, Feng, what's going on?" "This concerns a matter of great importance. I'll explain when we get home. For now, just do as I say." All right. Seeing Lin Feng's agitation, Li Jia and her mother felt something significant was about to occur. Thus, each pushed a cart and began frantically sweeping the supermarket clean of goods. In merely a short while, over a dozen shopping carts throughout the supermarket had been filled to the brim by this mother-daughter pair. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding shoppers couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, "What's wrong with these two? No idea. Perhaps they're the legendary extreme shopping enthusiasts. Holy, I've never seen anyone shop like this. I need to record this and post it online." Hearing the shoppers' murmurs, Lin Feng merely offered a cold smile, watching silently as Li Jia and her mother continued their frenzied shopping. Just then, several security guards from the supermarket appeared around Li Jia and her mother, each watching them with vigilant eyes filled with suspicion. After all, the mother-daughter duo's behavior was indeed rather peculiar. If the world wasn't coming to an end, then they were simply a pair of lunatics. No one shopped like this. Off-phone everything in the food area and the daily necessities section. We've bought it all. An hour and a half later, Li Jia walked up to Lin Feng panting heavily. Lin Feng turned to face the checkout area where dozens of carts brimmed with goods and nodded, "Good. Now go grab dozens more boxes of instant noodles." "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Jia's mother Zhao Hohat couldn't help but exclaim, "Dozens more boxes of instant noodles? Is there even room left at home?" "What's happening, Lin Feng? Didn't I just say? I'll tell you when we get home." Lin Feng replied with a dark expression. Fine. Since you insist, we'll see what explanation you have when we get home." Saying this, the irritated Zhao Hohat grabbed Li Jia's arm and went to fetch the instant noodles. "A pair of idiots. One day you'll thank me." Lin Feng gazed silently at the retreating figures of Li Jia and her mother, a thought crossing his mind. Just then, the supermarket manager arrived swiftly with several security guards heading toward Lin Feng. The manager had gleaned from their earlier conversation that Lin Feng was the mastermind behind this whole affair. "Excuse me, sir, are you certain you intend to purchase all these goods?" Lin Feng turned to face the manager. "And you are?" "I'm the manager of this supermarket." "Manager, if we're spending money here, is there really a problem with that?" Before Lin Feng could finish, one of the security guards suddenly barked, "No one shops like this. It looks more like you're here to cause trouble." Upon hearing the guard's words, Lin Feng merely cast a cold glance his way before turning to the manager. "Manager, is this your sentiment as well?" The manager, upon hearing this, sensed that perhaps this matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. Thus the manager quickly offered a placating smile. "What I meant was, since you've purchased so many items, would you like us to help deliver them to your residence?" "Yes, please," Lin Feng answered without hesitation. The manager couldn't help but feel taken aback, musing internally, could they possibly be genuine shoppers after all? Just then Li Jia approached, her voice tinged with resentment. "Off-phone 25 boxes of 5-spice beef noodles, 22 boxes of spicy noodles, 20 boxes of seafood noodles. Is this enough?" "Enough. Go pay the bill," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "What? Pay the bill?" Li Jia stared at him in utter disbelief. At this moment, Li Jia's mother Zhao Hohat hastily interjected, "Oh my, purchasing so much at once. How much will this cost?" After all, the last time Li Jia had already spent several 10,000. And this time buying so much, surely it would cost at least 80 or 90,000, if not over 100,000. Therefore, under no circumstances would she foolishly pay again like last time. But at this moment, Lin Feng's words rendered Li Jia completely speechless. "I give you my entire paycheck every month. If you won't pay the bill, should I be the one to do it?" "Fine, I'll go." Li Jia shot Lin Feng a resentful glance and walked toward the checkout counter with the utmost reluctance. After all, for a professional con artist who married specifically to defraud others of their money, bleeding repeatedly like this was nothing short of humiliation. If not for the 4-bedroom apartment in the neighborhood, Li Jia and her family of 3 would have long vanished from Lin Feng's life entirely. An hour later, the cashier finally finished scanning all the items from the dozens of shopping carts. The cashier immediately smiled warmly at Li Jia. The total is 118,642 yuan and 96 fun. Will you be paying by mobile or cash? Who carries over 100,000 in cash to go grocery shopping?" Li Jia said indignantly. "Exactly. You're stating the obvious. Xiao Jia, forget these things. Let's go home." Seizing upon this apparent loophole, Zhao Hohat opportunistically chimed in loudly. Just then, upon hearing Zhao Hohat's words, the supermarket manager immediately signaled to the security guards. In an instant, a dozen guards encircled Li Jia and Zhao Hohat completely. Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhao Hohat immediately bellowed, "What do you think you're doing? I'll have you know this is a society ruled by law. You can't behave like this." The moment Zhao Hohat spoke these words, the supermarket manager coldly snorted. "You also recognize that we live under the rule of law. If you refuse to pay this bill today, I will personally call the police station and charge you with picking quarrels and provoking trouble. Let's see how you intend to handle this situation." Upon hearing the supermarket manager's words, Li Jia and her mother were jolted with alarm. After all, with guilty consciences, they would naturally keep their distance from the police. "We really don't have that much money on us. You can't force us to buy things, can you?" Zhao Hohat said nervously. The supermarket manager gave a cold smile. Since you don't have that much money on you, you can go withdraw it. After all, there are 3 of you. Don't you think I'm right? That's right, dear. Tell me where the money is, and I'll go home to get it now, so we won't have to put up with these snobbish people looking down on us. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been watching the show all along, suddenly delivered another timely assist. Lin Feng. Li Jia trembled with rage and glared at Lin Feng through gritted teeth. Exactly. Since you don't have the money, let your husband go home and get it. They're most likely here to stir up trouble. How could they possibly pay? What do you think they're trying to accomplish? What else could it be? Business is hard these days. Isn't there another supermarket across the street? Maybe the rivals sent them to cause trouble. At this point, the surrounding spectators also began to mock and gossip. If someone spent several million on gold, a house, or a car, no one would be surprised. After all, there was no shortage of rich people. But spending over 100,000 yuan at a supermarket to buy these things was truly impossible to understand. Meanwhile, Li Jia and her mother were livid with rage, wishing they could skin Lin Feng alive right then and there. Because even now, they still couldn't figure out why they had come in perfectly fine, yet now couldn't leave. What's more, Lin Feng stood there like an outsider, watching coldly from the side, and every now and then he would add an unexpected helpful remark, infuriating them so much they nearly spat blood. Seeing that matters had reached this point, Li Jia shot Lin Feng a vicious glare and said, as if her heart were bleeding, "Fine, I'll pay. But today you must give me an explanation, Lin Feng, or I'll never let this end." As she spoke, Li Jia, trembling with anger, pulled out a bank card and stared at Lin Feng with venomous hatred. "Xiao Jia, don't." Seeing this, Xiao Hohat was about to cry out and stop her, but Li Jia had already taken out the bank card. Clearly it was too late. Finally, with a beep, the card payment went through. The onlookers only then closed their mouths in astonishment. Seeing the matter settled, Lin Feng smiled at the supermarket manager and said, "Manager, ask someone to help us deliver these things back." "No problem, I'll arrange it right away." The supermarket manager agreed readily. In the end, a whole truckload of goods was delivered into the neighborhood, with much fanfare, immediately drawing the residents over to watch. "Grandma, chocolate. I want chocolate." At that moment, a little boy in the neighborhood pulled his grandmother's hand and reached out to take some from the supermarket workers unloading the goods. Still fuming, Xiao Hohat shoved the little boy away and snapped, "If you want chocolate, have your grandma buy it. Don't touch ours." "Wah, Grandma, I want chocolate." The little boy's grandmother, Annie Zhang from the neighborhood committee, immediately became annoyed. "Xiao Hohat, my grandson just wanted a piece of chocolate from your family. Do you have to make such a fuss?" "How could I not? Our family's money wasn't blown here by the wind. If your grandson wants some, buy it yourself. Stop always freeloading off us. The house in this neighborhood clearly belongs to Lin Feng. It's you and your son who have been squatting here refusing to leave. Now how has it become your family's house?" What a joke. Upon hearing this, Li Jia's expression instantly turned extremely sour, and she immediately shouted, "Watch your mouth. What are you saying?" Auntie Zhang scooped up her grandson and refused to yield. "Am I not telling the truth? It's only because Lin Feng is honest. If it were anyone else, you would have been kicked out long ago." Standing at the side, Lin Feng, who had been watching the show coldly, sensed that the situation was getting more and more intense. If he didn't step in now, they might really end up fighting. Annie Zhang, calm down first. Doesn't Xiao Bao love chocolate? Here, uncle will give you some. As he said this, Lin Feng deliberately picked up a box of the most expensive chocolate in the supermarket and handed it to Annie Zhang's grandson, Xiao Bao. "Look at Lin Feng. How did he end up with a mother-in-law like you? Honestly." Seeing this, Annie Zhang took the chocolate, picked up her grandson, and left while grumbling curses. At that moment, Xiao Hohat watched Annie Zhang proudly holding her grandson, swaying her big hips as she walked away. Xiao Hohat was so angry, she seemed ready to explode on the spot, her whole body trembling uncontrollably as she said, "Lin Feng, I never thought you'd actually side with outsiders. I really have underestimated you, huh? We're all neighbors here. There's no need to make things so awkward. Besides, she's on the neighborhood committee. Do you think that's necessary?" Hearing Lin Feng say this, Xiao Hohat and Li Jia felt that it actually made sense. "Then tell us, why did you buy so much stuff today?" "That's right, Feng. Why have you been acting like a completely different person lately?" Li Jia and her mother both looked at Lin Feng with grave expressions. Lin Feng looked around and said, "Do you think I can talk about this out in the open?" "Why not? Let me tell you, stop playing tricks with me. If you don't give me a proper explanation today, I'm not letting you off." On hearing this, Xiao Hohat immediately burst into anger. But when Lin Feng heard this old woman say that, his face instantly darkened. "Before you say something like that, you'd better remember your place." "Lin Feng, what do you mean by that? I'm spending our own family's money. Do I need your permission?" "Lin Feng, you. The moment Lin Feng said this, Xiao Hohat was rendered speechless, her face and neck turning red as she choked on his words. Seeing this, Li Jia hurriedly tried to mediate. "Feng, you can't talk to Mom that way. She's only doing it for our own good." Smack. But before Li Jia could finish speaking, Lin Feng landed a heavy slap across her face. Then Lin Feng put on a look of deep heartache and said, "Li Jia, after all this time, I can't believe you're still such a mama's girl. When will you ever learn to stand on your own? You really disappoint me." Stunned by Lin Feng's sudden slap, Li Jia immediately covered her face and said furiously, Lin Feng, I let you off last time when you hit me in the restaurant, but now you dare to hit me again. That's right, I'm hitting exactly you. If only I had slapped some sense into you sooner. At this moment Lin Feng shot back, angrily refusing to be outdone. Lin Feng, I'll fight you. Upon hearing Lin Feng speak in such a manner, Li Jia could no longer restrain the blazing fury in her heart. She lunged toward Lin Feng with a furious roar. After all, for Li Jia today had involved giving away money and being subjected to Lin Feng's inexplicable humiliation. She had already reached the breaking point of her rage. Just then, however, Zhao Hohat suddenly grabbed Li Jia and embraced her tightly. While continuously winking at her, she said, Xiao Jia, it's mother's fault. I shouldn't have meddled in the affairs between you two. As if awakened by Zhao Hohat's reminder, the furious Li Jia instantly regained her composure. After all, they had yet to acquire this apartment in Lin Feng's residential complex, so now was not the time to burn bridges. In an instant, Li Jia's tears flowed like rain, her expression one of pitiful vulnerability as she gazed at Lin Feng. Often I've discovered that you truly no longer love me. Wah! With that she ran upstairs, her face brimming with grievance. Often, look how heartbreakingly Xiao Jia is crying. Won't you hurry upstairs to comfort her? Get lost. Lin Feng did not wait for that old hag Zhao Hohat to finish her sentence. A thunderous, get lost, burst from his lips, rendering her utterly speechless. Because at this moment, whenever Lin Feng laid eyes on Li Jia and her two family members, he was reminded of how they had cruelly devoured him in the apocalypse. So at times he simply could not contain his fury. Afterward, after the supermarket employees had carried everything upstairs, Lin Feng finally ascended. Yet the moment Lin Feng stepped to his doorstep, he was astounded by the scene before him. Having purchased so many items from the supermarket, the living room was nearly overflowing with various food products. Every bedroom, the balcony, and even the kitchen were crammed to the brim. This life is unbearable. Wah! At the sight of Lin Feng entering, Li Jia deliberately began to weep loudly once more. Yet Lin Feng merely coldly snorted, showing no intention of paying her any attention. After all, this was precisely the effect Lin Feng desired. Therefore, the more Li Jia wailed and created a scene, the more satisfied Lin Feng felt inside. Often, now shouldn't you explain why you purchased so many things? Standing amidst the pile of food in the living room, Zhao Hohat finally could not contain her confusion and voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. The crying Li Jia beside her also ceased her sobs, curious to hear what Lin Feng would say. Lin Feng deliberately adopted an expression of profound solemnity and sighed softly, saying, I recently had a dream. A dream. Li Jia on the sofa, Li Mingho in the bedroom, and Zhao Hohat standing amidst the heap of provisions, all turned to Lin Feng, in unison, speaking in perfect harmony. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. An extremely terrifying dream. Even if you had an absolutely terrifying nightmare, what possible connection could that have with buying all these supplies? Li Jia, seated on the sofa, said tearfully. Zhao Hohat also hastily chimed in. That's right, what connection could there possibly be? Besides, it was merely a dream. No, this was no ordinary dream. In the dream, many people turned into zombies. Those who barely survived either starved to death, were eaten by others, or transformed into zombies that devoured human beings. It was absolutely horrifying. The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Jia and her two family members could not help but exchange glances. They all regarded Lin Feng with peculiar expressions. Often don't scare me like that. Are you alright? Only after a long moment did Li Jia, with extreme caution and barely concealed satisfaction, venture to speak to Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted his chest and said, I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly happen to me? Could it be that you don't believe me? Believe. Li Jia said with an unnatural smile. At this moment, Li Mingho blurted out, brother-in-law, you wouldn't be going in. Mingho, stop right there. But sister, did you not hear me tell you to shut your mouth? Li Jia immediately stopped him once more. Yet Lin Feng could clearly see that at this very moment an expression of pure delight was flowing across Li Jia's face. After all, if Lin Feng truly exhibited the mental instability they had hypothesized, then Li Jia would have the right to dispose of this apartment at will. You see, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Yet you insisted on making me speak. Forget it. I wish to be alone for some quiet time. The three of you must not stay in this house tonight. Often, if you won't let us stay at home, then where are we supposed to go? Lin Feng cast an impatient glance at Li Jia. Can't you all just stay at a hotel outside for one night? Lin Feng said with evident displeasure, gazing at Li Jia. Fine then. Mother, let's go. With those words, Li Jia signaled to Zhao Hohat, and Li Mingho with a look then departed without the slightest trace of reluctance. Gazing at the trio's revolting faces, Lin Feng merely let out a cold, heavy snort. Then with a mere thought, he duplicated all the goods he had purchased from the supermarket today. Detected 25 boxes of 5-spice beef noodles. Congratulations. You have obtained 2500 boxes of 5-spice beef noodles. Detected 10 boxes of self-heating hot pots. Congratulations. You have obtained 1000 boxes of self-heating hot pots. Detected 10 boxes of sausages. Congratulations. You have obtained 1000 boxes of sausages. Detected chocolate. For a time, system notifications rang out ceaselessly to the point that Lin Feng could not help but feel his blood racing with excitement. With these supplies, the apocalypse might just feel more like paradise to me. Ha ha ha. After Lin Feng erupted into wild laughter, he simply willed all the goods from the supermarket along with everything else into his spatial dimension. Even the food he had purchased previously, Lin Feng absorbed it all into his space. He even stored the cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and the refrigerator containing stored ingredients. Everything without exception vanished into his spatial dimension. Having completed all of this, Lin Feng suddenly turned around and surveyed this house where he had resided for many years. His voice low and hoarse, he murmured, "You wanted this house, didn't you? Well then I'll give it to you." With that, Lin Feng flung open the door and stormed out, slamming it with tremendous force. The following day, "Xiaojia, do you think this will work?" "How could it not work? I'm Lin Feng's only legal wife. This matter is only appropriate for me to handle." Li Jia and her 2 family members had spent a sleepless night at the hotel deliberating on how to commit Lin Feng to a mental asylum. After all, based on Lin Feng's behavior the previous day, Li Jia and her 2 family members had unanimously concluded that Lin Feng's mental state had deteriorated to a severe degree. Otherwise, who in the world would purchase such an enormous quantity of goods simply because of a nightmare? At this moment, Li Mingho deliberated briefly and said, "I think my sister's approach is feasible. Why don't we contact a mental hospital right now and lock Lin Feng away?" "Wait a moment." Li Jia shook her head after some contemplation. "Sister, what are we waiting for? As long as we lock Lin Feng in a mental hospital, this apartment will be ours." Li Jia shot Li Mingho a meaningful glance and said, "If everything were as simple as you think, we would have moved on to the next target long ago. Why would we waste so much time on him for nothing? Then what do you suggest?" "Wait. Sis, have you actually developed feelings for that Lin Feng?" Li Mingho's tone shifted abruptly as he stared fixedly at Li Jia. Zhao Hohat hurriedly chimed in, "Xiao Jia, the men in this world are all like your father. None of them are any good. You must never. Where are your thoughts wandering? I only meant that for safety's sake we should go back first, right? After all, Lin Feng has been appearing and disappearing like a ghost these past few days. What if people from the mental hospital come and he happens not to be home?" Li Jia said with a look of irritation. Li Mingho got up, walked to the window, and pulled open the curtains in one swift motion. In a grim tone he said, "Fine, let's head home right now." How could this be? But at that very moment, Li Mingho suddenly let out a cry of surprise, which immediately sent Li Jia and Zhao Hohat rushing to the window to see what was going on. But when they reached the window and looked closely, they too were stunned. The entire sky was now filled with colorful radiance, so magnificent and beautiful that it felt as though they had stepped into a fairyland. Downstairs at the hotel, a large crowd had already gathered, ceaselessly taking photos to mark the occasion beneath the extraordinary scene. The sky is so beautiful. How could it turn out like this? Standing by the window, Li Jia could not help but marvel. "All right, let's hurry home now. Getting the house is the most important thing. Once we have money, what kind of scenery can't we see?" Zhao Hohat spoke up suddenly, which made Li Jia immediately take back her gaze and nod heavily. So the 3 of them, Li Jia, her mother, and Li Mingho, had just returned to the neighborhood and could not wait to hurry home to see whether Lin Feng was still there. If Lin Feng was still at home as they expected, they would immediately call the mental hospital and have someone come take Lin Feng away. That way this house would truly and completely belong to them. But when Li Mingho rushed ahead and flung open the door, he was instantly so stunned that his mouth fell open and he looked at everything before him in disbelief. How could this be? "What's wrong?" Li Jia hurried over, panting heavily, and asked casually. Yet the moment she spoke, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Where did all the things we bought yesterday go?" Zhao Hohat exclaimed in alarm. "Could the house have been robbed last night?" "Oh, Mom, robbed by what? Thief? These days thieves steal valuables and money. Who would steal food now? Sis, even the multi-door refrigerator at home is gone." "What?" Upon hearing Li Mingho's words, Li Jia's expression suddenly changed. She immediately walked into the kitchen, and the surprise on her face only became even more intense. It was not just that the refrigerator was missing. Even the half bottle of vinegar and half bag of salt in the kitchen had vanished without a trace. This must be Lin Feng's doing. "Xiao Jia, why would Lin Feng do this?" Zhao Hohat looked at Li Jia utterly bewildered and asked. Li Jia was so angry that she clenched her teeth. What else could it be? He's already lost his mind, so nothing he does is surprising anymore. Right. He's already a mental patient now, so what should we do? Li Jia unconsciously clenched her fists and said viciously, "I'll call him right now, ask where he is, and then notify the mental hospital to have them lock him up." With that, Li Jia pulled out her phone and called Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had been sleeping soundly in the villa, was suddenly awakened by a burst of urgent ringing. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lin Feng checked the time. It was already 10:30 in the morning, and only then did he leisurely press the answer button. "Hello, who's speaking?" "Ah, Feng, it's your wife. Have you already forgotten me so soon? Damn it, with that tone of yours you really do think I'm a mental patient, don't you? But that was fine, because this way it would be even more interesting. Lin Feng silently cursed in his heart, then yawned, and said, "May I ask what business you have? Where did all those things at home go? I thought about it carefully last night. I really shouldn't have bought so much stuff just because of a nightmare, so I gave it all away." "What? That was 1 or 200,000 yuan worth of things, and you just gave them away? Yeah, is there a problem?" Lin Feng said with a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. Li Jia suppressed the fury inside her. "And no problem. Tell me where you are right now, and I'll go find you immediately." "I'm in a luxurious villa right now." "Lin Feng, do you really think I'll believe that? Tell me quickly, where exactly are you?" "I already told you I'm in a very luxurious villa. Since you don't believe me, then what's the point of talking anymore?" With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone, at once walked slowly to the window, and abruptly pulled aside the curtain. Gazing at the colorful sky, his expression changed sharply. Is it really going to happen ahead of schedule? It seems that the days when you will neither be able to live nor die are coming soon. After a quick wash, Lin Feng casually ate some breakfast from his storage space, then drove again to the company where his custom meat grinder had been ordered. "How is it? Is it ready?" As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the company, he could not wait to find the person in charge and ask. The person in charge smiled. "Boss Lin, you've come just in time. Last night we finished adjusting and testing the meat grinder you customized. Come with me to the workshop and take a look." "Great, let's go have a look." Lin Feng responded and went to the production workshop together with the manager. With a composed expression and steady steps, Lin Feng stepped into the production workshop. His gaze instantly locked onto the gigantic custom-made meat grinder. The giant meat grinder's blades gleamed with a chilling cold light, exposed in a row spanning 3 meters in length and nearly 2 meters high. Like some monstrous beast, it gaped open, its massive mouth bristling with fangs ready to crush any intruder into paste at any moment. "Mr. Lin, according to your specifications, this meat grinder stands 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, equipped with 299 blades in total. Each blade is forged from Canon steel. I dare say this machine can grind not just meat, but even steel bars into iron slag." Upon hearing the company representative's words, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. The company representative continued, "We have also equipped this grinder with a 1200-watt motor. Thanks to our patented technology, it can be powered by standard 220V household electricity. Additionally, the meat grinder comes with both a diesel tank and a gasoline tank, providing backup power in case of emergencies, such as power outages." After listening to the company representative's explanation, Lin Feng carefully inspected the meat grinder, walking around it, before firmly patting the machine's casing and saying, "Are you certain this machine can run on 220V household electricity? You're not joking with me, are you? This is our company's exclusive patented technology. You can rest assured about this," the company representative said with conviction. "From what you're describing, this meat grinder does seem impressive. I'm just wondering how it would perform in actual use." "Mr. Lin, please be assured that this machine comes with a 5-year warranty. Any issues within 5 years can be exchanged or returned." "Is that so?" Lin Feng then opened the control panel and suddenly slammed his hand onto the start button. The meat grinder immediately emitted a low rumbling roar, and the massive grinding shaft began rotating, accelerating from a slow start. Like a fierce beast snarling, it continuously gnashed its fangs, as if relentlessly demonstrating its sovereignty. At that moment, Lin Feng casually tossed an arm-thick steel bar into the machine. The bar was instantly devoured, reduced to a pile of iron slag. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng finally nodded with satisfaction, handing over the pre-prepared bank card to the company representative and saying, "It's a pleasure doing business with you." Detected 1 large meat grinder. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 million large meat grinders. Just as the company representative was about to receive the bank card from Lin Feng, the system's voice rang in Lin Feng's mind once again. This caused the corners of Lin Feng's mouth to rise slightly. Then Lin Feng drove directly to a drone specialty store, casually purchased several models of drones, and immediately headed back to the villa area. Because at this time the sky's color was becoming increasingly multicolored, although according to his memories from the previous life, the apocalypse should arrive at least half a month later. But judging from the current situation, it was likely to arrive earlier. When the strange acid rain fell in his previous life, the sky had shown this unusual phenomenon lasting for 7 or 8 days. Therefore, Lin Feng could no longer guarantee that this apocalypse would indeed descend at the same time as the last one. Could it be that his rebirth had created a butterfly effect, causing the end times to arrive earlier? He had contacted the workers last night, but hadn't yet had time to install the wire mesh and high-voltage electricity to surround the entire villa. At that moment, Lin Feng watched the magnificent colorful clouds outside the car window and subconsciously pressed the accelerator harder, speeding towards the villa. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng turned around and took another look at the vibrant clouds outside, letting out a long sigh of relief. After all, Lin Feng, who had already experienced one apocalypse, knew well that often the more beautiful something appeared, the more dangerous it truly was. He casually opened the homeowner group chat and saw that everyone was posting photos they had taken. At this moment, Yin Tianlu from Villa No. 6 in District B shouted in the homeowner group, such a spectacular sight in the sky today. This must surely be an auspicious omen of national prosperity and peace. Everyone take a look at this photo I took pretty. Li Xin from Villa No. 17 in District C. Zhao Lucy from Villa No. 8 in District A replied, Sister Li Xin, your photo looks wonderful. Thank you. Li Xin from Villa No. 17 in District C replied. Watching the people in the homeowner group continuously sending messages and images, a cold sneer played on the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. After all, Lin Feng, who had already struggled desperately once in the apocalypse, had undergone a heaven-earth-changing transformation in his mindset. Therefore, the lives and deaths of others were merely none of his concern. He was a thorough egoist in the truest sense. Only through resolute decisiveness in killing ruthless cruelty and refined self-interest could one survive for long. And those saintly hypocrites, they'd certainly not survive past the second episode. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng answered. Hello. Is this Mr. Lin Feng? Yes. I'm the one you hired to install the electric fence, but the security guards in your residential community won't let us in. They say they need to verify something before allowing entry. Let me speak to him. 10 minutes later, 2 workers rang the doorbell at Lin Feng's villa. Lin Feng was about to open the door when he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly retrieved a black umbrella from his spatial storage before opening the door. Lin Feng couldn't determine when this acid rain would fall, so for safety's sake, it was best to carry an umbrella. When the 2 workers saw Lin Feng appearing before them with an umbrella, their expressions showed obvious surprise. But Lin Feng paid no heed and got straight to the point. Why are there only 2 of you? One of the workers, around 40 years old with a partially balding head, replied. We're here today to measure the area of your villa, Mr. Lin. We can probably begin work tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yes, Mr. Lin. The other worker quickly responded. Lin Feng asked again, how long will it take to complete? About 2 or 3 days. That's too long. I want you to finish within 2 days, enclose my entire villa with steel wire mesh, and connect the power supply. But Mr. Lin, I'll pay you 10 times the normal wage. Lin Feng didn't let the worker finish speaking before continuing. Upon hearing this, the 2 workers were clearly tempted. They exchanged glances and, as if making a firm decision, nodded heavily and said, all right, but we'll need to work through the night. Naturally, how you complete the work is up to you. I only care about results. However, if you fail to finish, I'll settle payment at the regular rate. All right, I'll call the workers over now to work through the night, aiming to complete it by this time tomorrow. Then hurry up. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Feng patted one of the workers on the shoulder, then closed the umbrella and returned to the villa. But just then his phone rang once again, causing his brows to furrow deeply. Li Jiao, why is it her again? Lin Feng looked at the caller ID on his phone, and a surge of anger rose in his heart once more. However, in order to keep that family of 3 at bay for now, Lin Feng forced himself to compose his emotions as quickly as possible and answered the call. Lin Feng, where exactly are you right now? The moment the call connected, Li Jia's almost hysterical voice immediately blared from the phone. The loudness made Lin Feng's eardrums ache, causing him to lose his temper. Li Jia, why have you turned into a shrew all of a sudden? What did you say? I said, why are you acting like a shrew? It's not like writing your mother's name on the property deed is the end of the world. Why are you so anxious about it? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, there was a brief silence on the other end. Hey Feng, are you really planning to put my mother's name on the property deed? Li Jia's tone suddenly softened. Do I even need to ask? She's your mother after all. When do you plan to? Probably within these few days. As soon as I'm back, we'll head straight to the housing authority. Really? Then when are you coming back? I just told you. I'll return in a few days. All right, Feng, you said it. I'll trust you one last time. Rest assured, just stay home and wait patiently these few days. With that, Lin Feng hastily hung up and returned to the villa. On Li Jia's side, the moment Lin Feng hung up, Zhao Hohat eagerly asked, Xiao Jia, how did it go? What did that guy Lin Feng say? What else could he say? He mentioned he'll be back in a couple of days to add your name to the property certificate. Li Jia sighed helplessly. He's completely unhinged now. How can you trust anything he says? Even if it's unreliable, what choice do we have? We can't bring ourselves to call the police and look for him, so, until he gives us his address, we're just playing things by ear. After saying this, Li Jia walked to the window, gazing at the strange phenomena in the sky outside, and couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, a ruthless expression flashing across her face. Early the next morning, over a dozen workers who had stayed up all night had already finished installing the electric fence around the villa. It truly proved that money makes things happen. Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly marvel at such speed. Mr. Lin, you're up. The somewhat bald worker from yesterday saw Lin Feng and said with an ingratiating smile. Lin Feng nodded and asked, how's the progress? Mr. Lin, we're just waiting to connect the power. Should be fully completed by this afternoon. Excellent. I'm just wondering how effective it'll be once powered on, Lin Feng said, looking up at the electric fence towering 5 or 6 meters high around them. Mr. Lin, this electric fence has 2 modes. One serves as a warning and deterrent. Once a person or animal touches it, they'll receive an electric shock, but overall it won't cause serious harm to anyone. And the other mode? Lin Feng asked. The second mode follows your exact specifications, delivering high-voltage electricity ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 volts. Whether it's a person or an animal, contact with the fence will turn them to ash instantly. Very good. I expect you to complete the task on time and to standard. Lin Feng glanced up at the increasingly ominous sky, said a few words, then returned to the villa under his umbrella. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng opened his phone again and rushed to order from the fresh food supermarket before the acid rain arrived. 10 gene of tomahawk steak and 20 gene each of top grade, A5 marbled wagyu, and M9 marbled wagyu flown in. Then Lin Feng also ordered caviar, truffles, saffron, foie gras, and other premium ingredients. After all, with such long periods of food scarcity ahead, how could he go without stockpiling these luxury items? Next, Lin Feng proceeded to download every drama series, variety show, and film from any era. In particular, adult films from a certain island nation were his primary focus. After all, Lin Feng was someone deeply passionate about learning, and certain knowledge and techniques were well worth exploring. Once all of this was done, the delivery personnel had already brought over the wagyu caviar and other ingredients. After replicating and storing these ingredients in his spatial realm, Lin Feng casually picked up his phone again and mentioned everyone in the owner's group, everyone hiring beauties. Room and board provided. Housekeeping skills are a plus. Must provide 3 unfiltered full-body selfies. Interested parties DM me. Li Xian, who let him out again? Yang Mi, why hasn't anyone kicked him out yet? Lu Tianfang from Villa 2 in Zone B. Mentioned Yang Mi. The group owner is the security chief. The security captain said he's also an owner, so there's nothing he can do. Zhao Jingyi from Villa 21 in Zone B. Oh my god, what terrible luck to run into such a pervert. Reading the residents' messages about him in the group chat, Lin Feng's lips curved upward slightly. He felt no anger at all, because Lin Feng knew that the more indignant these owners were now, the more regretful and remorseful they would be in the future. Everyone, please don't be so angry. I'm only doing this out of good intentions. Lin Feng quickly posted again in the owners group. Lu Tianfang, you actually have the nerve to call that kindness. Lin Feng replied, I'm sorry, but I'm only hiring beauties. Lu Tianfang, screw you. Owner Zhao Jingyi, Mr. Lin Feng, please get it straight. This is the wealthiest owners group in the city. Do you really think other owners would care about your paltry offering and become your servants or nannies? Li Xian, exactly. I wonder what got into you posting something like this in the owners group. Owner Yin Tianliu, bro, you've got a problem. You really need help. Ha 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 ha. Facing the group's mockery once again, Lin Feng snorted coldly, turned toward the increasingly eerie clouds outside the window, then posted again, I hope you're all right. But I suspect reality will teach you a harsh lesson sooner rather than later. The moment Lin Feng sent this message, the owners in the WeChat group fell into a brief silence. But Lu Tianfang immediately followed up with another mocking message. What a joke. Teaching me a lesson. I'm worth tens of billions and own 2 publicly traded companies. Just tell me, what on earth could you possibly teach me? Facing Lu Tianfang's arrogance, Lin Feng merely sneered and replied in the group chat, what you really want to know. Don't be absurd. Do you think I would care what a nouveau riche like you has to say? Lu Tianfang, with an even more contemptuous tone, sneered, exactly. Some little fish from nowhere dares to spread nonsense among us. This property owner, named Lin Feng, I am officially warning you now. If you continue posting such boring messages in the owners group, I will call the police immediately. Yes, call the police. With Lu Tianfang's mockery, the other property owners in the group immediately chimed in support. But just then a property owner named Zhao Dapeng from Villa 19 in District A suddenly spoke up in the group. Why has Villa 18 in District A been fitted with an electronic fence? It looks like a prison. Lu Tianfang, what? Lin Feng actually installed an electronic fence. Property owner Yin Tianliu, what on earth is he trying to do? With a perfectly good community, what will it become after his interference? Zhao Hu from Villa 1 in District C, Mr. Lin Feng, are you trying to get a taste of prison life in advance? Haha, that's hilarious. Looking at the owners mocking him, Lin Feng replied without any trace of emotion, compassion cannot save those who reject salvation, and wise words cannot persuade the doomed. You will soon pay a bloody price for your foolishness. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Lu Tianfang laughed wildly. Ha, I am so looking forward to the bloody price you mentioned. I just wonder when it will arrive. Don't worry, time will give you the answer. After sending this message, Lin Feng checked the time and realized it was already noon. So Lin Feng took out several plates of fragrant stir-fried dishes and a bowl of rice from his spatial dimension and leisurely began to eat. After the meal, Lin Feng exercised on the treadmill for half an hour. Just then his phone rang once again. Glancing at his phone while still working out, he pressed the answer button and said breathlessly, hello. Mr. Lin, this is me. The electronic fence has been installed. Could you please come out and take a look? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy and immediately stopped exercising, saying into the phone, all right, I'll be right out. As Lin Feng stepped out of the villa holding an umbrella, nearly 20 workers were already waiting in the courtyard. Mr. Lin, the electronic fence is all set. Please inspect it. Alright. Lin Feng nodded and casually replied, then followed the bald worker over to the two control boxes embedded in the villa wall. Mr. Lin, the red control box operates the normal electronic fence voltage, which only serves to deter and will not cause significant harm to humans. However, the black control box carries over 100,000 volts. If a person or animal touches the fence, they might at best be reduced to charcoal or, at worst, be completely incinerated to ashes. Since you describe it so dramatically, may I test it? Lin Feng asked with a smile, looking at the bald worker. The bald worker was stunned for a moment, then gave an awkward laugh. Mr. Lin, the ordinary mode of the electronic fence is fine, but how exactly would you test the other mode? I said I can test it, so just wait here. Lin Feng said this and returned to the villa carrying a piece of pork weighing about 20 kilograms from his spatial dimension and said to the bald worker, switch to high voltage mode and have your workers throw this meat onto the fence to test it. Alright, Mr. Lin, you two come here. At the bald worker's command, two workers nearby grabbed the pork and hurled it toward the fence with all their strength. With a loud bang under the voltage of over 100,000, the heavy piece of pork was instantly shattered into fragments by the electric shock. The surrounding air was filled with a charred smell. Not bad. Seeing such an astonishing effect, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. With this, those owners who had turned into zombies would no longer disturb his peaceful and comfortable life in the community. Boss, since you're satisfied with our work, could we settle the payment? Of course, no problem. Lin Feng generously paid the workers and said meaningfully, if you trust me, hurry back and stockpile food and water. Hearing Lin Feng say this, the workers exchanged glances, all wearing puzzled expressions. Then the bald worker stepped forward and asked Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, has something happened? If you believe me, do as I say. That's all. You may leave now, Lin Feng said with a serious expression. Seeing that Lin Feng had given them the directive to leave, the workers didn't think too much, gathered their tools, and stepped out of Lin Feng's villa. Boom. Just then a thunderous crash echoed across the sky. A bolt of lightning so powerful it seemed to split the heavens, pierced through the entire sky like a sharp sword. Bad. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately locked the fence. The workers, however, remained completely unaware. Some even curiously looked up at the ominous sky. But when a single raindrop fell onto the workers' faces, their skin instantly began to rot, and they erupted in agonizing screams. Some workers in their pain were desperately pounding on the fence, their faces twisted in torment. But would Lin Feng possibly let them in? At that moment, Lin Feng simply held his umbrella, and with a faint look of apology toward the workers separated by the fence, carefully tiptoed across the ground, avoiding the acidic rainwater, and returned to his villa. After all, for the reborn Lin Feng, his own survival was paramount. Other people's lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. Back in the villa, Lin Feng carefully shook off the acid rain from his umbrella and immediately closed the doors and windows, terrified of even a single drop touching him. It seemed the apocalypse of this life had indeed arrived earlier than expected. Fortunately, he always carried an umbrella whenever he went out, otherwise he would have met the same fate as those workers and perished on the spot. Still trembling with residual fear, Lin Feng subconsciously lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. Meanwhile, the wailing cries outside the villa rose and fell in succession. It was as if he were standing in a living hell, terrifying beyond imagination. If my memory serves correctly, this rain would persist for 10 days in my past life, followed by a brief 2-day calm period. Only then would those drenched by the rain resurrect, becoming zombies to attack the survivors. Whether this life would mirror the last remained uncertain. Lin Feng gazed out the window at the increasingly heavy acid rain, lost in thought. Suddenly his phone rang again, snapping him back to reality as he answered. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? Yes, this is him. What's wrong? That meat grinder you ordered. We're at your apartment complex entrance now. So many people have died outside. Please come save us. Hearing the panicked voice on the other end, Lin Feng could feel the sheer desperation of the caller. But Lin Feng replied, here's a tip: stay inside your car and don't get caught in the rain. You'll be fine. That meat grinder is yours. Mr. Lin, don't hang up. Mr. Lin. Before the person could finish speaking, Lin Feng hung up without hesitation. After all, he could only do so much. Asking him to save a complete stranger was simply impossible. He unlocked his phone and opened the video app, where hellish scenes filled every feed. People struggling to their death in the acid rain writhed like fish thrown into boiling oil, frantically searching for shelter. Others crawled through the rain like maggots, painfully inching forward. But just then the video suddenly displayed the words, "Video missing," in white text on a black background. It was clear that all videos on the app had been taken down. Even videos on other apps were now deleted. Looks like the government has seized control of all mobile apps now. But against the apocalypse, any effort will be futile. Lin Feng murmured softly, activated the electronic perimeter's standard mode, and collapsed onto the soft leather sofa, listening to the rain outside before drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Li Jia and her mother and brother watched the devastation outside, their faces twisted in terror. Sis, what's happening? How could it have come to this? Li Mingho trembled violently, hiding behind Zhao Hohat, as he looked at Li Jia, who stood motionless before the window. Looks like things have truly changed. Li Jia stared out the window, her face ashen. Zhao Hohat's voice quivered. Xiao Jiao, what do you mean by that? Don't you both notice? Anyone drenched by that rain suffers as though acid has been poured over them. Sis, are we really just going to stay here? I already promised some buddies I'd meet up at a bar tonight. Li Mingho, are you joking with me? At a time like this, you're still thinking about going to a bar. Xiao Jia, your brother is still young. Mom's survival itself is uncertain right now. Stop shielding him. Then what should we do? Are we really just going to wait here and die? We've only got half a barrel of water left, and Lin Feng took all the food. We need to find something to eat immediately. Sis, why don't you check over at Old Wan's place next door? Li Mingho suddenly suggested. Li Jia immediately glared at him. Li Mingho, Old Wang next door is a 50-something security guard. Are you really trying to throw your sister into the fire? Sis, we have no choice. Our family's always made money tricking men. Enough. I only trick men I find attractive. I'm not touching some old man like that. Li Jia snorted. Seeing he couldn't convince Li Jia, Li Mingho oddly turned to Zhao Hohat. Zhao Hohat immediately widened her eyes and roared. What are you looking at, you brat? Do you really want your own mother going next door? No, that's not what I meant. Li Mingho quickly shook his head. Just then Li Jia suddenly remembered something and turned to Li Mingho. Doesn't 503 have that fat woman living there? Mingho, why don't you go knock and see? Would that even work? Li Mingho exclaimed. Li Jia immediately said, why wouldn't it work? That fat woman in 503's biggest desire is to find a boyfriend. I've noticed her several times, and she actually seems to take a fancy to you. Cut it out. That fat woman looks at every man the same way. I'm not going. Li Mingho, exactly, because she treats all men that way, you'll easily get food from her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hohat perked up too and grabbed Li Mingho's arm. Mingho, just give it a try. If things don't work out, you can just come back, right? Seeing Zhao Hohat also urging him on, Li Mingho steeled himself and nodded. All right, I'll give it a shot. But let's be clear. If anything goes wrong, I'm leaving immediately. Before either Li Jia or Zhao Hohat could respond, Li Mingho opened the door and headed toward room 503. Standing outside 503, Li Mingho exhaled heavily, composed himself, and pressed the doorbell. Who is it? A husky female voice echoed from inside. Hearing her voice, Li Mingho swallowed hard and responded with a trembling voice. I'm the owner of 508 EI. Before he could finish, the door to 503 flew open with a bang, revealing an enormous figure weighing around 200 Jin, whose gender was indistinguishable. The obese woman wiped potato chip crumbs from her face, her eyes gleaming, as she looked at Li Mingho with an infatuated smile. Handsome guy, what brings you here? We've run out of food at home. Could you lend us some? We'll return it once the rain stops, or we can pay you for it. What are you talking about buying? We're neighbors. Come on, follow me and grab some. Thank you so much. Hearing this, Li Mingho's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly agreed before following the woman inside. But as the door shut behind him, Li Mingho's scream erupted instantly. Oh, what are you doing? What am I doing? You're the one who came to rape me, and you're asking what I'm doing. I'm still a virgin. As the obese woman let out a lewd chuckle, the sound of tearing clothes, and Li Mingho's terrified screams filled the room. Mama, save me! A heart-wrenching scream from Li Mingho echoed through the room. Zhao Hohat, who had been lurking at a distance, shuddered, as if she had touched a live wire. She grabbed Li Jia beside her, and pleaded in terror. Did I just hear Mingho's voice? Could something have happened to him? Mom, it sounds like Mingho is really in trouble. Well then, what are you waiting for? Go save your brother right now. As Zhao Hohat shouted, she and Li Jia frantically pounded on the fat woman's apartment door. But how could two women possibly break through the fat woman's sturdy security door? Exhausted and breathless, Li Jia and Zhao Hohat finally collapsed against the door, screaming hoarsely, "You damned fat witch, open this door now, or we're calling the police. Call the police if you dare. This kid came to my place willingly. From now on, I belong to the Li family." Hearing the fat woman's reply from inside the apartment, Zhao Hohat and Li Jia instantly turned ashen and stared at each other in horror. Because no one could have imagined that this brazen woman would be so shameless. "My son, mother is so sorry for you. You've been ruined by that wicked woman." Realizing what had transpired, Zhao Hohat let out a blood-curdling scream of anguish. The other surviving residents on the floor cautiously opened their doors to investigate. But upon seeing it was Zhao Hohat, they immediately shut their doors and pretended not to notice. This revealed just how despicable Zhao Hohat's reputation was among the neighbors. Moreover, who in the entire residential community did not know that the fat woman was a powerful and well-connected hussy? Perhaps only Zhao Hohat, this aging woman, and Li Jia, who had barely settled into the neighborhood, remained ignorant of the fat woman's true background. So when a fresh young man like this literally came to her doorstep, the fat woman would feel ashamed of herself if she let him go. It took 2 full hours before Li Mingho finally stumbled out, his clothes in tatters, clutching 3 cups of instant noodles, his face twisted in sorrow. "Husband, remember to come back to me once these noodles are finished." At that very moment, the fat woman's satisfied voice drifted from within the apartment. Only now did Zhao Hohat snap back to her senses. Like a mad dog, she let out a piercing shriek and charged inside, desperate to confront the fat woman. But just then a kitchen knife was pressed against Zhao Hohat's throat, forcing her to retreat, with terror written all over her face. The fat woman brandished the knife with her plump hand, holding it firmly against Zhao Hohat's neck, her expression vicious. "You old hag, do you even know who my father is?" Zhao Hohat's face drained of color, and she instinctively shook her head. The fat woman smirked triumphantly. "Let me tell you, my father is the district mayor. Your son brutally assaulted the mayor's daughter in broad daylight. I don't need to spell out the consequences, do I yet? You liar. It was clearly you." Li Jia, unable to endure it any longer, shouted in indignation. But with her words cut off mid-sentence, she had no idea how to continue, left only choking in helpless frustration. After all, she had never encountered a woman who could forcefully take a man and then turn the tables so shamelessly. Seeing Li Jia momentarily at a loss, the fat woman grew even more arrogant. "What? If you're not satisfied, shall I call the police station and let them judge between us?" At the mention of the police station, both Zhao Hohat and Li Jia's eyes showed unmistakable panic. After all, as professional con artists, they both had records at the police station. Li Jia and her family dared not have any further contact with law enforcement. "Consider ourselves unlucky. Let's go." Li Jia grabbed Zhao Hohat and Li Mingho and retreated home in disgrace. "Li Jia, should we just accept this?" Zhao Hohat asked through tears. Li Jia's expression turned cold and ruthless. "Do you really think we're just going to let this go? Give me a few days, and I'll figure out how to get back at her." Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's place, after waking up and taking a hot shower, Lin Feng retrieved 2 baskets of steamed buns, a bowl of beef hula soup, and 2 fried dough sticks from his spatial storage, sitting down to enjoy his meal at a leisurely pace. After all, if nothing major occurred, his life in the villa would henceforth be a slow and tranquil one. Lin Feng first snapped a photo of his breakfast and shared it with Li Jia, captioning it, "Good morning, darling. Have you eaten yet?" As soon as the breakfast photo was sent, Li Jia did not respond immediately. 5 minutes later, she finally replied, "Lin Feng, where exactly are you? Isn't it raining acid rain where you are?" "It is raining." Lin Feng replied via voice message between bites, his words slightly muffled. "But it doesn't look like acid rain at your place from the photos. If it were, how could you even buy breakfast? Lin Feng, tell me the truth. Where are you right now?" Staring at the picture Lin Feng had sent, Li Jia swallowed repeatedly, wishing she could devour the phone itself. After all, Li Mingho had only brought her 3 cups of instant noodles the day before, and she was now starving, her strength nearly spent. When Lin Feng sent another voice message, Li Jia hastily tapped it open with trembling fingers. "Didn't I already tell you? I'm living in a large villa right now. If you don't believe me, let's video call." True to his word, Lin Feng initiated a video call immediately after sending the message. The moment Li Jia saw the screen, her eyes widened in astonishment. Even through the screen, she could almost feel the opulence of the villa and the temptation of the lavish breakfast spread before her. "Husband, I can't believe you're actually living in a villa." Lin Feng smiled calmly on the other end. "What's there to marvel at? It's just a bit lonely living here alone. When are you coming to keep me company?" "Where exactly do you live, husband?" Li Jia asked in her softest, most coaxing tone. "Not far. I bought a villa in an affluent residential community. I was planning to surprise you, but look what happened. Being trapped here all day has become terribly boring." As Lin Feng spoke, he picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Li Jia watched, torn between shock, joy, and envy. "Husband, I heard properties in that area aren't cheap. Where did you get all the money?" "This is a long story, who I'll tell you when you arrive, should you make it." Lin Feng said this, then abruptly changed the subject. "How are you doing right now? Are all 3 of you doing okay over there? Honey, you took all the food from home. We have run out of supplies completely." Li Jia spoke to her phone screen with a mixture of resentment and pitifulness. However, seeing her visage on the screen, Lin Feng could not help but feel a secret sense of satisfaction. Yet Lin Feng feigned urgency. "Wife, what should we do then? Can't you go next door and borrow some?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Jia's expression visibly shifted, and he immediately noticed something amiss. "What's wrong? Wouldn't they lend it to you, wife? I'll phone. Yesterday Mingho went to that fat woman's house to borrow food. I never expected that damn fat woman to actually rape Mingho." Lin Feng nearly laughed out loud upon hearing this. Li Jia angrily retorted, "Lin Feng, you are still laughing. Who told you to go to her house borrowing food? Did I not tell you before to stay away from that fat woman? Did you say that? I do not remember." Hearing this, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. "I not only told you, you simply refused to take my word seriously. Whom do you think you can blame?" Recalling this, Lin Feng continued, "Yes, I certainly told you. What do you plan to do now? Alphonse, can you drive over and pick us up? We truly have not a scrap of food left." "Li Jia, this acid rain feels like sulfuric acid on your skin. You are not asking me to come rescue you. You are literally sending me to die, darling." Li Jia was clearly taken aback by his words, for she could distinctly sense the coldness in his tone toward her, and even a hint of mockery, which filled her with unease. "Alphonse, that is not what I meant. I just miss you so much." "Enough. Do not say things like that anymore, but affects our marital bond. Wait until the rain stops in a couple of days, then come find me. Upon hearing this, Li Jia immediately nodded in agreement, as Lin Feng had become her sole lifeline in her current predicament. No matter what Lin Feng said, she would comply without hesitation. After ending the call with Li Jia, Lin Feng casually opened the residents' group chat, where panic and anxiety among the homeowners were overwhelmingly palpable. Zhao Lucy Villa 8, Sector A. Oh my god, my personal assistant has not returned since yesterday. I cannot reach her on the phone. Is she dead already? Li Xian Villa 17, Sector C. What should I do? We have no food at home. I am so scared. Wu Wu Zhou Jessen Villa 12, Sector A. With so many people dying outside, surely your assistant will not be the exception, will she? Zhao Jingyi Villa 21, Sector B. My husband has not come back all day yesterday. I will offer 10 million to anyone who can help me search for him at the company. Zhao Hu Villa 1 is Sector C. My wife and child died outside the villa. When will this rain stop? I need to go collect their bodies. Lin Feng gazed at the myriad messages posted by homeowners in the group chat, yet remained astonishingly calm. Having survived a previous apocalypse, he had long grown desensitized to such harrowing tragedies. After all, he had spent an entire 5 years enduring the apocalypse in his past life, witnessing countless horrors and perversions of human nature. Just then, the community security captain suddenly mentioned all residents in the group chat. Everyone, esteemed homeowners, it is precisely during such dire times that we must unite as one, each person pulling together like a single rope. Therefore, I have decided that to ensure everyone survives until the rescue team arrives, we should pool all food from every household and distribute it uniformly. That way we will not abandon or give up on any homeowner facing food shortages. What do you all think? Hardly had the security captain posted this message when several homeowners eagerly chimed in support. Zhao Lucy, wonderful. I will be the first to agree. Yang Mi, count me in. Li Xian, and me as well. Li Jingyi, I agree too. Observing the responses in the group chat, Lin Feng merely sneered. He knew without a second thought that film and television stars like these would hardly have developed the habit of cooking for themselves. Their homes naturally lacked any cooking ingredients, so they enthusiastically voiced their approval. Meanwhile, homeowners who did possess food supplies remained conspicuously silent in the group. After all, no one was foolish these days, let alone these refined egoists whose net worths numbered in the billions. Seeing so many people agree, the security captain immediately posted again in the group. I understand everyone has concerns now, but the more critical the moment, the more resolute and united we must be. Therefore, I suggest some homeowners set aside their reservations. Fan Jeeping from Villa 18, Sector B sneered, who do you think you are, daring to instruct us? Believe it or not, one phone call, and I can have your company fire you. Yin Tianlu from Villa 6, Sector B, exactly. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Every single person here is worth billions, even hundreds of billions. Do you really think you have the authority to lecture us? The other homeowners with food supplies instantly shut down the security captain, leaving him unable to utter a single retort. Witnessing this, Lin Feng gave a cold smile once more, then mentioned, everyone again, all I am taking in beautiful women. Room and board provided. Housework skills are a plus. However, 3 uncensored full-body selfies are required. Interested parties may DM me. Homeowner Li Jingyi. Lin Feng, I have never encountered someone so shameless as you. Even if I were to die of thirst or starvation, I would never go to you. Zhao Lucy, I never expected you to be so depraved. Yang Mi, is this not simply looting during a disaster? Do you not feel any guilt? Li Xian, you are truly detestable, despicable, hateful. Despite these beautiful women, he coveted speaking to him with such viciousness. Lin Feng remained unfazed, let alone angered. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun. He needed to tame these unruly maras, gradually forcing these beautiful women into complete submission. Thus, Lin Feng sent a voice message to the residents group in his magnetic voice. I particularly admire your rebellious spirit. Let us wait and see how this unfolds. What? Still waiting to see? Who do you think you are? Yang Mi said with a tone of disdain. Li Xian, exactly. Are you God or something? Zhao Lucy, sisters, don't be afraid. I'm certain rescue teams will come for us soon enough. Homeowner Yin Tianliu. Lin Feng, save the pretentious act. Do you really know something no one else knows? Gazing at the message from Yin Tianliu, Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. He casually tossed his phone aside and murmured to himself, since you've already called it something hidden from the world, then what's there to ask? If I told you it would no longer be hidden, would it? If I told you it would no longer be hidden, would it? 2 days later, in the luxurious villa at No. 8 in District A, Zhao Lucy sat motionless on the bed, hugging a blanket. Her whole body trembled as she stared at the ceaseless acid rain outside the window, her face etched with terror and helplessness. Meanwhile, in the villa at No. 9 in District B, Yang Mi carefully placed the last piece of chocolate on her tongue. Suddenly, a single tear slipped down her cheek, glistening like a flawless pearl as she dissolved into silent sobs. And in the villa at No. 17 in District C, Li Xian was already starving to the point of exhaustion. She leaned weakly against the window, gazing out at the acid rain, completely consumed by despair. But just then a message notification chimed from the long silent phones. The three beauties in the three villas almost simultaneously reached for their devices. After all, their phones were now their only link to the outside world, so the slightest hint of activity on those screens prompted them to check immediately. As they unlocked their phones, they saw homeowner Li Jingyi shouting in the owner's group chat, "Does anyone have extra food? I'll pay, any amount." Yang Mi, Li Xian, and Zhao Lu Si, as if they had discovered a new continent, eagerly chimed in, "Me too. I'll pay anything." Yet every homeowner here was wealthy and influential. In the face of life and death, who cared about money anymore? Those with food couldn't be bothered to even glance at their messages. Ding. Just then a 15-second video successfully captured the attention of every homeowner in the group. Lin Feng was in the kitchen pan-frying a tomahawk steak. While speaking to the screen, "Everyone, could you tell me, is this how you're supposed to cook a steak? What else should I add?" Li Jingyi stared blankly at the steak in the video, swallowing repeatedly. She muttered, "So you're Lin Feng. You're quite handsome, aren't you? Though steak isn't cooked like that. I can help you cook it." Lin Feng, "Sure. Send me 3 selfies separately, and I'll decide whether you meet my standards." Li Jingyi, "Lin Feng, you're dreaming. Even if I starve to death, I'll never submit to you." Yang Mi, "I never expected you to be such a despicable, shameless scum." Li Xian, "Once this disaster ends, I'll make sure the media exposes you completely, so the whole world knows exactly how shameless you really are." Zhao Lu Si, "How can someone be so shameless? I'm dying of hunger right now, and you won't even sell me food for money." Lin Feng, Zhao Lu Si, "That shameless person you just described, I'm not selling to her." Zhao Lu Si, "Wah." But just then Lin Feng noticed friend requests from Yang Mi, Li Jingyi, Li Xian, and Zhao Lu Si. "Heh." Lin Feng sneered coldly. "It seems women are all creatures of contradiction." As he spoke, he casually accepted Yang Mi's friend request first. No sooner had Lin Feng approved the request than Yang Mi immediately sent 3 bare-faced photos from different angles with the caption, "Pervert. Consider this a favor this time." Lin Feng opened the images and saw that even without makeup, Yang Mi possessed refined features, fair and tender skin, a high nose bridge, and slightly upturned lips, exuding an aloof, mature elegance. But Lin Feng knew that taming such a breathtaking beauty required patience. He couldn't rush it. So he sent Yang Mi a message, "Do you have any special skills?" "What do you mean by that?" Yang Mi asked. "Such as laundry, cooking, cleaning, that sort of thing." "Hey, wake up. I'm a famous celebrity. Do you really think I would do menial labor? Yeah. Sorry, but from now on in my eyes you are nothing more than help. I'm giving you a 1-month trial period. Do you accept?" As soon as Lin Feng sent the message, there was an obvious silence on the other end. Lin Feng well understood her feelings, but in this apocalypse that was precisely the purpose of beautiful women. After all, who would willingly carry a burden along? "I'll give you 1 minute to consider. If not, forget it. There are plenty of beautiful women in this entire community. You're not irreplaceable." Lin Feng, "Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" "Divine retribution? I'm simply offering a beautiful woman like you a home. Why should I suffer retribution?" "Lin Feng, you bastard. Remember your words today. Before long you'll realize just how good I really am." "Lin Feng, don't expect me to give in even if I starve to death. I actually prefer your rebellious attitude. It makes the conquest all the more satisfying." "Ha ha. You're an absolute scoundrel." Clearly Yang Mi was a wild horse that wouldn't be tamed easily, but this was only the beginning, so Lin Feng felt no urgency. Just then Zhou Jiesin from Villa No. 12 in District A suddenly spoke up in the group chat. "Enough, I can't stand watching this anymore. I have a case of instant noodles, 12 cups total. 100,000 per cup, 1,200,000 for the whole box. Highest bidder wins, but you must come pick it up yourself. Who wants it?" "What? 100,000 for a single cup of instant noodles? Are you robbing people?" Yan Tianlu shouted in the group chat. "Zhou Jiesin, buy it or leave it. That's my price." Yang Mi, 1,200,000 for the whole box, right? I'll buy it. Li Jingyi, "Sorry, I'll offer 1,300,000. Li Xian, "I haven't eaten in 2 days. Have some mercy and stop competing with me. I'll offer 2 million. Zhao Lu Si sent a voice message sobbing. "How can you all be like this? I haven't eaten in ages too. Can't you just let me have it?" "Wah." Yang Mi, "How about this? Why don't we all buy the box together, sisters? What do you think?" Li Jingyi rejected Yang Mi's proposal and said, "I don't think it's a good idea. There are only 12 buckets of instant noodles in total, and if we split them, how many would each person get?" "I'll pay 3 million for them." "Ms. Li Jingyi, I know money isn't an issue for you. You could afford 10 million per bucket if you wanted to. But have you considered that all the residents here are equally wealthy? Therefore, I suggest we pool our resources and divide the supply equally." At this moment, Li Xian chimed in timely. "Yang Mi is right. We should divide it equally, Sister Jingyi." "All right then, but I want an extra bucket." Yang Mi agreed. Li Xian, "Okay." Zhao Lu Si, "Fine." Watching the heated debate in the owner's group chat, Lin Feng let out a dismissive snort. After all, he had endured countless iterations of human nature's games in his previous life. The motivations driving these women were crystal clear to him. They would likely feign agreement initially, then openly seize what they wanted. As Lin Feng focused his thoughts, braised pork ribs, beef stewed with potatoes, and steamed lion's head meatballs materialized on the dining table. Before eating, Lin Feng shared a photo of the food with Li Jia, as usual, captioning it, "Darling, when are you coming? You've completely ruined my appetite." He then posted the same picture to the owner's group chat with the caption, "Would eating like this every day be too rich?" Lin Feng finally put down his phone and began eating with great appetite. The women who had just been giddy with excitement over spending millions to secure their instant noodles were utterly devastated by Lin Feng's photo. Li Jingyi angrily typed in the group, "Lin Feng, you're clearly doing this on purpose. I really want to scratch you to death." Zhao Lucy, "Oh my god, am I dreaming? I can actually see beef stewed with potatoes and braised pork ribs." Yang Mi gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Feng, no matter how much food you have, I will never surrender to you." Li Xian, "Lin Feng, why hasn't my friend request been accepted yet?" Yin Tianliu, "He seemed unable to cook just moments ago, and now there's so much delicious food. I bet these photos are photoshopped." Lin Feng's phone buzzed incessantly on the table. Without checking, he knew the residents, both those with provisions and those without, had erupted into chaos in the group chat. But Lin Feng paid it no mind. Mealtime was sacred, and he had no patience to engage with the residents' drama. Meanwhile, Li Jia had read Lin Feng's message and could barely contain her urge to rush out immediately to find him. However, the acidic rain outside, caustic as sulfuric acid, formed an impenetrable barrier that coldly restrained her movements, leaving Li Jia pacing restlessly like an ant on a hot walk. "Sis, stop pacing in front of me, I'm getting dizzy." Li Mingho watched his sister's restless movements with listless exhaustion from hunger. Hearing her brother's voice, Li Jia suddenly stopped and turned to face him. "Mingho, do you think someone could still die if they went outside now? Sis, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you really want to go find Lin Feng?" Li Mingho stared at her in astonishment. Li Jia forced a bitter smile. "No, I was just asking." "Oh, well, I'm relieved to hear that then." "Mingho, what?" Feeling her sudden softness toward him, Li Mingho instinctively responded with wariness, his eyes narrowing cautiously. After all, having grown up together for so long, the siblings shared an almost telepathic bond. Li Jia could read his intentions through a single glance, gesture, or even the subtle shift of her tone in certain moments. "Mingho, we're out of food at home. Why don't you go borrow some from that fat woman's place?" "Sis, are you seriously my biological sister? Even if I starve to death today, that fat woman will never get her hands on me." Before Li Jia could finish her sentence, Li Mingho immediately adopted the pitiful demeanor of a wronged bride, pressing his legs together defensively as he wailed. Seeing his strong resistance, Li Jia held back further remarks and cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness. "I was just saying, why are you getting so worked up about it? That damn fat woman weighs several hundred gene. One sit down from her could have crushed me to death. How could I not be excited?" Li Mingho complained grievously. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door. Open the door." Lin Feng opened the door quickly. "Open the door for me." Just then a flurry of urgent pounding on the door abruptly interrupted their conversation. Li Jia and Li Mingho exchanged a glance before she called out to the door, "Who is it?" "We're looking for Lin Feng. He's not home." The person outside replied skeptically, "You're his wife, so it works just as well to deal with you. Open the door quickly. Yeah, dealing with you is fine too. Open the door right now." Hearing the shouts from outside, Li Jia felt a chill run down her spine. Meanwhile, Zhao Hohot, dizzy from hunger, stumbled out of the bedroom and growled menacingly, "Who's there?" As she spoke, Zhao Hohot hurried forward and yanked the door open. But the moment it swung wide, she froze in shock at what lay before her. More than a dozen residents blocked the doorway with menacing expressions, while the security guard next door stared fixedly at Zhao Hohot and demanded, "You bought a lot of supplies recently, didn't you?" "That's right, but we don't have anything left now." Quickly grasping the situation, Li Jia hurried to the entrance and spoke up. "What? Gone? You expect us to believe that?" Neighbor Old Wang asked coldly, staring at Li Jia. "Believe it or not, there's simply nothing left in my house," Li Jia countered without hostility. "Don't get so worked up. We're offering to pay you." Old Wang replied, his gaze fixated greedily on Li Jia's deep cleavage. Noticing the inappropriate gleam in Old Wang's eyes, Li Jia recoiled in disgust, covering herself and shouting angrily, "Even if you offer money, it won't help. I've already told you, we have nothing." "What exactly are you trying to say, Old Wang?" Li Jia's eyes clearly showed a flicker of panic, but she forced herself to remain composed as she spoke. Unexpectedly, Old Wang from next door let out a cold snort. "A few days ago, your family bought so many things. There were so many delivery riders lined up to deliver to your house. The entire neighborhood knows about it." "That's right, and last time their family went shopping at the supermarket and brought back a whole truckload of stuff. At that time I thought there was something wrong with Lin Feng's head. Otherwise, who would buy so much stuff all at once? So it turns out they knew about this disaster in advance." "What? They knew about this disaster in advance?" "That's right, otherwise who would be so abnormal hoarding so much stuff all at once?" At this moment, the homeowners blocking the door began discussing like a pot boiling over. When Li Jia and her two children saw this scene, They instantly felt that even if they had 100 mouths, they could not possibly explain themselves clear. So Li Jia immediately shouted, "I have no idea what you're talking about. If you continue like this, do you believe I will call the police right now?" Her shout made all the homeowners blocking the door freeze for a moment. But before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, old Wang from next door immediately snorted coldly. "You damned woman, there are so many dead bodies floating in the water outside the residential area with no one caring or handling them. And you're actually thinking about calling the police station. Do you think anyone will pay attention to you? You? What exactly do you want?" Li Jia asked in panic. "Of course I want to go into your house and see if there's anything to eat." As old Wang from next door said this, he pushed Li Jia aside, with one shove kicked Li Mingho to the ground, and walked in together with the other homeowners. But after searching through the house, these homeowners discovered that there wasn't even half a bag of salt, let alone food. "Damn it, how is it even cleaner here than if a dog had licked it? Where have you hidden all the food?" Old Wang from next door grabbed Li Mingho by the collar and demanded with fury in his eyes. "Big brother, our family really has no food." Li Mingho answered truthfully, trembling. "What? No food? Then how have you all been surviving these past few days?" Wah. Being asked about something so painful by old Wang from next door, Li Mingho could not control himself and burst into tears. After all, the scene of being humiliated by that fat woman had become an indelible memory for Li Mingho that could never be erased in his lifetime, like a scar branded deep into his soul. Every time he recalled it, it filled him with pain and humiliation. "Shut the hell up. If you dare cry again, I'll throw you out." Hearing old Wang from next door's menacing threat, Li Mingho immediately stopped crying and looked at Li Jia with a helpless expression. "Let go of my brother. Wang Dazhu, if you really have the guts, go find Lin Feng. What does it mean to bully us here?" When old Wang from next door heard Li Jia say this, he immediately looked at her with a strange expression. "What did you just call me? Wang Dazhu, isn't that your name?" Ha ha ha. The moment Li Jia said this, everyone present burst into wild laughter. "In all my life, this is the first time a woman has dared to call me by my nickname to my face." "What? Nickname? Isn't Wang Dazhu your name?" Just as Li Jia was feeling confused, old Wang from next door immediately grinned wickedly. "I'm giving you one last chance. Call Lin Feng right now, otherwise you already know what the consequences will be." When Li Jia heard old Wang from next door say this, her heart immediately tightened. She hastily pulled out her phone and called Lin Feng. But as Lin Feng's phone rang, he was at that moment drenched in sweat on the treadmill. He did not answer immediately, but continued his frenzied workout. It was not until the phone rang for the third time that Lin Feng finally picked up. Pretending to be excited, he said, "Sweetheart, are you missing me again?" A phone. Old Wang from next door brought a lot of people here. Think of something quickly. Hearing Li Jia's panicked voice, Lin Feng already knew that his plan had succeeded. Because before the apocalypse, Lin Feng had deliberately bought things in a grand and ostentatious manner, all to let the homeowners throughout the residential area know that his family had plenty of food. That way the future situation for Li Jia and the other two would be easily imagined. So Lin Feng immediately said in a puzzled tone, "Old Wang from next door, why is he bringing the homeowners to our house? Didn't we buy a lot of food before? They came specifically to our house to grab provisions, but all our food has been taken by you. What should we do, A Feng?" Hearing Li Jia say this, Lin Feng's mouth could not help but curl upward. Then he said in an angry tone, "Give him the phone. I want to talk to him personally." "Okay." Li Jia agreed and handed the phone to old Wang from next door, saying in a trembling voice, "A Feng wants to talk to you." Old Wang from next door snorted dismissively, roughly snatching the phone from Li Jia's hand. The moment he put the phone to his ear, Lin Feng's furious cursing immediately came through. "Wang Dazhu, you old geezer, if you dare touch Li Jia and the others, I swear I'll beat the shit out of you when I get back." After being humiliated like this, old Wang from next door's expression instantly became terrifyingly ferocious. "Lin Feng, I have to say you're really bold. Don't you fear what terrible things might happen if you provoke me? You old coot, who are you trying to scare? We're in a society ruled by law. You're already quite old. If you don't want to go back to prison, you damn well better behave yourself. Lin Feng, you really are fearless due to ignorance. In a little while I'll have your wife personally tell you how I treat them." As old Wang from next door finished speaking here, he abruptly hung up the phone, kicked Li Mingho down again with one foot, and carried Li Jia toward the bedroom. "You beast, let go of me right now. Help me. You stinking woman, your man forced me to do this, so don't blame me." At this moment, old Wang from next door's hands were like pliers. No matter how much Li Jia struggled on his shoulder, he gripped her firmly. Beside them, Zhao Hohat had been so startled by this sudden turn of events that she had lost her wits entirely. It was not until a heart-wrenching wail from Li Jia echoed from the bedroom that Zhao Hohat suddenly came to her senses like waking from a dream. Weeping, she cried out, "What sins have I committed? Shut the hell up, or I'll drag you in too." But with old Wang from next door's roar from the bedroom, Zhao Hohat was like she had been electrocuted. Her body trembled violently, and she obediently closed her mouth. And at this moment, upon witnessing his neighbor old Wang furiously hang up the phone, Lin Feng could not help but reveal a smug smile. After all, this was precisely the outcome he had been seeking. Lin Feng wanted the Li family of three to suffer torment throughout the apocalypse, enduring every hardship. Only when he had indulged his cravings might he grant them a swift death. Lin Feng then settled comfortably into his leather sofa, opened WeChat, and after a brief pause, accepted Li Xian's friend request. The moment Lin Feng approved, Li Xian eagerly messaged, "Oh, this is wonderful. You finally accepted my friend request. Do you know what you're supposed to do next?" Lin Feng asked in a rather flippant tone. MHM. Upon receiving her reply, Li Xian sent 3 barefaced selfies. In the photographs, Li Xian's delicate features carried a distinctive Jiangnan charm, cold and refined, yet tinged with sweetness, evoking the image of a captivating glance that blossoms into 1,000 enchanting smiles. However, due to the recent upheaval, Lin Feng could clearly see from the photos the disheveled state of her hair and the deep fatigue lingering in her eyes. "What skills do you have?" "I can dance, act, and if needed I can sing a few songs as well." Seeing her reply, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled upward. Li Xian's behavior was evidently far more obedient than Yang Mi's had been. "Can you please a man?" The moment Lin Feng sent this message, silence fell on the other end of WeChat. He continued, "I don't think I need to spell it out. You've already figured it out, haven't you?" "Figured what out?" Li Xian cautiously sent a voice message. "With so many people dead outside the residential compound and not a single department coming to handle them, don't you understand what this means? Alright, I'll give you 1 minute to consider. Don't come crying to me later if you miss your chance." After sending the voice message, Lin Feng placed his phone on the coffee table, lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and began puffing away. But time flew by swiftly, and before long the 1 minute had already elapsed. Seeing no reply from Li Xian within the allotted time, Lin Feng snorted coldly, picked up his phone, and blocked her completely. After all, they were only at the beginning of the apocalypse. Some people still clung to a shred of self-respect, especially those beautiful women. But once the zombies broke loose, these women would discover how ridiculous their cherished principles truly were. "Alright, I agree." At that very moment, Li Xian suddenly sent a text message, catching Lin Feng off guard. However, he promptly replied, "Sorry, your 1 minute consideration period has already expired. You've lost your chance." With that, Lin Feng permanently blocked Li Xian, denying her any opportunity to argue or plead. He knew this was the only way to thoroughly break and tame these once arrogant celebrity women. It was much like taming a hawk. One had to utterly shatter the pride and self-respect buried deep within their bones before they could be safely brought into his fold. After all, in the endless nights of the apocalypse, if Lin Feng lived here completely alone, the isolation would surely drive him mad. Humans are inherently social creatures, a fact carved into their genes, and bones as natural as fish needing water and birds needing the sky. Lin Feng could easily imagine that 20 or 30 years from now, if he remained a solitary dweller here, he would either descend into madness and lose his ability to speak, or become a raving lunatic muttering to thin air. Lin Feng then accepted Zhao Jingyi's friend request. The moment it was approved, Zhao Jingyi immediately sent a voice message in an extremely alluring tone. "You little rascal, you finally accepted my friend request." Hearing her voice, Lin Feng sneered coldly and replied, "Didn't you allocate an extra bucket of instant noodles?" "Don't mention it. Everything was fine at first, but those 3 little sluts went back on their word at the end." Hearing Zhao Jingyi's complaint, Lin Feng thought to himself, that's considered lucky. If she had encountered tougher opponents, those 3 might have conspired together and left her with not even a single bucket of noodles. As Lin Feng was deep in thought, Zhao Jingyi sent 3 selfies with the caption, "Little brother, don't let anyone else see these." It seemed a married woman was indeed different from other women. As Lin Feng pondered, he casually tapped open her photos. But the moment he opened them, even the ever-calm Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Zhao Jingyi possessed eyes capable of stealing one's soul, brimming with languid desire. Her snow-white skin was as smooth and lustrous as fine jade. Jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a silken waterfall. This Zhao Jingyi is quite unmatched by today's most popular stars. In fact, she surpasses them. It seems women of the wealthy truly are different from ordinary folk, Lin Feng remarked with genuine admiration. He then typed, "Do you have any special skills? I can do laundry and cook. What if I asked you to serve me? That would work too, but you can't go overboard." Seeing her reply, Lin Feng smirked coldly and said, "I'll think about it further." "What? You still need to consider? Can you tell me why?" "Because you're not reserved at all. You act like a streetwalker." "Lin Feng, you son of a bitch. I'll strangle you. I suggest you watch your tone. I'm merely considering the matter at this point." After sending the message, Lin Feng exited the page and accepted Zhao Lucy's friend request. "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I am Zhao Lucy." "I know you're Zhao Lucy. Have you taken your barefaced photos?" "Yes." "Then what are you waiting for?" Lin Feng said impatiently. Zhao Lucy slowly sent 3 barefaced selfies. In the photos, her hair was disheveled, her eyes red-rimmed, conveying a pitiable and deeply languid air. She no longer looked like a top-tier actress in the entertainment industry. "It seems this girl is on the verge of collapse," Lin Feng murmured softly as he viewed the photos on his phone. He then asked, do you have any skills? I don't know, but I can learn anything. Whatever you need. I beg you to take me in woo woo woo, Zhao Lucy sobbed through a voice message on WeChat. Are you certain you'll do anything? Yes, I'll do absolutely anything. Seeing Zhao Lucy's earnest desperation, Lin Feng finally spoke slowly. All right then. Put on your raincoat, grab an umbrella, wear your rain boots, and you have 10 minutes to get here. After all, this is acid rain, not sulfuric acid. As long as one takes proper waterproof precautions and keeps the rainwater from touching their skin, survival outdoors remains possible. Yet no one can guarantee that everyone will remain completely safe. A sudden gust carrying rainwater could strike one's face and cause utter disfigurement. However, the sole consolation lies in the fact that these acid rains are after all not sulfuric acid. They only harm humans and animals. Otherwise, the devastation outside would only grow more severe. Alright, I'm coming right now. At this moment, Zhao Lucy, who had received the message from Lin Feng, felt as though she had seized the sole straw to survival in the depths of despair. She donned her raincoat and boots, put on a windproof helmet, grabbed the long-handled luggage she had prepared beforehand, and snatched an umbrella by the door before hurrying toward Lin Feng's villa. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Lin Feng puffed on his cigarette while timing his watch, eagerly anticipating the first enchanting visitor to arrive at his doorstep. Mr. Lin, please open the door, I've arrived. Only 7 minutes had passed when a figure appeared at the electronic gate. A person wearing a pink windproof helmet, dressed in raincoat, rain pants, and rain boots, holding an umbrella in one hand and pulling a luggage case in the other. Seeing Zhao Lucy's peculiar attire, Lin Feng merely offered a composed smile. After all, under such circumstances, no matter what one wore, as long as their skin remained covered, nothing would seem strange to him. Remove your helmet and let me verify your identity. Sitting inside the villa, Lin Feng called out toward the exterior. Only then did Zhao Lucy slowly take off her pink helmet. After confirming her identity, Lin Feng pressed the remote control, and the electronic gate of the villa's courtyard slowly swung open. Yet the moment the gate opened, Zhao Lucy's expression visibly betrayed a sense of apprehension. Nevertheless, she ultimately steeled her resolve and pulled her luggage inside. Hello, it's finally nice to meet you in person. Just as Zhao Lucy stepped into the villa, Lin Feng, seated on the genuine leather sofa, was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy hastily set down her luggage and replied, her voice somewhat trembling. Hello, I'm new here. I hope you'll take good care of me from now on. Rest assured, I will certainly take excellent care of you. Go take a hot bath. After all, you're a big star. Why don't you pay more attention to your appearance? Alright. Prompted by Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy finally realized just how disheveled she currently looked. Guided by Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy entered the bathroom, shed her restricting garments, and immersed herself in the temperature-appropriate bathtub, like a blooming lotus exuding a captivating fragrance. At this moment, inside the living room, Lin Feng noticed Zhao Lucy's luggage. With a mere thought, a system notification resounded in his mind. Detected one suitcase containing women's clothing. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 million suitcases filled with women's clothing. Then Lin Feng opened the suitcase Zhao Lucy had brought, fished out a silk nightgown from inside, and stored the suitcase into his spatial dimension. There was no helping it. Since Lin Feng had not purchased any women's clothing, this method would have to suffice. After you're done bathing, put on this nightgown. Oh, alright. Hearing Zhao Lucy's response from the bathroom, Lin Feng returned to the living room. With a mere thought directed at the dining table, over a dozen dishes and 2 bowls of white rice had already appeared upon it. Subsequently, with the sound of the bathroom sliding door, Zhao Lucy emerged in her silk nightgown, like a lotus rising from the water. With bare feet upon the living room carpet, her gaze lingered longingly on the braised pork, steamed sea-based white-cut chicken, and other dishes laid out on the table. Do you want to eat? Lin Feng picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and asked, his words somewhat muffled as he chewed. Zhao Lucy stared at the array of dishes with a glazed look in her eyes, swallowing hard before saying, Yes, I want to. If you eat my food, then from now on you'll belong to me. Hearing Zhao Lucy's reply, Lin Feng set down his chopsticks and spoke, Since you've agreed, then go ahead and eat. The moment Lin Feng's words fell, Zhao Lucy rushed to the table, in several swift strides grabbed the utensils and stuffed food into her mouth, without any regard for decorum. Eating like that is bad for your stomach. Here, give life a peace sign. As Lin Feng spoke, he took a photograph of Zhao Lucy and shared it in the homeowner group, captioning it, This is the first time I've seen a girl eat like this, so inelegant. The moment the photo was posted, the homeowner group exploded with reactions. Zhao Jingyi wrote, Lin Feng, you actually let Zhao Lucy move into your home. Please tell me, what exactly do I lack compared to her? Li Xian wrote, Lin Feng, how could you do this? Yin Tianlu wrote, Lin Feng, I never expected you to have such an abundance of food at home. Could I buy some at a high price? Zhao Hu wrote, Lin Feng, bro, in the face of such catastrophic disasters, you can't just think about yourself, can you? At this moment, Zhou Jiesin quickly chimed in. That's right, you must learn to share, bro, Lin Feng. Looking at the sudden flood of messages in the homeowner group, along with numerous friend requests already pouring in, Lin Feng knew all too well what was coming. Lin Feng could well imagine that those homeowners who still had some surplus food would soon run out as well. Yet Lin Feng merely offered a composed smile, then forwarded the photo to Li Jia with the caption, "Baby, can you believe it? The star Zhao Lucy has actually been taken in by me." At this moment Li Jia, who had just been humiliated by old Wang next door, curled up helplessly like a frightened wild cat. But the moment she saw Lin Feng's message, tears instantaneously gushed forth. At this moment Li Jia's mindset had undergone a noticeable transformation. Because in such circumstances what mattered most in her heart was no longer omnipotent money but food and a man who could protect her. Thus it was clear that in Li Jia's eyes Lin Feng was currently her last and only reliance. However, when she opened WeChat, it was not as she had imagined. Lin Feng had not sent her any comforting words. Instead, he claimed to have taken in some blasted female star. And what she found most unacceptable was that an entire table of food had been completely devoured by that woman. "Lin Feng, your wife was just bullied by someone. Did you forget so quickly?" At this moment Li Jia glared at her phone, trembling with rage, wishing she could reach through and slap that woman hard across the face. Yet the last vestiges of reason told Li Jia that the more she found herself in such a moment, the more she must maintain restraint. Otherwise Lin Feng might truly fall for someone else. Having sorted through these thoughts, Li Jia made an effort to calm herself, picked up her phone once more, and dialed Lin Feng's number. As the phone began to ring, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. However, Lin Feng was in no hurry to answer. It wasn't until the phone rang for the 5th time that he leisurely picked it up and pressed the accept button. "I'll phone, you're finally answering. What were you doing just now?" Hearing Li Jia's anxious voice from the phone, Lin Feng calmly replied with a casual excuse, "I was taking a shower." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Lucy, who had been heartily devouring her meal, paused for a moment. However, Lin Feng immediately cast her a glance, and she promptly buried her face back into the plate of stir-fried beef, continuing to eat with relish. "I'll phone, were you the only one taking a shower just now? Who else do you think?" "Nothing, I was just asking," Li Jia hastily explained on the phone. Lin Feng, noticing the sudden shift in her attitude, naturally understood her current predicament and the change in her mindset. But Lin Feng knew this was all she deserved. Therefore, he would never show mercy to Li Jia and her family of 3. He intended to make them suffer far worse than death in the apocalypse, enduring every form of humiliation before he could finally satisfy his vendetta. "Then that's it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." "I'll phone, please don't hang up." Lin Feng feigned impatience and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you being so tedious today?" "I'll phone, our family simply has no food left. I can barely hold on anymore, woo woo woo. I bought so much food for the house before, and you still threw a huge tantrum with me. Your entire family wouldn't believe a single word. Instead, you all thought I was insane. If only you had trusted me back, then you wouldn't be in this position now. Who would have thought your dreams were actually real? I regret it to death now." Hearing Li Jia's tone of deep remorse, Lin Feng coldly snorted in his heart and slowly spoke, "All right, that's it. I'm going to rest now. I'll phone, don't hang up yet." But before Li Jia could finish her sentence, Lin Feng directly ended the call. Because Lin Feng deliberately wanted Li Jia to experience that nagging sense of loss and anxiety. Lin Feng then casually tossed his phone aside, looked up at Zhao Lucy opposite him, and said, "Full yet?" "Yes, I'm full." Zhao Lucy, still somewhat unsatisfied, put down her chopsticks and softly replied, "Since you're done eating, let's get some exercise. It will help with digestion." "Exercise? What kind of exercise?" Lin Feng, seeing Zhao Lucy looking so adorable, said in a frivolous tone, "Come here. I'll teach you." Zhao Lucy was startled, as if she suddenly realized something, and her face instantly flushed crimson. Lin Feng, what exactly do you want to do? Didn't we agree earlier? Since you ate my food, you're mine now. So I can do whatever I want." Upon saying this, Lin Feng pulled Zhao Lucy firmly into his embrace. An hour later, Lin Feng lit a cigarette with great satisfaction and said to Zhao Lucy, "Wash the bowls and plates afterward. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep now." As he spoke, Lin Feng got up yawning and returned to the bedroom. The next day, waking from his sleep, Lin Feng discovered that Zhao Lucy had thoroughly cleaned the entire living room, and the bowls, chopsticks, and plates had already been washed and put away in the cupboard. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that the girl had actually slept on the living room sofa all night. It seemed she hadn't gone to bed until very late last night. Lin Feng thought to himself and walked over, gently touching her fair face with his hand. "No." Suddenly, Zhao Lucy, who had woken up at some point, grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said in a flustered manner. Before he could respond, Lin Feng smirked cunningly. "No, what? You were too intense last night. I still haven't recovered." Zhao Lucy said, her face filled with shyness. "This time I'll be very gentle." "No." However, with another cry from Zhao Lucy, Lin Feng once again. An hour later. "How could you do this to me?" Zhao Lucy glared at Lin Feng with a look of deep grievance. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. "Who told you not to prepare breakfast for me?" "I was simply too exhausted last night and forgot," Zhao Lucy replied. But upon hearing her words, Lin Feng coldly snorted, "Since you didn't prepare breakfast for me, then you'd better prepare to bear my child." "Lin Feng, you're a complete rogue." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Zhao Lucy immediately stared at him in utter embarrassment and indignation. Ha ha. But Lin Feng paid it no mind, laughing heartily as he strode into the kitchen. Behind Zhao Lucy's back, he focused his thoughts, and several steamer baskets of soup dumplings along with soy milk and fried dough sticks appeared on a tray in the kitchen. Hurry up and wash your face. It's time to eat. He then picked up the tray with the breakfast and walked into the living room, said a few words to Zhao Lucy, and began eating on his own. At this moment, looking at the steaming soup dumplings and soy milk, Zhao Lucy was utterly astonished. This speed was simply too fast. Even if leftover food were reheated in a microwave, it wouldn't be this quick. Although Zhao Lucy harbored doubts, she knew she was now dependent on someone else's goodwill, so she naturally wouldn't ask questions she shouldn't. So after a brief wash, Zhao Lucy sat at the dining table and impatiently began eating breakfast that she might not have even glanced at in her previous life, ordinary food fit only for common folk. After all, her breakfasts before had always been prepared using premium ingredients such as fresh seafood, organic vegetables, and high-quality meats. But she had yet to realize that every bite she was eating now would in the near future become a delicacy that everyone in the world would sacrifice their lives to obtain. Watching Zhao Lucy eat so enthusiastically, Lin Feng wiped his mouth with a tissue and said with a grave expression, "Do you still think I'm a rogue?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Lucy also set aside the soup dumplings in her hand and said solemnly, "Do you really think that treating me like that last night, and just now, and then letting me buy you 2 meals will erase your reputation as a scoundrel? You can choose not to eat then." Lin Feng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. What? What do you mean by that? Someone like you, a so-called big star who can't carry a weight or lift a finger, good at nothing but devouring food. You should count yourself blessed that I've taken you in. If you truly look down on my place, you can simply pack your things and leave. I won't stop you. Lin Feng you. Hearing these words from Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy was instantly enraged, her face flushing red as she found herself at a loss for words. But Lin Feng, completely indifferent to the murderous glare Zhao Lucy was directing his way, continued, "To put it plainly, I'm simply coveting your beauty. But don't forget, there are plenty of beautiful women in this world. If one day you become unbearable, I'll kick you out without hesitation." At these words, Zhao Lucy suddenly realized something. "Are you saying there won't be any rescue team coming to save us after all?" Guess. Lin Feng was far from foolish. He wasn't about to reveal all his secrets to a woman he'd known for less than 24 hours. Lin Feng flashed a charming smirk and with a flirtatious tone handed Zhao Lucy a thick cookbook before adding, "Practice properly. From now on, the kitchen is your responsibility." Zhao Lucy instinctively accepted the cookbook and looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. To her, the man before her was far too enigmatic and unpredictable. At first, all the homeowners had mocked him for spending 2 billion yuan on a single villa. Then he installed an electronic perimeter fence resembling a prison security system. Then the terrifying acid rain descended all of a sudden. While every homeowner was desperately worrying about food, he had a beautiful woman move into his villa. All these abnormal signs seemed to suggest that this man had somehow known about the disaster long in advance. As if sensing Zhao Lucy's thoughts, Lin Feng spoke again. "So here's what you need to remember. Follow me, and you'll never go hungry. But if you betray me, or if I cast you aside, your good days are over." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Lucy shuddered and hastily nodded. The agonizing days of suffering just a few days prior had been nearly unbearable. Without Lin Feng's agreement to let her move in, she would surely have broken down completely. "I'll wash the dishes first, and then I'll clean up." An inexplicable sense of crisis washing over her, Zhao Lucy began tidying up as she spoke. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "That's the spirit. And let me remind you, one more thing. Without my command, do not leave the villa, and do not let anyone else in. If you ever break this rule, I'll kill you on the spot." With those chilling, icy words still hanging in the air, Zhao Lucy's hands trembled. The bowl and chopsticks slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor with a loud crash. "So clumsy. Clean it up immediately." Lin Feng merely muttered a single sentence and walked over to his treadmill to begin exercising. After all, he would likely be living in this villa for quite a long time. Maintaining a strong physique was absolutely essential. As for how long he'd need to stay in this villa, Lin Feng naturally hoped it would be for the rest of his life. But none knows what tomorrow may bring. So whether his wish would come true depended entirely on fate. After completing his usual hour of exercise, Lin Feng took a bottle of multi-purpose beverage from the refrigerator, twisted off the cap, and drained it in one go. A wave of refreshing sensation spread through his organs, bringing Lin Feng an extraordinary sense of relief. He then picked up his phone and discovered that Li Jia had sent him over 20 WeChat messages. But Lin Feng had no intention of responding to her right now. Letting that viper-hearted woman suffer a little longer was for Lin Feng an absolute delight. Just then, however, a message in the homeowners group chat successfully caught Lin Feng's attention. The security captain, who had been conspicuously absent, suddenly addressed all the homeowners in the group. "Everyone, this acid rain hasn't stopped. No one knows how long it'll last. Food supplies are dwindling, and even our water has been contaminated. So I've decided to form a convoy and venture outside to search for supplies. I just don't know if any of you homeowners would like to join us. As soon as the security captain finished speaking, homeowner Lu Tianfeng suddenly chimed in, how about this? Once you find supplies, I'll pay 10 times the market price to buy them. What do you say? Agreed. We'll pay 10 times the price. Thank you, security brothers. Captain, please be careful out there. With Lu Tianfeng's voice ringing out, the other homeowners quickly began echoing their support. After all, the acid rain outside was incredibly corrosive. A single splash could cause disfiguring burns, or even death on the spot. For these wealthy individuals, their precious lives were worth far more than anything else. Given that, how could they possibly be the ones volunteering? But what stunned these homeowners was the security captain's cold scoff, followed by a voice message. Let me make one thing clear. We're risking our lives to find supplies out there. Even if you offered 100 or 1,000 times the market price, do you really think we'd sell to you? What's with that attitude? Is that how you speak to the homeowners? I'll have you know I can hang up the phone and have you fired with a single call. Lu Tianfeng roared in fury. Ha ha ha. Are you some kind of joke sent by monkeys? Fired. Open your eyes and look around. What in the world do you think is going on now, eh? Upon hearing the security captain's words, the other homeowners, who had initially been ready to stand on the moral high ground and condemn him, immediately realized the situation had shifted. Sensing the tide turning, the homeowners collectively and silently shut their mouths. Noticing the silence in the group chat, the security captain continued, here's the bottom line, I'm not forcing anyone to come along. But once we return with supplies, don't come crying to us with jealous eyes. I'll go. At that moment, Yang Mi suddenly spoke up in the homeowners group chat. You going? The security captain asked in a doubtful tone within the property owners group chat. Yang Mi replied, yes, the villa has no food left, and even the tap water is undrinkable. It's better to take our chances now. Hee, what can a woman do? I'd be grateful if you didn't slow us down, so just forget it. I'm only taking able-bodied men. But I want to survive too. Why won't you take me? Yang Mi nearly lost control in the group chat, crying out. Yet the security captain completely ignored her, addressing other owners in the group chat instead. Are you all certain you won't go? Who said that? I'll go. At this moment, the owner Zhao, who was the first to call out in the group chat. I'm going too. Count me in. Me too. In no time, 6 or 7 owners had chosen to go out with the security guards to search for supplies. Good. Now quickly put on your raincoats and boots and gather at the community gate. Before nightfall, let's try to find some supplies. The security captain is right. Let's hurry and set out. Let's try to find some supplies before dark. Right? As the security captain finished speaking, all the owners who were going out to find supplies echoed in agreement, quickly donning their raincoats and boots before hurrying out of their luxurious villas toward the community gate. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward, revealing a meaningful smile. In Lin Feng's eyes, these owners who had lived lives of comfort and ease would inevitably serve as cannon fodder. Indeed, as Lin Feng had anticipated, 5 hours later, 3 Great Wall pickups, badly mangled from collisions, returned with sparking wheel hubs. Of the 15 people who had set out, only 11 remained. And those 4 who never returned were all owners. The family members waiting in the rain-soaked guard booth, upon seeing that their sons or husbands had not returned, all let out heart-wrenching wails of grief. My son, my husband, where's my husband? Why didn't he come back? The security captain cast an impatient glance at these family members and said, outside there are people fighting over supplies everywhere. Fortunately, we had enough people to snatch some supplies from others. As for the families who lost loved ones, we'll give each household 1 small bag of instant noodles as compensation. What? My son went with you and lost his life, and you only give 1 bag of instant noodles. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? I don't want instant noodles. Give me back my husband, Wu. Enough. Facing these weeping family members, the security captain suddenly roared, startling them into forcibly stopping their cries. Each one looked at him with fearful faces. For at this moment, the security captain was terrifyingly ferocious, far from the person they once knew, who had always been so polite and respectful whenever he greeted them. In the past, whenever I greeted you bastards, each and every one of you was so arrogant and cold, treating me like dirt. Me giving your families an extra bag of instant noodles is already more than generous. What more do you want? Could an entire vehicle of supplies belong to you? Faced with the security captain's roar, these owners who had lost their loved ones could only reluctantly accept reality. After all, the world had changed. If they continued to make trouble, they might not even get the share of supplies their sons or husbands had traded their lives for. Look at what you've done, angering our security captain like this. Brothers, you've all worked hard. Let me help you unload the supplies. Just then, the owner Lu Tianfeng spoke as he nimbly climbed onto the vehicle, reaching for the self-heating hot pots. But at that very moment, the security captain grabbed an arm-thick steel pipe and rained savage blows upon his head. The other owners, who hadn't gone to search for supplies but were still scheming, immediately abandoned their thoughts of helping unload. After all, the deterrent of a shattered skull was truly horrifying. You son of a bitch, I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a long time. I didn't expect you to hand yourself over on a silver platter. The security captain, speaking while pointing his bloodied steel pipe at everyone present, added, "Listen up, all of you. If men want food, they must go outside. Women can trade with your bodies. After all these supplies, we all risked our lives to get them. Why should we share them with you? My captain is right. We risked our lives to grab this stuff. Why should we share it with a bunch of useless good-for-nothings who just wait to be fed? Right? Why should we?" As the security captain's roar echoed, the other security guards who had gone on the supply run all stepped forward, wielding iron rods and glaring viciously at the group of owners. Watching this from a distance, Yang Mi was so terrified that her face turned deathly pale. She stumbled back to her villa. After all days of hunger and malnutrition had ravaged the last shred of her inner defenses, leaving them shattered and vulnerable. Is there really no one who can save me? Yang Mi collapsed weakly on the ground in despair. A crystal clear yet bitter tear slid down her gaunt cheek. Just then her phone's WeChat notification chimed. Yang Mi, still clutching a glimmer of hope, entered the property owners group chat. "Security captain, everyone, men must go outside to get food. Women can trade with your bodies. After all, the apocalypse should have its own rules." It was clear the security captain had repeated his earlier words in the group chat. Has the apocalypse really come? Yang Mi could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, finally breaking down completely. Woo-woo. At this moment, Yang Mi could no longer contain the tears in her eyes, finally, and utterly breaking down in despair. But just then the phone in Yang Mi's hand vibrated once more. Everyone recruiting, beautiful women. Room and board provided. Requirements presentable and public, skilled in the kitchen, able to endure loneliness, capable of achieving greatness. Elegant and refined outside and in bed. Some special qualities. High-quality beauties only. However, due to limited spots, only 30 beauties will be recruited. Interested parties may private message me. Please attach 3 unfiltered full-body selfies. The moment Lin Feng's message went out, the property owners group chat exploded with responses. Brother Feng, height 168 cm, measurements 34D24, 35, age 22. Brother Feng, please accept my friend request. Brother Feng, me too. I've already sent the friend request. Please accept me, okay? Brother Lin Feng, do you need men too? Actually, sometimes men do the job better. Would you consider us? Watching the property owners frantically try to curry favor with Lin Feng, Yang Mi felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. The thing she had always been guarding and protecting in her heart had now at this moment begun to waver completely. But just then, upon seeing Lin Feng's message, the security captain clenched his fists in fury and roared at his phone, "Lin Feng, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me?" Hearing the security team leader's furious voice, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved upward as he replied unhurriedly in the group chat, "What's all the fuss about? There are so many residents outside with nothing to eat. I'm merely trying to give these poor women a home. Why are you so angry? Lin Feng, is a man, you want 30 women. Aren't you afraid of dying from exhaustion? And do you even have enough food to feed all these women? Clearly you're ruining my good fortune." The security team leader raged in the group like a rabid dog. "Even if I'm ruining your good fortune, what can you possibly do about it? Put simply, I can't stand watching you force good women into prostitution. So even at the risk of dying from exhaustion, I must rescue these women from your clutches. You bastard. Wait for me. I'm going to kill you. Make sure you keep your word, otherwise I will truly despise you." As Lin Feng spoke, he placed his phone on the coffee table, lit a cigarette for himself, and switched the electronic fence from normal mode to high voltage mode. You really want 30 women to move in?" Just then, standing behind Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy pointed at the messages in the resident group and asked softly. Lin Feng paused slightly at her words, then turned to face her. "Whether it's monogamy or polygamy, these are all game rules set by the state. But now that state order has collapsed, these rules no longer exist. Naturally, whoever has ability has the right to possess more." Hearing Lin Feng's twisted reasoning, a wave of fear swept through Zhao Lucy's heart. After all, for many people in the early days of the apocalypse, it was difficult to accept such views. But with so many people, how can they possibly all fit? Zhao Lucy, looking like she was settling for less, continued persuading him. Prompted by Zhao Lucy's reminder, Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, pondered briefly, and surveyed his surroundings. This is a 600 square meter villa with 5 bedrooms on each floor, 15 bedrooms in total. 2 people per bedroom. Wouldn't that work perfectly? If that's the case, where will we live? Will we be able to sleep together then? Wah. What? You want to do it with 2 different people every day? Zhao Lucy stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. So you even know about that? It seems you understand everything. Lin Feng suddenly leaned close to Zhao Lucy's ear and teased her instantly, making her face turn crimson with embarrassment. Lin Feng, get out here. Don't you know I'll skin you alive today? Just then the security team leader had already arrived with a group of people brandishing steel pipes as they marched forward in force. That was fast. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Feng murmured to himself before giving Zhao Lucy a fierce kiss. He then walked to the villa entrance and through the electronic fence called out, "Didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Don't give me your bullshit. Today if I don't kill you, I'll have no respect for myself." Upon hearing the security team leader's words, Lin Feng scoffed dismissively, which only further enraged the security team leader. Break down this damn fence. I'm going to kill him with my own hands today. Following the security team leader's command, several security guards and 3 residents who had surrendered were about to act. Wait. But just then Lin Feng suddenly spoke up to stop them, which immediately made the security team leader gloat. What? Are you scared now? Let me tell you something, Lin Feng. If you don't want to die, get down on your knees and kowtow to me right now, then call me Grandpa 3 times. Perhaps I'll let you live. That's right. Our security team leader has always been benevolent. If you truly know your mistakes, just admit defeat now. Save yourself the trouble. Otherwise, once we all get inside, you probably won't even get a chance to beg for mercy. Ha ha. At this moment, the security team leader and his men burst into wild laughter, causing Zhao Lucy, hiding inside the villa, to become even more terrified. It's too late, too late. If these people really get in here, what should we do? Lin Feng, what time is it now? Can't you just give in to them? Just as trembling Zhao Lucy was lost in wild thoughts, Lin Feng coldly snorted and said, I just want to ask, does the boat of friendship between property management and residents really have to capsize so easily? Can't we resolve this peacefully? No. What the hell time is it anyway? Still talking about the boat of friendship. Damn it, go to hell. Brothers, smash everything. Following the security team leader's command, those subordinates dressed in raincoats fiercely swung their iron rods and steel pipes, striking the fence with all their might. Boom. But the moment their steel pipes, iron rods, and even hammers touched the fence, they instantly sparked with lightning-like effects. Some people were instantly electrocuted by the hundreds of thousands of volts until nothing remained. Some got stuck on the electric grid and immediately caught fire. Even those who only received a minor shock had their clothes instantly turned to ash. Then, when drenched by the acid rain, they let out screams of agony. At this moment, not to mention them, even Lin Feng was secretly shocked by this horrifying scene. After all, this was also the first time Lin Feng truly witnessed the devastating power of a high-voltage electric fence with hundreds of thousands of volts. Lin Feng, you're a demon, a demon. The security team leader widened his eyes in terror, screaming at Lin Feng as if driven mad. After all, witnessing something this terrifying, anyone might collapse on the spot. Actually, I'm quite easy to talk to. You insisted on making things this way. Now do you know you were wrong? Lin Feng, you're a lunatic. The security team leader in a tearful voice shouted at Lin Feng before leading his subordinates and fleeing from the scene. Lin Feng coldly snorted at the security team leader's departing figure, murmuring softly, what an idiot. In a few days, when the apocalypse truly arrives, you will all become complete sacrifices of the apocalypse. Afterward, Lin Feng returned to the villa and gave another kiss to Zhao Lucy, who was in a daze, saying, naughty little one, were you scared? You'll get used to it gradually. As Lin Feng spoke, he plopped down onto the sofa, cigarette dangling from his lips, and opened his phone. But just then Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned terrifyingly gloomy. Damn it, all the security captain actually kicked me out of the residence group. Lin Feng stared at his phone screen, both amused and exasperated, as he cursed under his breath. Without further hesitation, he went ahead and accepted all the beautiful female residents who had sent him friend requests. This looks like over 100 of them, doesn't it? Lin Feng murmured softly while looking at his phone, then proceeded to create his own group chat. He pulled all these beautiful women in and announced Li Xin from Villa 17 of District C and Zhao Jingyi from Villa 21 of District B. After careful consideration over these past 2 days, congratulations to you both for becoming the second and third residents to move in. So now please pack your belongings and come move in. However, you only have 15 minutes. After that, the offer expires. The moment Lin Feng's message went out, Li Xin and Zhao Jingyi both replied almost simultaneously, the luggage was prepared long ago. I'm on my way right now. Me too. Just then, the other women in the group went absolutely wild, flooding the chat with selfies, their voices almost imploring as they wrote, Brother Feng, what do you think of me? Brother Feng, please take me in. Brother Feng, I'm very experienced in that department. Take a look at me. At this moment, Lin Feng gazed at the flood of photos and messages in the group, unable to help but offer a wry smile. After all, there were over 180 women in the group alone, and Lin Feng's choices had truly left him spoiled for selection. So after spending a few more minutes, Lin Feng selected 2 more beautiful women and sent another message in the group. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Afterwards, Lin Feng lit a cigarette, his eyes slightly narrowed as he waited for Li Xin and the other 2 beauties to arrive. Lin Feng, we're here. 11 minutes later, with Zhao Jingyi's shout from beyond the fence, the gate slowly slid open at Lin Feng's command. Immediately, Li Xin, Zhao Jingyi, and the 2 other beauties walked in, carrying their luggage. At this moment, Zhao Lucy, who had been watching everything unfold from the side, filled her eyes with deep resentment toward Lin Feng. Before the apocalypse, Lin Feng's behavior would have made him the most blatant scoundrel imaginable. But that was only in the world before. After all, this was now the apocalypse, a world entirely incomparable to what came before. Lin Feng, we've finally met in person. Zhao Jingyi, having just stepped into the villa, gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of shyness, while Li Xin and the other 2 beauties did not even dare to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Yet Lin Feng merely smiled calmly, and said to Zhao Lucy, "Go and explain our rules to Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and said to Li Xian and Zhao Jingyi, "Please come with me." Thus Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian followed her elsewhere, where Zhao Lucy privately explained the rules that Lin Feng had established. Only then did Lin Feng turn his gaze to the other two women. One was a sophisticated beauty with delicate features that were refined without being ostentatious, her skin fair and smooth, her gaze clear, possessing a unique charm that left a lasting impression. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze upon her, the woman's body couldn't help but tremble, yet she summoned her courage and looked at Lin Feng. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Qin Bangxia. Qin Bangxia, please give us a brief introduction of yourself." "I'm 26 years old and an intern in obstetrics and gynecology. Although I'm only an OBGYN, I do know how to handle emergency treatments and treat various illnesses," Qin Bangxia said with a hint of urgency. Upon hearing her say this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. After all, having a doctor around would make the future security much more comprehensive. "And you?" Lin Feng then suddenly turned his gaze to the other beauty. This was a rather pure and innocent-looking woman. She had a fresh, wholesome appearance with pure eyes that gave off an air of unsophisticated innocence, especially those long legs of hers, longer than Lin Feng's lifespan it seemed, that added considerable appeal. "And my name is Wang Shushua. I'm 20 years old and a sophomore in college," Wang Shushua said with evident nervousness. Seeing how nervous Wang Shushua was, Lin Feng had no desire to press further. He waved his hand and said, "Very well, since you've chosen to move in with me, you must understand the rules of this place." "What rules?" "We will certainly follow them." Brother Lin Feng, we will definitely follow them." As soon as Qin Bangxia finished speaking, Wang Shushua hastily chimed in. Gazing at the hopeful expressions of these two women, Lin Feng spoke bluntly, "It's quite simple. I provide you with food and shelter, so from this day forward you become women of Lin Feng. Do you agree to this?" The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, Qin Bangxia was the first to respond. "Being with just one person is certainly better than being with a group of security guards. I have no objections to this." "I have no objections either." Wang Shushua lowered her head, her face flushed red. "Excellent. But merely agreeing to be my women is not enough. You several must also handle tasks like laundry, cooking, and cleaning. You women can discuss and divide this work among yourselves. Additionally, without my permission, you are forbidden from leaving this place or bringing outsiders in. If anyone dares to violate this, it would be a betrayal of me, and I would not hesitate to kill you." As Lin Feng's words fell, Qin Bangxia and Wang Shushua's expressions visibly betrayed their shock. But in the end, they nodded in agreement. After all, the outside world was far too dangerous, so they had no reason to leave this place. But that was only if Lin Feng could truly continue providing them with food. "Very well, since you all agree, welcome to my household." Lin Feng then turned to find Zhao Lucy, Zhao Jingyi, and Li Xian. However, when Lin Feng brought Qin Bangxia and Wang Shushua to the kitchen, the scene before him instantly ignited his fury. Zhao Jingyi had a ham stick thicker than her own arm stuffed in her mouth. Li Xian was ravenously devouring a roast chicken. They truly resembled two starving ghosts sent back from the underworld. And witnessing this scene, Qin Bangxia and Wang Shushua both fixed their gazes on the food in Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian's hands, their expressions betraying an unmistakable hunger. "Zhao Lucy, is this how you explain the rules to them?" Lin Feng glared at Zhao Lucy and roared. Zhao Lucy hastily waved her hands and explained, "Lin Feng, these two were simply too hungry. I softened for a moment, so I just let them have a little bite." "What did you just say? They've eaten this much, and you still have the nerve to say you only let them have a little bite? We had an agreement from the outset." "I can't help it. Lin Feng has already scolded me." "You two stop eating right now," Zhao Lucy said, stamping her feet in agitation. Seemingly aware that they had indeed gone a bit too far, Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian reluctantly set down the food in their hands and gave Lin Feng an awkward smile. "Sorry, Lin Feng. I truly didn't expect there to be this much food in your kitchen. We simply lost control for a moment." And we really did lose control. "Sorry about that." Li Xian licked her fingers and wore a similarly apologetic expression. Seeing them say this, Lin Feng's anger subsided by more than half. After all, having gone hungry for so long, let alone them. Frankly, even he himself would have found it hard to resist the temptation of so much food. "I don't mind you eating the food here, but the way you're going at it is hardly elegant. Why are you acting just like Zhao Lucy when she first arrived? Besides, can your stomachs even handle eating like that?" Hearing Lin Feng say this, Li Xian and Zhao Jingyi instantly became even more embarrassed. "I may have plenty of food here, but if you binge and grow fat, your figures will start to warp, and once you become repulsive, you'll leave this place all the same." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian hastily raised their hands and pledged, "Don't worry, we will absolutely never binge eat again." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction at what they said, then added, "Since you've all eaten your fill, go prepare today's lunch." "Okay, I'm great at this. I'll start cooking right now." Zhao Jingyi deftly tied on an apron, opened the refrigerator, and picked out the ingredients for the day's meal. Meanwhile, Li Xian, who seemed to have eaten herself into a daze, let out an embarrassed burp and said, "Sorry Lin Feng, cooking isn't really my strong suit." Then just give Zhao Jingyi a hand. If you don't know how, you need to learn. After all, when you were acting before, you could memorize such a long chunk of lines, couldn't you? At Li Xian's response, Lin Feng smiled faintly, then turned and put his arms around Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushua. "You two must be hungry too. Come on, I'll take you to get something to eat." As Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushua, their bodies visibly stiffened. But once they heard there was food, they instantly let down their guard and followed him out of the kitchen. Womanizer. Watching the backs of Lin Feng and the others as they left, Zhao Lucy muttered quietly with a face full of grievance, then went over to help Zhao Jingyi. Meanwhile, under Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushua's expectant gazes, Lin Feng took out from the room dozens of piping hot barbecue skewers and 2 cans of cola. There were beef skewers, lamb skewers, chicken breast, squid, and so on. Skewers. They're actually skewers. The moment Wang Shushua saw the skewers in Lin Feng's hand, she could no longer remain reserved and sprang to her feet, wild with excitement. Chen Bangxia's eyes gleamed. She gently pressed her lips together, trying hard to keep the drool from flowing, and her breathing began to turn rapid at that moment. At that same moment, the 3 women, Zhao Lucy and Li Xian among them, also walked out of the kitchen, unable to refrain from swallowing a few times. Although they were not really hungry now in such circumstances, who could see barbecue and not want to take a couple of bites? Sensing several burning gazes behind him, Lin Feng immediately turned around and looked at Zhao Lucy and the other 2. "You're not hungry now, so hurry up and cook. Can we just have 1 skewer to try?" Zhao Jingyi held up a finger at Lin Feng, looking shameless. "Fine, 1 skewer for each of you." Lin Feng helplessly took out 3 skewers and handed them over. Turning to Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushua, he said, "Be sure to eat slowly, or else you won't have any left to eat." Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushua nodded emphatically at the same time. Only then did Lin Feng pass over the skewers on the tray. After all, Lin Feng was doing this for their own good. Just then his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was Li Jia calling once more, which made the corners of his mouth curl up again. Li Jia had already called more than 100 times by now, but she was probably teetering on the brink of a breakdown. But Lin Feng hadn't had his fill of fun yet. How could he let her off so easily? So Lin Feng simply answered this video call. The moment the call connected, the disheveled Li Jia on the screen gave an ecstatic shriek, as if possessed by a ghost. It went through. "Lin Feng is finally willing to take my call." Plainly, this was exactly what Lin Feng had predicted. Li Jia was now in a half-crazed mental state. Thus, if he provoked her a few more times, she would very likely go completely insane. But Lin Feng had yet to watch her family of 3 die before his own eyes, so how could he let her become a madwoman? Besides, a madwoman can't truly feel pain, and that was not what Lin Feng wanted to see. "Honey, are you all okay over there?" Lin Feng asked with feigned concern. Hoo. "No, we're not. We haven't eaten for days. Feng, please come save us." "But it's still raining acid outside, honey." "I don't care. You have to come save me today." Li Jia suddenly roared with a furious expression. Watching Li Jia rave like that, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. "Do you really think you can make me come save you, Li Jia? If you keep talking to me in that tone, I'm going to hang up, okay?" "Don't hang up, honey, don't hang up. I know I was wrong, honey." Hoo. "How about this? The 3 of you put on raincoats and rain boots and find a way to drive over. I really can't get away here." No sooner had Lin Feng said this than Zhao Hohat, who had been standing by Li Jia's side, snatched the phone and shouted at him, "Lin Feng, you're afraid of getting drenched by acid rain. Are we not supposed to be afraid too? I don't care. Today you must come pick up the 3 of us, or else you'll never see our little Zhao again." "Oh my dear mother-in-law, I really can't get away right now." "Can't get away? What do you mean you can't get away? If you ask me, you're just a coward who's afraid to die." Hearing Zhao Hohat say that, Lin Feng simply turned the phone's camera toward Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushua, who were eating barbecue, and said, "You might not believe it, but quite a few women in this neighborhood insisted on taking refuge at my place. Even the popular stars Zhao Lucy and Li Xian are here. So tell me, can I get away?" Hearing Lin Feng say this, Zhao Hohat couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then roared, "What the hell kind of celebrity? Lin Feng, what the heck are you up to? They've eaten everything. What are we supposed to do? That's why I called you over, so you can drive them out." As Lin Feng spoke, he deliberately pointed the camera at Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushua, who were ravenously devouring grilled skewers. This instantly caused Zhao Hohat's blood pressure to soar. "Lin Feng, I think you must have lost your mind, you absolute idiot. Tell them to stop, please stop eating. The thing is, since they've already come, I can't possibly turn them away. Oh my god, this is making me so angry. Lin Feng, you wait right there. We're getting in the car right now." With that, Zhao Hohat hung up the phone and frantically searched the house for rain gear, boots, and other waterproof equipment. At this moment, Li Mingho, who looked like he had been drained dry by the neighbor's fat woman, wore a pair of panda eyes and said weakly, "Mom, is what Lin Feng said true?" "Strange. What's strange about it?" Zhao Hohat stopped what she was doing, turned around, and asked him. But Li Mingho shook his head. "I can't quite explain it. I just feel like this whole thing is a trap he's deliberately setting for us." "Don't be ridiculous. You've lived under the same roof with him for so long. His intelligence level, don't you know better than anyone? Do Do you think I wouldn't know? Hurry up and put on the raincoat. Let's get over there quickly, otherwise all that good food will be eaten by those women. As Zhao Hohot spoke, she tossed a raincoat to Li Mingho and continued rummaging through the room. Meanwhile, in a high-end villa belonging to a homeowner, the security captain along with his subordinates had just vented all their frustration on a beautiful female resident. It was as if they had channeled all the humiliation they suffered in front of Lin Feng onto that female resident. Captain, are we really just going to let this go? At this moment, a security guard quietly whispered to the captain. Upon hearing this, the captain's just calmed fury flared up again. Let it go. How could we possibly let it go? Isn't he supposed to be some big shot? Since he's keeping so many women, I don't believe he can stay inside forever without going out for food. Captain, do you mean we're going to wait for him, like the farmer waiting for the hare? The villa he bought was renovated by the previous owner to be impenetrable. Even the water and electricity are powered by a completely independent system within the villa itself. Now he's even installed high-voltage electric fences. The terrifying power you all witnessed earlier. It seems this is the only way. As the captain said this, the recollection of that horrifying scene made him involuntarily shudder once more. Meanwhile, inside Lin Feng's villa, Zhao Jingyi had cooked up more than a dozen dishes. There was braised pork, tomato and egg, sweet and sour carp, dompa pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, stir-fried potato strips, stir-fried greens, and more. At the sight of this, Zhao, Lucy, Li Xian, and the other women couldn't help but drool. Looks like your cooking skills are really impressive, Zhao Jingyi. Lin Feng came to the dining table, looked at the array of dishes, and couldn't help but praise. Zhao Jingyi immediately swelled with pride. Our family built our fortune from running a restaurant. As for cooking, I've been immersed in it since I was little, so naturally my culinary skills aren't bad. Hearing Zhao Jingyi say this, Lin Feng only smiled calmly. After all, no matter how glorious or wealthy one's achievements were before the apocalypse, in the present, it was all just like a dream. What are you all waiting for? Come try the master chef Zhao's cooking. No sooner had Lin Feng's words fallen than Li Xian, Li Bangxia, Zhao Lucy, and the others descended upon the dining table like a pack of ravenous wolves, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. In barely a moment's time, the plates were cleaner than if they had been washed. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's expression turned livid, shifting between green and white. I say, ladies, didn't you just eat already? I haven't even taken photos for my social media yet. You've already finished everything. Wang Shushua looked at Lin Feng with an apologetic expression. We were truly starving these past few days. The moment we saw food, we just couldn't control ourselves. We really were traumatized by hunger. The other women all nodded in agreement. Lin Feng, who had lived through the apocalypse once before, naturally understood this feeling they spoke of. But even so, Lin Feng said, I hope you all can get rid of this bad habit as soon as possible. Okay, we'll remember. All 5 women nodded in unison. Seeing them like this, Lin Feng could only give a helpless smile before taking out his phone and continuing to browse through the beauties in the group chat he had just created. But right at that moment, the image of a woman surfaced in Lin Feng's mind, causing his lips to curve into a hint of a wicked, enchanting smile. Lin Feng, then everyone in the group, due to limited rooms in the villa, the original plan to recruit 30 beauties has now been changed to only recruiting 10 beauties to move in. Brother Feng, do you think I still have a chance? Wah. Brother Feng, pick me please. At this moment, Yang Mi in Villa B9 was watching the group's messages, and her heart had already begun to waver. What should I do? This might be the last chance. Didn't Zhao Lucy and Li Xian both move over there? What am I still holding out for here? Am I supposed to end up giving myself to those security guards in the end? Just then, Lin Feng sent another message in the group. Lu Xiao and Zheng Momo from Villa 33, District C, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan from Villa 25, District B, Fang Yuding and Yi Jiro from Villa 22, District A. Congratulations on your joining. As soon as Lin Feng's message went out, it truly was a case of some celebrating while others grieved. At this moment, Yang Mi's eyes were filled with deep loss. What should I do? With so many beauties in the group, has this playboy Lin Feng really forgotten me? If he really forgot about me, should I remind him? What am I thinking? Clearly, with only 4 spots remaining, Yang Mi was now completely at a loss, truly unsure what to do. Just then, Lin Feng spoke again in the group. Since there are still 4 spots left, I've decided to give 1 spot to Yan from Villa 26, District B. Thank you, Brother Feng. I love you. The resident Yan excitedly shouted in the group, then grabbed her suitcase, draped herself in a raincoat, and ran toward Lin Feng's villa. At this moment, Yang Mi clutched her phone tightly, and her breathing began to grow rapid. What should I do? Has Lin Feng really not chosen me? Impossible. No matter what, I'm still a hugely popular actress right now. There's no way he could have forgotten me. No, I have to send him a message and ask. With that, Yang Mi pulled out her phone and sent Lin Feng a private message. Lin Feng, what exactly do you mean? Upon receiving Yang Mi's message, Lin Feng flashed a smug smile and replied, I was about to ask you the same thing. What do you mean by sending me that message? What? Why didn't you choose me? Didn't you say back then that you would rather starve to death than stay at my place? What are you going back on your word? So many women are fighting to go to your place. I was just curious. so I wanted to take a look and see what's so great about it. Yang Mi nervously defended herself via voice message. Lin Feng sneered coldly, then you probably won't have that chance. What do you mean by that? The spots are all filled. As soon as Lin Feng's voice message was sent, Yang Mi's delicate body gave a tremor, and a tear of despair slid down her cheek. Because she knew exactly what that meant. Lin Feng, I could actually move into your place too. At this moment, Yang Mi could no longer keep up the act. Panicking, she pressed the voice message button and said, "Didn't I already say so? The spots are all filled. You're making this very difficult for me, you know. I can really do anything, so won't you please consider me? Are you kidding me? If you can do it, can other women do it too? Ah, forget it. Let me think it over again. If you're not among the final 3 spots, then it means you didn't make it all right." Hearing Lin Feng speak to her in such an impatient tone, Yang Mi did not dare say anything more. She was afraid that if she really annoyed him, she truly would have no chance left. Time passed quickly, and Lin Feng soon revealed the 3rd spot in the owner's group. Han Wushuang of Villa 19 Zone A, congratulations on joining our big family. Thank you, Brother Feng. I'll come over right now. Han Wushuang immediately replied in the group. Sister Wushuang, be sure to protect yourself. Don't let the acid rain soak you. I know, Brother Feng. Watching the cozy lovey-dovey exchange between Lin Feng and that owner named Han Wushuang in the group, Yang Mi couldn't help clenching her delicate fists and grinding her teeth in hatred. After all, she had just submitted to Lin Feng so clearly, yet not only did he refuse to choose her, he was even making eyes at another woman. How could Yang Mi not be infuriated? At the same time, however, Yang Mi's self-confidence was slipping away more and more. After all, in such a predicament, the beauty she had once prided herself on and the celebrity halo that had once been adored by countless fans suddenly became utterly worthless. Now let's begin revealing the 2nd spot. At the same time, Lin Feng sent another voice message in the group, and in that instant Yang Mi's heart seemed to leap into her throat. She is Yelena from Villa 11 Zone A, who is fluent in Chinese. You actually went and picked a foreign girl too. Lin Feng, you really are a player, aren't you? Yang Mi watched Lin Feng reveal the result of the penultimate spot, feeling both furious and desperate. But what could she do about it? After all, the power of life and death was in Lin Feng's hands, and she was nothing but a plaything for others to choose. Before I reveal the last spot, Lin Feng, have a few words to say. Brother Lin Feng, I don't want you to say it. Choose me, okay? Yep, Brother Lin Feng, don't say it. We can't bear to face it, wah. Wah. As Lin Feng's voice message came to an end, the women in the group burst into bitter wails. I know you're all very outstanding. But just now, one of our well-known movie stars privately begged me to let her move into my villa. Do you think I could agree to such an unreasonable request? Don't agree. Well done, Brother Lin Feng. Yang Mi watched the texts and voice messages in the group and nearly spat blood in anger. Lin Feng, even now you still won't forget to humiliate me. You're something else, aren't you? Just then Lin Feng sent another voice message in the group, but after a brief moment of careful consideration, I have decided to agree to her request. The moment Lin Feng said this in the group, everyone was stunned. Yang Mi, waiting by her phone, opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Brother Feng, why would you agree to her request? Yeah, why did you agree? We're all women. Whatever she can do, we can do too. That's exactly what she said. So I'm giving her a 3-day trial period first. I want her to clearly see how inferior she is compared to all of you. And so amid the angry curses of the female owners who had not been chosen, Yang Mi stood at the villa entrance in utter disgrace, dragging her luggage along. With red and swollen eyes, she looked at Lin Feng and asked, why are you doing this? No reason. I'm only telling the truth. Welcome to being one of my many women. After saying this, Lin Feng cast a roguish smile at Yang Mi and walked into the villa first. When Yang Mi followed him into the living room, she was so shocked by the sight before her that her mouth fell open. 4 dining tables arranged side by side formed an even bigger table, and countless dishes covered every inch of it. There were 2 huge tubs of steamed white rice alone. The women Lin Feng had chosen all looked exactly like Yang Mi, ravenous and impatient, their eyes glued to the food on the table. Want to eat? Lin Feng scanned the beauties and asked. Yes, I want to. Hearing the beauties' replies, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, sure, you can eat. But for every bite of food, you must chew for at least 30 seconds. If anyone breaks my rule and gets caught, she's out. Hearing this, Yang Mi and the other 9 women nodded hungrily in agreement. 5 people at a time. Who's first? Me. I'll go first. Brother Lin Feng, include me. At that moment, all 10 women were itching to give it a try and shouted at once. After all, having gone hungry for so long, who wouldn't want to be the first to eat? Even Yang Mi eagerly raised her hand and called out, Lin Feng, pick me, pick me. But faced with Yang Mi's self-recommendation, Lin Feng chuckled. You want to be the first to eat? I won't let you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Mi showed no sign of anger, but instead continued to beg desperately. I haven't eaten for many days. Please, I beg you, Lin Feng. Beg me? How do you intend to beg me? At this moment, Yang Mi was left speechless by Lin Feng's retort, at a loss for words. Lin Feng chuckled and said, how about this? You call me husband once, and let me hear it. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's slender frame shuddered, her face flushing crimson, as she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Lin Feng sneered coldly. What? Can't you even manage that? Just then Irina, unable to bear the sight any longer, spoke in fluent Chinese. You think Brother Feng took us in for nothing? It's all about that, isn't it? Exactly. Stop dragging your feet here and wasting everyone's time. If you're truly too embarrassed, just go back. Don't take up someone else's spot. Following Brother Feng is far better than following those smelly security guards. How can she be so blind to the situation? What else? She's a big celebrity. Can't bring herself to humble down, that's why. What star? She's just an actress playing dress up. What's she pretending for here? Indeed, everyone living here has some status. As Irina's words fell, the other women immediately erupted in a chattering, driving Yang Mi's head even lower. A faint smirk played on Lin Feng's lips. He would break her. He wanted her completely surrendering beneath him. Glaring at Yang Mi with a cold sneer in his heart, he turned to the other women and said, since she refuses to call me that, you call me once and let me hear it. Husband. Ha ha. The moment Lin Feng spoke, all the women present called out in unison, sending him into booming laughter. Then Lin Feng sent Irina, Han Wushuang, Guan Qingyan, Guan Yuan, and Yi Zhiro off as the first batch. At his command, they rushed to the food, voraciously unable to contain their eagerness. However, Lin Feng's freshly established rule required them to chew for at least 30 seconds before swallowing. Meanwhile, Li Xian Zhao, Lucy Chen Bangxia, and 2 others served as proctors, observing each of the 5 women one-on-one. So despite their overwhelming urge to devour the food greedily, they struggled to control themselves. The 5 remaining women could only stare blankly, watching the others savor the feast. Yang Mi's expression turned wistful, her eyes glazed and unfocused, as she gazed longingly at the spread of food covering the table. After all the items on display, roast chicken, steak, drumsticks, burgers, fried chicken skewers, hot dogs, pigs, trotters, braised pork, cola juice, were irresistibly tempting. It wasn't until 35 minutes later that Lin Feng finally ordered Irina and the others to stop eating. Then at last the final 5 were allowed to begin their meal. The moment Lin Feng gave his signal, Yang Mi and the other 4 were about to dive headlong at the food on the table. Hold on a moment. But suddenly, at the sound of Lin Feng's voice again, they came to an abrupt halt, like screeching brakes. Yang Mi, are you certain you won't call me husband? I. The moment Yang Mi heard Lin Feng bring it up again from behind her, something lodged in her throat. At that, the beautiful Yan urged impatiently, say, Yang Mi, what's with this hypocrisy? Zing Momo, if you don't want to stay here, just leave. Stop holding the rest of us back, will you? Lu Xiaoxiao, exactly. What terrible luck being paired with you. Confronted with their mounting frustration and impatience, Yang Mi finally summoned the courage to whisper, husband. Seeing Yang Mi fully submit, at last Lin Feng laughed with satisfaction and said, begin. The instant Lin Feng gave the word, Yang Mi, Yan, and the other 4 dashed toward the food, ravenously shoveling it into their mouths in large bites. Don't forget the rules I set. But at Lin Feng's reminder, they immediately forced themselves to chew slowly and carefully, as if terrified of being eliminated. Just then a vibration from his phone caused Lin Feng to frown. Glancing at it, he saw it was Li Jia calling. Took you long enough. This road must be quite treacherous. With a wicked smirk, Lin Feng casually pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Hello. Hello. Phone, we've reached the residential community you mentioned. Can you come pick us up? The acid rain is still falling outside, darling. Why don't you just drive in? Lin Feng responded slowly after hearing Li Jia's words. But the gate at the community entrance is closed. Oh, we can't get in. At a time like this, just drive straight through. What's the issue? But Feng, is this really okay? Everyone in the entire community is dead already. Why overthink it? Just ram through. Whatever happens, I've got your back. Then, alright. After ending the call with Lin Feng, Li Jia turned to Zhao Hohat and Li Mingho and said, you heard what Lin Feng said. What do you think? Zhao Hohat gazed at the countless corpses scattered outside, all submerged in rainwater, and steeled herself before declaring, I think that boy Lin Feng makes a point. Look at this road we came down, bodies everywhere. Living souls are fewer than I can count on both hands. Mingho, drive the car straight through the gate barrier, and we'll make our way through. Upon hearing Zhao Hohat's words, Li Mingho nodded firmly, and aiming at the entrance barrier, slammed on the accelerator and crashed forward. The impact itself wasn't significant, but the collision noise successfully drew the attention of the security captain and his team. Captain, someone seems to be ramming the community entrance barrier. Damn it, who's so reckless to challenge us here? Let's go see what's going on. At the security captain's command, 6 or 7 guards clad in raincoats and rubber boots followed him toward the community entrance. What are you doing here? The security captain's authoritative shout made Li Mingho, who had been considering another collision, flinch in fright. Mom, says someone. There's actually someone here. What should we do now? Zhao Hohat merely paused briefly before responding casually. Don't be afraid, Mingho. If we can explain things clearly to them, I don't think these people will make things difficult for us. Exactly. We just tell them we're here to find Lin Feng. It shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Li Jia also glanced toward the approaching group and forced herself to speak calmly, her voice steady despite the circumstances. Hey, What are you doing here? Just as Li Jia and her 2 children were talking in the car, the security captain had already led his men over, looking vicious and carrying iron rods. Li Mingho hurriedly rolled down a crack in the window and said to the security captain and his men, "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. We're looking for someone." "Who are you looking for?" the security captain asked Li Mingho suspiciously. Li Mingho quickly replied with a fawning smile, "My brother-in-law. Even if you're looking for your brother-in-law, you can't just ram through the gate barrier at the entrance." The security captain stared suspiciously at the car, which was worth only a few tens of thousands of yuan. After all, before the apocalypse, the owners in this compound had all been either wealthy or influential. He really couldn't think of any owner who would have such a shabby brother-in-law. "Brother, we thought everyone here was dead, so we thought we'd ram the barrier open with the car. If we'd known you were here, we wouldn't have dared, even if we had twice the nerve." At that moment, Li Mingho hurriedly explained again to the security captain. Unexpectedly, the security captain sneered at Li Mingho's words. "Stop spouting that crap in front of me. Do you know that before the apocalypse, the owners here were worth billions, sometimes tens of billions? How could there be a poor relative like you here? If you ask me, you'd better go do whatever it was you were doing." "Brother, my brother-in-law really does live here. Get the hell out of here. If you make me lose my temper, I swear I'll make you soak in acid rain." The security captain let out a furious roar, instantly stifling whatever Li Mingho was about to say. But just then Li Jia rolled down her window and said to the security captain, "Brother, we really aren't lying to you. My husband is Lin Feng. He just bought a villa here." The moment Li Jia said that, the security captain and his men all stared at her in shock. "Why you? What did you just say? I don't think I heard that clearly. Please say it again." Seeing the expression on the security captain's face, Li Jia and her 2 children couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed this man really did know Lin Feng. That was wonderful. So thinking this, Li Jia said again, "My husband's name is Lin Feng. He really did just buy a villa here. The Lin Feng you mentioned. Is he the one who spent 2 billion? What? He spent 2 billion? Li Jia and her 2 children were so stunned that their mouths fell open. To Li Jia and the others, 2 billion was simply an astronomical figure far out of their reach. But then again, did Lin Feng really have that much money? After all, Li Jia and the other 2 had long since known exactly what Lin Feng was truly like. How could he possibly have 2 billion to buy a villa? So just to be safe, Li Jia opened the photo album on her phone, found a picture of Lin Feng, and handed it to the security captain. "Brother, take a look. Is it him?" "Huh. That's right, it's him. Come on, sis, I'll take you to him." The security captain burst into loud laughter after seeing the photo. Meanwhile, Li Jia and her 2 children, still kept in the dark, let out a long sigh of relief. But how could Li Jia and the others have known that this was a trap Lin Feng had deliberately set for them, a scheme to lure the lambs into the tiger's mouth? Inside the villa, Lin Feng looked at Yang Mi's group, which had also completed its task according to his rules, and said, "Everyone's full." The 10 of them, including Yang Mi, answered in unison with satisfied looks, "Full. Very good. From now on, this is how we eat. This is the first rule I'm telling you. Don't be like these 5 starving ghosts." As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed at Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and the others. That immediately made Li Xian and the others give an embarrassed, awkward laugh. After all, being called out by Lin Feng as negative examples to their faces did make them lose a bit of face. Next, let the 5 of them, Zhao, Lucy, and the others, explain the rules here, the future division of labor, and each of your rooms. With that, the 5 of them, Zhao, Lucy, Li Xian, and the others, began their routine. Meanwhile, Lin Feng hurriedly stepped aside and pulled out his phone from his pocket, which had been vibrating for quite a while. The moment Lin Feng answered the call, he heard the security captain cackling wildly. "Lin Feng, you never expected me to call you with your wife's phone, did you?" When Lin Feng heard that, he couldn't help cursing to himself, "You idiot." Then in a shocked voice he roared, "You bastard, what exactly are you trying to do? You lunatic. You killed so many of my brothers in one go. What do you think I want to do?" The security captain said in a cold, sinister tone. "I'm warning you. If you dare touch so much as a single hair on my wife, I'll make you wish you were dead. Damn it. Your wife is already in my hands, and you still dare to act so high and mighty." Hearing how frantic and furious the security captain sounded, Lin Feng decided to add more fuel to the fire. "You great fool, I advise you to release my wife and her family obediently, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise your end will be even more miserable than your brother's." "Lin Feng, do you think I'm really afraid of you? You're just a coward hiding in your shell. If you could really walk out of that villa, you'd be nothing but trash. Then what do you want exactly? Didn't you just say, I wouldn't dare touch a single hair on your wife?" "Lin Feng, I'm telling you, I'm not only going to touch your wife. I'm going to pluck out every one of her hairs one by one." "Huh?" The security captain burst into wild laughter. Then through the phone, Lin Feng heard Li Jia and the other 2 shriek with heart-wrenching screams. "Damn, plucking all 3 at once. That guy really is a pervert. Phone, come save me. Please stop pulling. It hurts. Wah. Ow." Hearing the agonizing screams of Li Jia and her 2 children through the phone, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "So Lin Feng, did you hear the screams of your wife's family?" The security captain's voice came through the phone again, thick with sinister laughter. Lin Feng immediately steadied his emotions and feigning submission said a grudge shouldn't reach one's family. What exactly do you want? What do I want? Tomorrow in front of me you'll kowtow 100 times, then call me grandpa 3 times. After that you'll move out of your villa. Maybe then I'll let them go. Damn, you're way too greedy. You even want me to hand over my villa. What the hell are you thinking? The security captain who had been gloating triumphantly was caught off guard by the tone Lin Feng used with him. He was completely baffled. Lin Feng, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you don't want your wife anymore? Let me think about it, said Lin Feng, but before she could finish he hung up the phone, leaving the security captain even more bewildered. Captain, that woman even lost bladder control from the fright. Are we still going ahead? At that moment a subordinate approached the security captain and asked, Of course we're continuing. Hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? Go. Why yes, Captain, I'll go right away. Upon hearing the security captain's roar the subordinate hastily retreated. Left alone, the security captain stared at his phone in confusion, utterly puzzled. Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's place, after Zhao Lu's and the other 4 explained the rules to Yang Mi and the rest assigned everyone their duties and settled them into their rooms, Lin Feng noticed that all the women were looking at him with something unusual in their eyes. Lin Feng, who are you planning to keep company tonight? It was Zhao Lu who voiced the matter. After all, the entire villa had only 15 bedrooms, yet there were 16 people, including him, meaning one woman would inevitably have to share a room with him. Does that even need asking? Obviously her. Lin Feng pointed toward Yang Mi, who was hiding behind the others. I can't tonight. It's not convenient for me. Yang Mi frantically waved her hands refusing. But Lin Feng merely smiled coldly. We're just sleeping. What's inconvenient about that? Really just sleeping? Absolutely. I never force anyone. Lin Feng spoke with an earnest expression. That night, after washing up, Yang Mi resembled a frightened kitten wrapped tightly in the blanket lying on the soft bed. Why so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. Seeing Yang Mi like this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile as he stepped onto the bed. Wait a moment. Yang Mi suddenly said nervously. Lin Feng stopped immediately. What? Did you take a bath? Yes. Did you brush your teeth then? Of course I did. Why are you asking so many questions? As Lin Feng spoke, he prepared to climb into bed again. Yang Mi suddenly called out again. You said it. Just sleeping. Right, just sleeping. We've both had a tiring day. Where would I get the energy for anything else? With that, Lin Feng forcibly pulled back the covers Yang Mi was wrapped in and quickly slipped inside. The next morning, Yang Mi recalled the events of the night before and glared shamefully at Lin Feng, who was still asleep. With a resentful look she muttered, Lin Feng, you're such a scoundrel. Ha ha ha, this is nothing. This is merely the beginning. Lin Feng, you. Yang Mi was so furious she could barely form words. Not until noon did Lin Feng finally rise dressed, cast a glance at the exhausted Yang Mi, and then leave the bedroom. Oh my, everyone come take a look. Who's finally up? The moment Lin Feng entered the living room, Zhao Jingyi teased in a jesting tone. Hee, I bet Yang Mi was thoroughly worn out. True. It's nearly 12 o'clock, and she still hasn't gotten up. Ha ha. At the women's teasing remarks, Lin Feng nearly chuckled wickedly and said, Don't worry. None of you will escape either. The moment those words left his lips, the women were instantly silenced. Each of them seemed to be casting stealthy, expectant glances his way. After all, Lin Feng stood at a tall 1.8 meters with a burly, muscular frame, a face that rivaled Peng Yuyan's in good looks and abundant stamina that never seemed to run dry. Add to that his mischievous streak, and no woman could resist such temptation. Seeing they had fallen quiet, Lin Feng smiled faintly and changed the subject. Is lunch ready? Snap back to reality, Zhao Jingyi quickly replied. About half an hour, and it'll be done. All right. Lin Feng nodded and headed to the gym to work out. After all, in this apocalyptic world, a strong physique was an absolute advantage. Besides, with so many beautiful women around, what would he do if his body failed him when the time came? But just then Yijiro came running over in a hurry. Yijiro carried an elegant and gentle temperament, exuding a sense of serene grace. Her skin was as fair as snow, almost glowing with a soft radiance. Her eyebrows were slender and curved like a new moon beneath, which rested a pair of clear, bright eyes. But now she looked quite flustered, her chest heaving violently as she panted, Brother Feng, something's wrong. Hearing this, Lin Feng stopped his workout, wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, and asked what's wrong. Those security guards are holding umbrellas and seem to be escorting 3 bald people over this way. 3 bald people. Could they really be Li Jia, her mother, and her brother? Come on, let's go out and take a look. Thinking to himself, Lin Feng walked out of the gym and arrived at the villa entrance. When Lin Feng reached the villa entrance and looked out, it was exactly as he had expected. The 3 people brought over by the security captain were none other than Li Jia, Li Mingho, and Zhao Hohat. However, the hair of all 3 had been forcibly ripped out. Some of their scalps were even broken, leaving a bloody and mangled mess. Lin Feng, didn't you say yesterday that you'd think it over? I've brought your wife and her family of 3 here. Now you'd better tell me the result of your consideration. Hearing the security captain's arrogant bluster outside the villa, Lin Feng merely sneered coldly. But when Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and the other women heard that the woman outside whose hair had been torn out was Lin Feng's wife, they all gaped in astonishment. After all, they had never imagined that the woman outside the villa who had been plucked completely bald would actually be Lin Feng's wife. "Afeng, come save us. Brother-in-law, help." Wah! At that moment, as soon as Li Jia and the other two saw Lin Feng, they burst into wailing, blood-curdling shrieks. But Lin Feng remained perfectly calm. Holding up his umbrella, he walked to the electrified fence with only its mesh separating them, and looked at Li Jia reproachfully. "Didn't I already tell you? I told you to drive in by yourselves. How could you let them catch you?" "Afeng, we didn't want this either, woo. Li Jia said miserably through tears. "Sigh, fine. Then I'll talk to him and see what it takes for him to let you go." Lin Feng pretended to look helpless and let out a heavy sigh. In reality, Lin Feng was already overjoyed. Then he turned his gaze to the security captain and said, "It's been so long, but I only know you're the security captain. I still don't know your name." "Ma Biao." The security captain snorted coldly and replied frostily. "Ah Biao, you've been too gentle with them." "You? What did you just say?" Hearing this, Ma Biao looked at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. After all, this was the first time he had ever heard someone complain that another person had beaten his own wife too lightly. One could only imagine how discordant their married life must have been. Li Jia and the other two, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, were so shocked that they collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning. "Afeng, what do you mean by that?" Li Jia looked at Lin Feng in panic. "Exactly what I said. Are you deaf? Why are you doing this? Why? Why what? Don't you three deserve to die?" Lin Feng suddenly said coldly. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Li Jia finally seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened in terror as she trembled. "So you already knew?" "That's right. And yet you three still had the nerve to come looking for me. Aren't you just asking to die?" "Afeng, it's all a misunderstanding. I truly love you." "Wah!" Just then Ma Biao shouted impatiently, "Enough. You two can settle your marital matters later. Right now I only want to know, are you going to save your wife or not? What if I save her, and what if I don't? If you save her, hand over your villa to me, and I'll spare your wife's family, and give you a way to live. And if I refuse?" Lin Feng asked with a faint smile. "Then I'll personally chop off the limbs of your wife, and the other two right in front of you. I'll make you live in regret forever." The moment Ma Biao finished speaking, Li Jia and the other two screamed in terror. Brother-in-law, please save us." "Lin Feng, we were the ones in the wrong. As long as you're willing to save us, we'll repay you by serving you like oxen and horses." "Afeng, you will save us, right? Say something. Say it." Watching Li Jia and the other two beg, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming satisfaction. In his view, this method was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, more satisfying than killing them with his own hands. "In my previous life, when you three beasts dragged me into the kitchen and dismembered me, did you ever imagine that a day like this would come? It seems this truly proves the old saying, whatever cause you planted in your previous life, that is the fruit you reap in this one. This is truly karmic retribution." "Huh." At that thought, Lin Feng burst into wild laughter. Then his expression suddenly turned icy, and he deliberately goaded Ma Biao, "If you really dare to do that, I swear, I will never let you get away with it." "Huh. Lin Feng, you're nothing but a cowardly turtle. If you dare to step out of this villa, do you believe I can have my brothers chop you into pulp in no time?" As Ma Biao spoke, he took a cleaver from one of his men, and with a ferocious expression said again, "I'm asking you one last time, do you agree or not? And I'll warn you one more time, just dare to touch them again." Lin Feng shot back without backing down. But in his heart, Lin Feng could hardly wait to watch the show. Provoked by Lin Feng, Ma Biao's face turned livid, and his entire body began to tremble. Clearly Lin Feng had infuriated him greatly. Fine. You said it yourself. It seems you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Someone hold this old hag down." The moment Ma Biao finished speaking, several of his men, without a word, pinned Zhao Hohat's arms down tightly. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. "I advise you to stay still, or else if the acid rain drips into your raincoat, you'll be in trouble." As he spoke, Ma Biao suddenly raised the cleaver and brought it down viciously. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. One of Zhao Hohat's arms was easily hacked off by Ma Biao. But unexpectedly, Zhao Hohat didn't even let out a groan before she passed out cold. Instead, it was Li Mingho and Li Jia who let out terrified screams. "Mom, brother-in-law, I don't want to die. I really don't." But immediately afterward, amid the terrified screams of Li Jia and Li Mingho, Ma Biao, already driven mad with bloodlust, went on right under Lin Feng's gaze to brutally chop off the remaining 2 legs and the other arm of the unconscious Zhao Hohat. "Lin Feng, next are your brother-in-law and your wife. You'd better watch closely." As Ma Biao spoke, he used the same method to chop off Li Mingho's limbs one by one. Yet at this moment, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly excited. Watching his enemies meet such a painful end was truly satisfying. It was an incredibly exhilarating experience. Meanwhile, the women in the villa were so terrified by the scene before them that their faces drained of color, and they kept their eyes squeezed shut, afraid to witness it. After all, women like them who had lived in high society before the apocalypse would likely find it cruel to watch ordinary people slaughter a chicken. So how could they have ever encountered such a gruesome scene in reality? Lin Feng, why won't you save me, why? Just then Li Jia suddenly stared at Lin Feng with venomous resentment, grinding her teeth as she spoke. But unexpectedly Lin Feng merely lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and coldly replied, "Don't you understand yet?" "Understand what? I want all three of you to die, you bitch, ha ha ha." Seeing Lin Feng's manic laughter, Li Jia's face contorted into a grotesque expression as she bit down hard on her teeth and said, "Lin Feng, you'll come to a horrible end. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Then go become a ghost, let's see how you can spare me." Lin Feng pulled out a Desert Eagle from his pocket and fired 2 shots at Li Jia's arms. Under the devastating power of the Desert Eagle, both of Li Jia's arms were torn completely off. Li Jia let out a wailing cry of agony. "Hey Biao, go cut off my wife's legs." Lin Feng said this and suddenly turned the gun toward the stunned Ma Biao. Ma Biao was completely bewildered by Lin Feng. He could never have imagined that Lin Feng would make such an absurd request. Bang! "What are you dawdling for? Go now." The Desert Eagle's powerful gunshot made Ma Biao's body tremble violently. "Young Master Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's talk this through, please don't shoot." Trembling Ma Biao raised the cleaver again and severed Li Jia's 2 thighs. "Good. You are of no more use to me now." Bang! Lin Feng pulled the trigger and a bullet struck Ma Biao's heart. Run! Ma Biao's men let out cries of alarm upon witnessing this and scattered in every direction. Bang bang bang. After several gunshots, all of Ma Biao's men fell into pools of blood. It had been a long time since he had held a gun. Since leaving the military, he didn't expect to feel somewhat rusty. Lin Feng muttered to himself, then pretended to pocket the gun, but actually stored it in his spatial dimension. He returned to the villa under an umbrella and asked, "Is the meal ready?" The women in the villa gazed at Lin Feng with terror, as if he were some monster. Shooting his wife, ordering others to sever his wife's legs, then eliminating everyone else, and so on. All these abnormal actions revealed that the man before them had serious problems. It seemed Lin Feng could read their thoughts, yet he said, "I know what you are all thinking, but I do not wish to explain. However, I can give you the right to leave here at any time." The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire living room fell silent like the calm before a storm, the heavy atmosphere pressing down until it was hard to breathe. "The meal is ready, sisters, go help." But just then Zhao Jingyi's words instantly broke the atmosphere, and everyone rushed to the kitchen to assist. Seeing this, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly and said nothing more. In their current situation, these women stayed with him simply to survive. So Lin Feng felt quite at peace with these women's mindset. If any of them wanted to leave someday, he would never stop them. After all, from beginning to end, it was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement between Lin Feng and them. Before long, dozens of dishes filled the entire dining table. Looking at the feast spread before him, Lin Feng could not help but glance at Zhao Jingyi a few more times. It was obvious that these delicacies were once again her handiwork. "Looks quite good, let's eat." With those words from Lin Feng, the 15 of them, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and others, finally picked up their chopsticks. The atmosphere was rather somber, with everyone eating in silence. After all, having witnessed Lin Feng's ruthless side, it would be strange if they could still smile. During this time, Yang Mi kept stealing glances at Lin Feng, then burying her face in her meal with a flushed blush. After lunch, Lin Feng stood by the window smoking a post-meal cigarette, then headed to the gym for his daily workout. This included 200 sit-ups, 200 push-ups, and 100 shuttle runs. These exercises were routines Lin Feng had practiced daily during his military service. Even after transitioning to civilian life, he gradually developed this habit. Otherwise, he would not have survived 5 full years with Li Jia and the other 2 during the apocalypse of his previous life. Only when the food had completely spoiled and there was nothing left to eat, when Lin Feng himself was no longer of use, did Li Jia and the other 3 harbor murderous intentions toward him in their desperation to survive. But now it was all over. All Lin Feng wanted was to drift through his days in this villa, eating and waiting for death, free from worry. As for how long these women would stay with him, he would let fate decide. But just then a beam of sunlight pierced through the glass, causing Lin Feng's expression to suddenly change. The acid rain had stopped, meaning the dead would soon revive. Great news, the acid rain has stopped. This disaster is finally over. But as Lin Feng was deep in thought, the women in the villa erupted in tears of joy and cheers. "Lin Feng, the acid rain has stopped. Everything is over at last. We can go outside." Zhao, Lucy, Chen, Banksia, Yin Yin Yin, and several other women dashed into the gym, their faces shining with excitement. Lin Feng stopped his workout at once and turned to face them. "So what if the acid rain has ceased? This catastrophe is far more complicated than you imagine, and it is by no means over." "How can that be?" "The moment the acid rain stops, the country can send rescue teams to save us," Yin 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 said. Zhao, Lucy chimed in, "Exactly. Then the nation's order will quickly be restored to what it was before." "That's right." Seeing them all speak this way, Lin Feng merely smiled indifferently. "Your true intention is simply to leave this place, isn't it? I can let you go." The moment those words left his mouth, Yin 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 and the others instantly lit up with joy. But Lin Feng continued, but I'll say this bluntly, the moment any of you steps out of my villa, I will never take you in again. As Lin Feng's voice faded, yin yin yin, and the others were frozen, and every face grew grave. Clearly his words had intimidated them. After all, they had struggled to find a place with food and drink. How could they abandon it so easily without absolute certainty? Seeing them fall silent, Lin Feng resumed his workout, and added, think it over carefully. When you've made your decision, let me know. That night, every woman in the villa was lost in her own thoughts, absently stirring her bowl of rice, while glancing outside from time to time. After all, whether human or animal, once one is certain the outside world is no longer dangerous, no one wants to be a caged bird for life. No matter how safe the cage, or how plentiful the food inside, that still would never do. Yet Lin Feng, who knew their minds all too well, pretended to be utterly oblivious. After dinner, he even deliberately winked at Yang Mi. Yang Mi trembled in fright, hurriedly lowering her head and burying herself in her meal, not daring to look at him. Thereupon Lin Feng deliberately sighed in front of them all. Another day has slipped by unnoticed. Who will accompany me tonight? The moment Lin Feng's words landed, all 15 women could not help but freeze. Now that the rain had stopped, a subtle change had taken root in each woman's heart. If the acid rain truly had ended as they believed, they knew better than anyone what that signified. So no one uttered a word. Since no one is volunteering, you'll have to draw lots. With that, Lin Feng scooped up more than a dozen playing cards and flung them onto the dining table. After lighting a cigarette, he continued, there are 15 cards in total. Whoever draws the joker will be mine tonight. At his words, the women's expressions changed, and not a single one was willing to step forward and draw. Having seemed to foresee this all along, Lin Feng snorted coldly. I know exactly what you're thinking. Now that the rain has stopped, you believe you can just eat and drink at my expense until the rescue team arrives, and then you'll be saved. Is that it? I believe I told you have one chance to leave this place. But until you walk out of this villa, you still belong to me. After all, I provide you with so much food every day. I don't do that for nothing. As Lin Feng's words faded, some of the women exchanged glances. Finally, Yin 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 made up her mind. Steeling herself, she stepped forward. Thank you, young Master Lin, for all your help over this period. Very well. Does anyone else wish to leave? Lin Feng asked, a cigarette hanging from his lips and his eyes narrowing slightly. At this, Lu Xiaoxiao and Zheng Momo, also summoned their courage, stepped forward and bowed to Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, we're sorry. It's all right. Anyone else? Lin Feng smiled faintly and repeated the question. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. There's me too. A beauty named Fang Yuding then crept out of the crowd, timid and hesitant. Don't be so nervous. Someone as timid as you will have to be strong out there. I understand. Fang Yuding nodded and murmured in reply. All right, does anyone else want to leave now? After hearing Fang Yuding's reply, Lin Feng swept his gaze across the remaining 11. I'm sorry, there's me too. Yi Jiro then stepped out of the crowd, looking apologetic. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and asked once more, does anyone else want to leave? A friendly reminder, this is your only chance. I'll give you 5 more minutes to decide. The moment Lin Feng's words fell, the women all had the absurd feeling that Lin Feng wanted them gone. As the 5 minutes slipped by, Lin Feng abruptly turned to Yang Mi. Aren't you leaving? Yang Mi was struck speechless by his question and for a moment had no idea how to answer. Well, time's up. Even if you wanted to leave now, the opportunity is past. Lin Feng glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist and gave Yang Mi a sly, enigmatic smile. Yet Lin Feng's action left Yang Mi's heart in a flurry, and she had no idea how to respond. Even she herself could not understand why she had inexplicably chosen to stay. Then Lin Feng went to the storage room in the villa and took out a large canvas bag. Before you leave, I've prepared for each of you 5 jean of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and a military bayonet for self-defense, so that our time together hasn't been for nothing. Hearing this, the women were stunned. They truly had not expected Lin Feng to do such a thing, and it made them take a few more glances at him. Thanks, young Master Lin. Yin 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 packed the compressed biscuits, mineral water, and bayonet into her suitcase, murmured her thanks, and then left with Lu Xiaoxiao, Zheng Momo, and the others. I hope they manage to survive a little longer. Watching their departing figures, Lin Feng muttered quietly, then turned to the remaining 10 beauties with a deliberately helpless look. It looks like we have no one but each other from now on. Lin Feng, do you know something? Zhao Lucy looked at Lin Feng and asked cautiously. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng laughed. I'm not a god. How would I know anything? I'll forget it. Now that they're gone, let's continue. As he spoke, Lin Feng grabbed the twin sisters Guan Xinyan and Guan Yuan and headed upstairs. Scumbag. At that moment, Zhao Lucy and Yang Mi watched Lin Feng embracing the twin sisters, resentment smoldering in their eyes as they silently cursed him in their hearts. The next day, a few rays of morning light filtered through the curtains, falling upon Lin Feng's face as he stood by the window. He gently drew back the drapes to observe everything outside. After all, in his previous existence, on the second day after the rain ceased, those corpses outside would miraculously reanimate into hideous zombies. In the early stages, these zombies' skin turned ashen white, and their eyes grew cloudy and milky. They moved sluggishly with poorly developed vision, yet possessed extraordinary hearing. Any human or beast scratched or bitten would be fully infected within 3 hours, joining their ranks. As they progressed to the middle stage, their skin gradually darkened to deep green. Their eyes would also turn green, signifying more potent venom. Any infected person or animal would completely succumb within 90 minutes. Furthermore, their 5 senses underwent dramatic enhancement beyond their original state. In the late stage, their skin and eyes transitioned from green to crimson. Humans or animals infected at this point would transform within an hour. Zombies at this phase moved with the speed and agility of elite athletes. Ordinary people stood little chance of escaping their grasp. One scratch was enough to seal your fate and add you to their horde. Yet in his past life, Lin Feng had learned from other survivors that a purplish-red variant of zombie existed. I wish days like these, quiet and undisturbed, could last a few more, Lin Feng mused, gazing out the window. He then took a hot shower and left his bedroom. As Lin Feng descended the stairs, he ran straight into Zhao Jingyi. Lin Feng, perfect timing. I was just looking for you. What is it? The kitchen has run out of soy sauce. I've searched everywhere. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Is there anything else we need? I'll gather it all at once. Rice is down to barely over 10 jin, and the vinegar is nearly gone too. Fine, I'll fetch it now. Lin Feng produced the key to the storage room from his pocket and unlocked the door. Zhao Jingyi wisely refrained from following him inside. From the very beginning, Lin Feng had made it clear to Zhao Lucy and the others that no one was permitted to enter the storage room. If they needed anything, they were to ask him directly. So Zhao Jingyi naturally understood that this storage room was forbidden territory for all the women, a deliberate measure Lin Feng employed to maintain control over them. Little did they know the room was completely empty. It was merely a ruse to keep them guessing. Inside his spatial storage, Lin Feng retrieved 2 barrels of sunflower oil, 2 50-jin bags of rice, and 2 bottles, each of vinegar and soy sauce. He then pretended to haul the supplies out of the storage room and handed them to Zhao Jingyi. Given the modest size of the room, how much could it truly hold? And how many days would it sustain so many people? Seeing the provisions Lin Feng brought out, suspicion stirred within Zhao Jingyi. Her family had built their fortune running a restaurant. She knew exactly how much food a handful of people would consume and how much a storage room of that size could hold. She could estimate it at a glance. Yet the storage room was hardly large. How could a man who had spent 5 grueling years surviving the apocalypse in his past life fail to read the unspoken thoughts in her eyes? In that brutal world, the darkest corners of human nature were on full display. A single glance or subtle gesture from these women was enough for Lin Feng to piece together their intentions. I know what you're thinking, but let me advise you. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, don't entertain thoughts you shouldn't. Just follow me and you'll never go hungry. Haha. Caught off guard, Zhao Jingyi managed an awkward smile and retreated to the kitchen with the supplies. Then Lin Feng suddenly remembered something else. With a thought, several barrels of alcohol materialized from his spatial storage. Zhao Lucy, Chen Bangxia, Wang Shushua, come here. Coming. At Lin Feng's call, Zhao Lucy and the others responded, eagerly chattering like a flock of sparrows as they hurried over. Each of you take a barrel of alcohol and douse every corner of the villa courtyard. Zhao Lucy exchanged a glance with the others, her expression puzzled. Why, oi? Yeah, brother Feng, won't the smell be unbearable? Why so many questions? Just go. At Lin Feng's sharp command, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, and the others reluctantly grabbed their barrels and began drizzling alcohol around the courtyard, moving with exaggerated slowness. These women were the first to line up at mealtimes, yet when it came to actual work, they moved as though their limbs had atrophied, lazy and reluctant in every task. Lin Feng sighed and shook his head in exasperation, ready to head to the kitchen for food. But when he spotted Zhao Jingyi working alone there, an unfamiliar feeling stirred within him. The sight of her in an apron carried a particular charm. Before he could restrain himself, Lin Feng walked over and embraced her from behind. Startled, Zhao Jingyi let out a sharp gasp. Half an hour later, Lin Feng were done. Zhao Lucy and the others entered the villa searching for him. When they reached the kitchen, their eyes widened in shock. Lin Feng, you're sneaking food. Hunger demands eating. Lin Feng mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg. Who told you to wake up so late every time? No breakfast is only fair, Wang Shushua interjected. Another woman leaned in, noticing something. Sister Jingyi, why are your cheeks so red? Did Lin Feng bother you? At Zhao Lucy's sudden question, Zhao Jingyi appeared even more flustered. Nothing. It's just, I probably didn't sleep well last night. I see. Then Sister Jingyi should make sure to rest more often. Oh, I got it. Zhao Jingyi replied dismissively. Just then cries of help. Help. Someone help. Erupted from outside the villa, coming from other surviving residents. Hearing this, Lin Feng, who was devouring a chicken leg, suddenly turned pale. What's going on? Lin Feng stepped to the window and saw a resident with grayish-white skin and cloudy, milky eyes chasing another terrified homeowner in a grotesque, distorted posture. Looks like it really did come early, Lin Feng murmured. What's wrong, Lin Feng? At that moment, Zhao Jingyi came to the window and asked. Zombies. What? So, zombies. How is that possible? Why would there be zombies out of nowhere? You don't mean. As soon as Lin Feng spoke the word zombies, Zhao Jingyi and the other women all widened their eyes in sheer terror. They could never have imagined that a scene only seen in movies would actually unfold before their eyes. At that very moment, Ma Biao, whom Lin Feng had shot dead the previous day along with his subordinates, began to slowly rise to their feet. Meanwhile, the mother and 2 children, Li Jia and her family whose limbs had been severed, crawled across the ground like writhing maggots. Looks like Ma Biao has fully become a zombified bastard now. I should have just burned them all to ashes instead of leaving them here as an eyesore. With a frustrated expression, Lin Feng walked out of the kitchen to check whether the electric fence was in high voltage mode, then hurried back to tell Zhao Jingyi and Zhao Lucy. Anyone or any animal exposed to the acid rain will turn into zombies once they die. So the simplest way to kill these zombies is by destroying their brain or severing their central nervous system. Otherwise, even if you chop off half their body, it won't help. Remember this well. How do you know all this, Lin Feng? Chen Bangxia suddenly asked. The others all turned their attention to Lin Feng, since that was the answer they all wanted to hear. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just know that following me keeps you safer than anyone else. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a zombie stumbled against the high-voltage electric fence and was reduced to ashes instantly. The sight left Zhao Jingyi and the others pale with fright. So you knew all along. That's why you bought such an expensive villa and installed this powerful electric fence, wasn't it? To everyone's surprise, Chen Bangxia spoke up again. Lin Feng's expression turned completely cold. Do you really think you're the only clever one here? Can't the others figure it out too? That's not what I meant. If you told us about this sooner, my parents might still be alive. Wah. Your parents' death is none of my business. When I first bought this villa, how did all the other residents mock me? You might not remember Zhao Lucy and Li Xian, but you two surely do. Lin Feng shouted in anger. At this moment, hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Xian, Zhao Lucy, and Yang Mi suddenly understood everything. Because given the circumstances at the time, Lin Feng had no obligation to share this information with anyone. And even if he had spoken out, how many people would have believed him? Worse still, the police might have charged him with disturbing public order and thrown him in jail. That would have been shooting himself in the foot, wouldn't it? Chen Bangxia, let me make one thing clear. I owe you nothing, so don't blame me for your parents' deaths. Stay if you want or get out. After saying this, Lin Feng stormed out of the kitchen. After all, in Lin Feng's mind, he had taken in so many beautiful women just for his own enjoyment, not to deal with headaches. So even if Chen Bangxia was weeping miserably in the kitchen, Lin Feng had no intention of comforting her. If anything, it only irritated him more. Ding. System alert, the apocalypse has fully erupted. The entire nation has fallen and social order has completely collapsed. From this moment forward, all items can be stored in and duplicated within your space, without purchase. Suddenly, a long familiar voice echoed abruptly in Lin Feng's mind, leaving him completely stunned. But then Lin Feng thought again and cursed inwardly. Go to hell. You think you can trick me into going out? Not a chance. After all, in his previous life, Lin Feng had grown thoroughly weary of those days filled with constant fear and living on the razor's edge. In this lifetime, under no circumstances would he leave this villa unless absolutely necessary. Besides, the supplies in his space were more than enough to ensure a comfortable life for the rest of his days. So who in their right mind would go outside and hassle those zombies? Brother Lin Feng's sister Bangxia knows she was wrong. Could you please stop being angry with her? Just then a somewhat youthful voice sounded behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and saw it was Wang Shushua. Go tell her to learn more cooking from Jingyi when she has time. Stop living in the past. People always need to move forward, don't they, eh? Yes, I'll remember that, Brother Lin Feng. I'll go tell Sister Bangxia right away. Wang Shushua said this and prepared to leave. Brother Feng opened the door quickly. It's me, Yu Ting. Wah. Suddenly a crying voice came from outside the villa. Brother Lin Feng, it seems to be Feng Yuting, who just left yesterday. Wang Shushua said, excitedly looking at Lin Feng. And then, oi. Lin Feng snorted coldly and asked in return. Shouldn't we let her in? No. Lin Feng said with a cold expression, shaking his head. But. No buts about it. Before they left, I made it clear to them. Anyone who leaves here will never get a second chance from me. Lin Feng, but it's really dangerous out there. Can't you show a little leniency? Just then Chen Bangxia emerged from the kitchen again, looking at Lin Feng with incomprehension. Damn it. Who would have thought this Chen Bangxia would be so rebellious? So no matter what, this girl insists on going against me, doesn't she? Lin Feng looked at Chen Bangxia with a mix of astonishment and amusement. After all, Lin Feng had never met someone so forthright, someone who said whatever was on her mind without concealment or pretense. Why are you angry again? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Lin Feng staring at her like that, Chen Bangxia began to feel a little nervous. No, I think what you said is absolutely right. But have you considered that if we let her back, and wouldn't all of us be in danger? Besides, even if she isn't infected, if everyone can come and go as they please from now on, what would this place become? But. No buts. You'd better shut up. Before Chen Bangxia could finish, Lin Feng cut her off rudely and continued. Chen Bangxia, you remember this and hear what I say is absolute. You must obey without any defiance or objection. But what if what you say is wrong? Then treat it as right and listen. Hearing Qin Bangxia's words, Lin Feng was so angry that he wanted to press her down and punish her thoroughly right then and there. Brother Feng, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance, Wu Wu. At that moment, Feng Yuding's cries came from outside the villa once again. Lin Feng thought this didn't seem like a solution. If she kept crying and shouting like that, wouldn't all the surrounding zombies be drawn over? Come on, let's go have a look. Lin Feng waved helplessly at Qin Bangxia and Wang Shushua. Hearing this, Qin Bangxia couldn't help feeling delighted and called for everyone to follow. After all, in her mind, since Lin Feng had agreed to go take a look, he would certainly also agree to let Feng Yuding back in. Otherwise, he could just let Feng Yuding keep crying outside. Why take the extra trouble now? As Lin Feng stepped out of the villa, Feng Yuding, held back by the electric fence, instantly burst into tears of joy. Brother Feng, you finally came out, Wu Wu. Yuding, don't be afraid. Brother Feng will definitely save you. As she spoke, Qin Bangxia moved to cut off the high-voltage current on the electric fence. Slap. But just then Lin Feng darted forward with a swift stride and backhanded her across the face, leaving her stunned in place at a complete loss. Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the others were all so astonished by Lin Feng's action that their mouths hung agape. From now on, the electric fence controls are off limits to everyone except me. Do you hear me? At Lin Feng's roar, Qin Bangxia's delicate body trembled in fright, and 2 lines of tears instantly streamed down her cheeks. Lin Feng knew that hitting a woman was wrong, but on matters of principle he had to make these women understand which lines they must never cross. Then Lin Feng looked directly at Feng Yuding outside the villa, and his heart gave a jolt. Because at that moment he saw that on Feng Yuding's right hand there was a bite and scratch wound. What happened to your hand? Lin Feng asked, feigning concern. Suddenly receiving Lin Feng's concern, Feng Yuding immediately cried out in grievance, those people bit me. Brother Feng, look, it's bleeding, Wu Wu. When were you bitten? At that, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. About 2 hours ago. Oh, Brother Feng, stop asking and hurry up and clean the wound for me. Faced with Feng Yuding's coquettish pleas, Lin Feng turned around, cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Lucy, Wang Shushua, and the others, then finally glared at Qin Bangxia and said in a low voice, all of you listen carefully. From this moment on you must closely observe Feng Yuding's changes. Then you tell me whether I was right to slap Qin Bangxia just now. As Lin Feng's words fell, Zhao Lucy and the others first glanced at Qin Bangxia, who was still sobbing, then all turned their confused gazes toward Feng Yuding. Brother Feng, why are you all staring at me? Hurry up and let me in. As everyone turned their eyes on her, Feng Yuding began to feel uneasy. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's nothing. Just wait a little longer and I'll open the door for you soon. Oh, really? Feng Yuding said, feeling unnatural under their gaze. Really? All right. Hearing Lin Feng's firm reply, Feng Yuding had no choice but to respond. After all, at the very beginning, survivors like Feng Yuding outside had been infected before they even realized how serious the situation was. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have been infected in the early days of the apocalypse. As time swiftly passed, Feng Yuding outside the electric fence gradually began to show changes. The veins on her arms and neck gradually bulged, her eyes quickly filled with blood, then slowly turned into a murky grayish-white. Clearly, Feng Yuding had now completely turned into a zombie. Now you should understand why I wouldn't let anyone in. Bang! As Lin Feng's voice fell, a bullet struck Feng Yuding square in the forehead, freeing her completely. Lin Feng. Qin Bangxia, I've discovered that you really aren't suited for this place. A reckless person like you would get everyone here killed. So you should leave. Without waiting for Qin Bangxia to finish, Lin Feng turned and fixed his eyes on her. Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. I will definitely change from now on. Please forgive me this once. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Qin Bangxia was instantly seized with panic. In such circumstances, a woman like her would face certain death once she was cast out. But sister, your big brother here doesn't need any sanctimonious saint. Don't worry. Just like with Feng Yuding and the others, I'll prepare some food and a combat knife for you too, so that our acquaintance won't have been in vain. Whoa, I'm not leaving. I know I was wrong, Brother Feng. I'm not leaving. Hearing Lin Feng speak like this, Qin Bangxia was so terrified that she collapsed to the ground and, tightly embracing his leg, could not stop crying. But Lin Feng remained unmoved. He looked up and let out a helpless sigh. Once you're out there, you must protect yourself. Let go. At Lin Feng's sudden roar, Qin Bangxia's delicate frame trembled, and she hugged his leg even tighter. Brother Feng, I truly know I was wrong. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. I won't dare defy you anymore, Wu Wu. Just then Wang Shushua mustered her courage once more and looked at Lin Feng cautiously, saying, Brother Feng, it seems Sister Bangxia really knows she was wrong. How about we give her another chance? Yes, Lin Feng. It seems she really knows she was wrong. Maybe you can give Bangxia a chance. At that moment, Yang Mi also looked at Lin Feng and spoke a little nervously. Oh, I didn't expect you to plead on someone else's behalf. That is quite rare. Lin Feng's casual, unrestrained words made Yang Mi's cheeks flush with a faint blush, and to her own surprise, she found herself pleading, why don't you just give her a chance? Very well. But this opportunity one offer is not merely for her. It is the single chance I extend to all of you. Therefore from this point forward, should anyone dare to feign righteousness within my villa, I will not be so lenient. Thank you, Brother Feng. I will remember this. Chen Bangxia upon hearing this immediately spoke with tears in her voice. Rise. Lin Feng glanced coldly at Chen Bangxia before continuing. To be honest, based on my conjecture, these zombies will gradually grow larger and more difficult to deal with in the future. Therefore, besides doing household chores here each day, you must also undergo training to prepare for any unexpected situations that may arise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi's expression immediately turned grave. Exactly how should we train? Begin with military standards first, then gradually increase the difficulty, Lin Feng said after a moment's consideration. Based on what you're saying, did you serve in the military? Of course. Otherwise, how could I teach you? Lin Feng gazed at Zhao Jingyi with a calm smile. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Jingyi exchanged glances with the others before nodding firmly. All right, we'll start training from tomorrow. Such matters cannot be delayed. After lunch, we begin immediately. Each additional day of training, even just half a day, could be the difference between life and death when facing zombies. The women all nodded heavily in agreement with Lin Feng's assessment. Although the defenses of this villa were already formidable, it was far from sufficient. Lin Feng knew this well. As time passed, the zombies outside would grow increasingly powerful, to what extent he alone could not fathom. Having survived 5 years in the apocalypse during his past life, Lin Feng could only guess at their ultimate strength. By the 5th year of the calamity, all survivors had learned to avoid zombies at all costs, either fleeing or setting traps to eliminate them. Few dared to confront them head-on. After lunch, Lin Feng granted the women 1 hour of rest before heading to the gym to begin his own physical training. Sit-ups, standing long jumps, snake runs, squats with 40-kilogram weights, walking lunges with 25-kilogram loads, and other grueling exercises. These women, who had once lived lives of luxury in high society, had never endured such hardship. Gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, they collapsed onto the gym floor, crying out in exhaustion. Since you know exhaustion, that proves you are still alive. If you wish to give up now, simply recall the fate of Feng Yuding, and then tell me whether you still feel weary. As if spurred by Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi and the others bit their lips and forced themselves to their feet, resuming their training with renewed determination. Under Lin Feng's guidance, they trained day after day, and over the course of half a month, all 10 women underwent dramatic transformations. Most surprisingly, Chen Bangxia showed the greatest improvement of all. Excellent. As long as you overcome the fear in your hearts, your current abilities should be more than sufficient to face those zombies in one-on-one combat. Hearing Lin Feng's praise, they all couldn't help but show their joy. But his next words stripped those smiles right from their faces. Therefore, to conquer the fear within you today, I will have each of you take turns stepping outside this villa and killing zombies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and the others gasped in unison, their faces twisting with terror as they stared at Lin Feng. Zhao Jingyi spoke up. Lin Feng, you're not serious, are you? Brother Feng, are you certain about this? Wang Shushua ventured cautiously. Guan Qingyan said, Brother Feng, you're joking with us, right? Seeing their frightened expressions, Lin Feng simply smiled faintly. Today, each of you only needs to kill one zombie. Rest assured, I will protect you. With those words, Lin Feng drew the Desert Eagle from his person and let them see it. Thus, under Lin Feng's blend of authority and encouragement, each woman took a spear handmade from a 3-edged military bayonet fixed onto a 1.6-meter steel pipe. Zhao Jingyi, you go first, and set an example. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, Zhao Jingyi visibly hesitated, giving him a look that plainly said, Why me? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Go on, dear. Under Lin Feng's coaxing words, Zhao Jingyi could only step forward first, clutching her spear as she crossed the villa's electronic fence. As Zhao Jingyi emerged, the zombies aimlessly wandering around the villa seemed to instantly sense the scent of a living human in the air. They dragged their rotting bodies toward her. Zhao Jingyi gripped her spear tightly, steeled her nerves, and thrust it into the abdomen of the nearest zombie. The spiral grooves of the 3-edged bayonet pierced straight through the zombie's belly, and foul black fluid mixed with decay gushed outward, its stench nearly too overwhelming to bear. Seeing this, Lin Feng called out sharply across the electronic fence, Have you forgotten the key technique for killing zombies already? Prompted by Lin Feng's reminder, Zhao Jingyi suddenly remembered the head and central nervous system. Yes, I should stab its head. Muttering to herself, she aimed once more and drove the spear into the zombie's skull. With a crisp cracking sound, the zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground, as though its power had been abruptly severed. Did you all see that? Early-stage zombies are not particularly dangerous. Zhao Jingyi, you may return. Next up is Zhao Lucy. Taking Zhao Jingyi's experience as a guide, Zhao Lucy aimed squarely at the zombie's head and thrust her spear repeatedly. Did you see that? Zhao Lucy's approach of blindly stabbing, while accidentally effective, wastes both effort and time. This method is not advisable. Han Wushuang, your turn. Han Wushuang also stepped out of the villa with her spear. One by one, each woman exhibited her own shortcomings, and Lin Feng pointed them all out so they could recognize and correct their flaws. However, when Chun Bangxia stepped out of the villa, clutching her spear, Lin Feng's eyes brightened noticeably. Chun Bangxia had no sooner stepped out of the villa than she pierced the zombie's skull with a clean, swift strike and darted back inside. "Ah, Sister Bangxia, you're way too cool," Wang Shushua exclaimed in admiration. Zhao Jingyi gave Chun Bangxia a thumbs up and said, "Impressive, impressive. It seems I'll have to put in even more effort from now on. How did you do that? I want to be just as awesome as you. It's absolutely stunning." Zhao Lucy's eyes lit up as she spoke. At that moment, everyone cast envious looks at Chun Bangxia. Chun Bangxia, however, looked cautiously at Lin Feng, a hint of longing for his praise flickering in her eyes. After all, Lin Feng had rarely paid her any attention since that incident. To draw his notice, she trained with exceptional focus every time. So this time she, "Very good. I must say among everyone present you performed the best." As soon as those words left Lin Feng's mouth, Chun Bangxia nodded with tears of joy. "I'll work even harder in the future." "Very good. From now on you should all train as hard as Bangxia. Don't worry, Brother Feng. We'll train seriously from now on. As long as we work hard, we'll be able to become as capable as Bangxia in the future." "Exactly." As Lin Feng heaped unreserved praise on Chun Bangxia, the other women suddenly seemed to be seized by a competitive fire and began chattering away. Evening came. Through the joint efforts of Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and everyone else, a table full of sumptuous food was soon prepared. There were dishes such as white-cut chicken, braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, sautéed potatoes with eggplant and peppers, cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hairy crabs, and so on. Although all of them were curious about how Lin Feng could possess so much food and supplies, they also knew in their hearts that no matter how curious they were, they had to hold back. For as Lin Feng had said before, some things should not be mentioned, what should not be asked should not be asked. As long as following Lin Feng meant having meat to eat, that was enough. Otherwise, curiosity might really end up killing the cat. "Lin Feng, who do you want to accompany you tonight?" Zhao Jingyi asked while eating, putting on an air of nonchalance. As for the others, their eyes also held a longing they could not hide. After all, in a situation with so many women and so few men, one could easily imagine how they felt. Apparently sensing that something was amiss, Lin Feng also pretended to be casual. "I'm easy either way, whatever works. Then I'll be the one." With that, Zhao Jingyi finished the rice in her bowl, ignored the other women's gazes, picked up her bowl and chopsticks, and went to the kitchen humming a tune. Zhao Lucy complained to Yang Mi in a low voice, "How can Sister Jingyi do this? She's already had him for 2 days now. Sigh. It's already like this. What else can we say?" Yang Mi sighed softly. Li Xian jabbed her chopsticks into her bowl in displeasure and said, "I'm not eating anymore. I'm going to bed." With that, Li Xian rose angrily, shot a resentful glare at Lin Feng, and then stomped upstairs to bed. The other women instantly felt the food on the table lose its appeal as well, and each of them deliberately started sighing to express her dissatisfaction. At that moment, watching the women bicker in jealousy over him, Lin Feng felt bitter in his heart. But there was no choice. This was the path he had chosen, and even if he had to crawl, he had to finish it. After all, there was only one. "I'll forget it." The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon Lin Feng's eyelids, making him frown. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that it was already past 11 in the morning. Lin Feng immediately turned over and got out of bed, walked to the window, picked up the binoculars, and observed the zombies wandering outside the villa to see whether any changes had occurred. After all, in his previous life, as time passed, once the color of these zombies' skin changed, it meant that their overall strength was also increasing. Thus, Lin Feng not only trained these women every day, but also observed the zombies' overall changes every day, using them to judge the danger level outside. But just at that moment, a squad of 7 or 8 people, each holding a self-made weapon, cautiously entered the residential complex. "Jingyi, hurry and notify Zhao Lucy and the others. Enter stealth mode immediately. Other survivors have entered our residential complex." With those words from Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, who was still sound asleep, suddenly sprang up from the bed. Without even waiting to put on her slippers, she made to rush downstairs. "Hey, at the very least put on some pajamas." But at Lin Feng's reminder, Zhao Jingyi casually threw on Lin Feng's pajamas and raced downstairs like a madwoman. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only shake his head and smile wryly, saying nothing more. However, when he raised the binoculars again to watch the group's movements, his face instantly turned cold. For he saw that the group was escorting a familiar figure as they approached his villa. "Yin yin yin. It really is my fault for letting the 5 of them leave. Otherwise there wouldn't be such trouble now." Lin Feng looked through the binoculars at Yin Yin Yin, who was being held as a hostage, and could not help murmuring to himself. After all, in a world like this, sometimes human hearts were far more terrifying than zombies. On the surface, Yin 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 seemed to have come here as a hostage. But was that really the case? Or even if it was, wasn't she still revealing the villa's location and leading them here? Wasn't that in itself a betrayal? Having struggled through the apocalypse for a full 5 years in his previous life, Lin Feng knew better than anyone how dark human nature could be. Just then, Zhao Jingyi led the others upstairs, their feet thumping on the steps, and returned to the bedroom. "Lin Feng, what should we do now? This group seems to be coming for us. What else can we do?" "Kill them, of course." Otherwise we'll never have peace again. Lin Feng put down the binoculars with a cold expression, turned to Zhao Jingyi, and said. Zhao Jingyi's face turned serious at that. Lin Feng is right. This villa will be our refuge in the future, even the foundation for the rest of our lives. So no one is allowed to touch it. Sister Jingyi is right. Otherwise we'll be just like those people outside living every day more frightened than rats in the sewers. At this Han Wushuang also spoke with a solemn expression. Wang Shushua looked at Lin Feng and asked, But Brother Feng, how can we possibly kill them? The other women hearing Wang Shushua's words all looked at Lin Feng as well, for this was the key to solving the whole matter. With those 9, including the hostage, getting rid of them should be no problem. Brother Feng, do you mean? You want to kill the hostage too? Wang Shushua asked, her face filled with astonishment as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave a cold snort and shot back. What else should I do? Whether she's a real hostage or a fake one thing remains unchanged. These people were all brought here by her. Hearing this, a trace of fear flickered in the eyes of every woman present. For Lin Feng's decisive, merciless approach to dealing with threats was genuinely unsettling. Thankfully, they hadn't left the villa together with those 5, including Yin Yin, back then. Otherwise, their fate wouldn't have been much better. After all, Fang Yuding had already turned into a zombie and been executed by Lin Feng with a gunshot. Now it was Yin Yan's turn. The other 3 likely hadn't fared any better. They might have already been torn apart and devoured by zombies, or perhaps turned long ago. Give me my pajamas back. You can't expect me to go outside half naked. Lin Feng extended his hand toward Zhao Jingyi. Oh, I'm so sorry, it wasn't intentional, Zhao Jingyi exclaimed, hastily explaining with a smile. This instantly drew suppressed giggles from the others. People inside, listen up. We're only here for food. We mean no harm. Please open the door and stop hiding like a turtle in its shell. At that moment, the raucous shouts of the group outside the villa reached their ears and Lin Feng's gaze turned chillingly cold. He walked out of the bedroom. As Lin Feng descended the stairs and stepped out of the villa, the men cowering behind the electric fence saw a flash of bloodlust ignite in their eyes. In their eyes, taking down such a man was as easy as plucking something right from their grasp. So there was absolutely no need for Yan Yin, who was allied with them, to pretend to be a hostage. It was a pointless gesture. Lin Feng stood across the electric fence, calmly lighting a cigarette and placing it between his lips right in front of them. Their eyes widened with envy, swallowing drool uncontrollably. After all, supplies were scarce outside, mealtimes were uncertain, and smoking was an unimaginable luxury. Is that all of you? Lin Feng asked, the cigarette dangling from his lips. Seeing his attitude, they were taken aback. After all, after surviving outside for so long, no one had ever dared to act so brazenly in their presence. Brother Feng, save me, Brother Feng, woo woo. Just then Yin Yin, who was pretending to be a hostage, began crying out to Lin Feng for help. But Lin Feng treated her as if she were invisible, not even granting her a single glance. Kid, we work for Brother Hong. Besides, we have your woman in our hands. I suggest you obediently open the door and let us in. Are you finished? Bang, bang, bang. Before the men could even process his words, Lin Feng had already emptied his magazine into them. Only Yin Yin remained frozen in terror and trembling violently. How could you be so careless? Lin Feng asked, loading a bullet into the chamber as he glanced up at Yin Yin. Yin Yin forced an awkward smile. Brother Feng, Tisk can't even speak properly. Looks like this place really isn't suited for you. You'd be better off going to be reborn sooner. Bang. A bullet struck Yin Yin squarely between the eyes, destroying her central nervous system before she could transform. Lin Feng had completely stripped her of even the right to become a zombie. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and the others watched through the window in utter astonishment as Lin Feng resolved the situation with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. After all, this man they had been living with carried too many unexplainable secrets. For instance, could that tiny storage room in the villa really hold so much supplies? He had been completely naked just moments ago, yet the moment he put on clothes, a handgun appeared out of nowhere. How did he know about the outbreak of this disaster? It was as though he had personally experienced it all before. Every one of these anomalies made the women increasingly curious about this enigmatic man. With the matter settled, Lin Feng slipped the gun into his pajama pocket, stretched comfortably, and said, "What a beautiful sunny day. Everyone come downstairs. Today I'll teach you bayonet training." As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the women immediately headed downstairs, each carrying the long spears they had used to kill zombies the day before, and began today's training. After all, the situation outside the villa was growing increasingly complex. If a crisis were to occur someday, and everyone here depended entirely on one man, it simply wasn't realistic. Lin Feng fixed his piercing gaze on Zhao Jingyi and the others, his voice low and steady. The first step of bayonet training is maintaining a stable stance and a firm grip on the weapon. This ensures body balance and concentrated force during thrusting attacks. Then the second step is controlling your power. Once you learn to manage the force and speed of your thrusts, you can adapt flexibly to different combat scenarios. Have you all remembered this? Yes. Good. Today we'll train on these two key points. Later I'll teach you about vital targets, smooth movement transitions, defensive awareness, tactical applications, psychological resilience, reaction speed, teamwork, and more. Hearing Lin Feng's words, every woman looked eager to begin. In their dire circumstances, having someone personally dedicate themselves to improving their abilities was nothing short of a blessing from heaven. After all, these women understood better than anyone the value of teaching a person to fish rather than simply giving them a fish. Meanwhile, in a bank somewhere in the city, a man with a knife scar running down the left side of his face had just pried open a vault. Staring at the vault filled with gold bars and stacks of cash, the scarred man couldn't help but sigh bitterly. Damn it all. The things I spent my entire life desperate to obtain are now worth less than a roll of toilet paper. Someone throw all these bills outside. I'm moving in here from now on. At that, a skinny man resembling a frail hound spoke up. Lord Hong, why live in a vault when there's a luxurious villa in the high-end residential compound? Exactly, Lord Hong. There are so many pitiful women in the compound waiting for us to rescue them. Hearing his two subordinates, Lord Hong let out a disdainful snort. You fools don't understand a thing. No matter how luxurious the villa is, it can't compare to the solidity of this vault. If a zombie horde ever strikes, we simply close the door. Tell me, what can those zombies possibly do to us? Master Hong, you are remarkably cunning. But how exactly do we plan to exit when the time comes? Must we remain imprisoned within this vault forever? Quite right, Master Hong. Wouldn't we be trapped here until we suffocate? Before Master Hong's two subordinates could finish their words, Hong Yi let out a cold snort. Of course not. I intend to carve a secondary passage within the vault itself. Then we can slip away like cicadas shedding their shells. Moreover, I plan to transform this vault into a fortress, equally formidable in offense and defense. Hong Yi paused mid-sentence as though suddenly recalling something and abruptly shifted the topic. Guzi, where is that Wenxian Yin Yin? She and Datu and the others went out to scavenge for food. Why haven't they returned yet? Master Hong Yin Yin mentioned before she left that she was heading to the upscale residential complex where she once lived. As for anything else, I have no idea. The lean man known as Guzi replied immediately. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi fell into brief contemplation before saying, Then take over a dozen of our men and go fetch them. Yes, Master Hong, I'll go at once. Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's residence, after finishing their training, Zhao Jingyi and the others returned to preparing today's lunch. Zhao Lucy washed the vegetables, Zhao Jingyi minced meat, and mixed the dumpling filling in the kitchen. Chen Bangxia kneaded the dough, while Yelena and Han Wushuang rolled out the wrappers. Yang Mi Li Xian Guan Yuan Guan Qingyan and Wang Shushue were all folding dumplings. In just a short while, over 300 dumplings had already been prepared. Witnessing this scene before him, a gentle smile gradually appeared on Lin Feng's face. After all, for a man to have a household full of devoted wives, domestic harmony, and perhaps even a brood of children to raise someday, truly wasn't that a fine prospect? Why are you standing there grinning foolishly? The dumplings are ready. Hurry and eat while they're hot. Just then Zhao Jingyi and the others approached, carrying freshly cooked dumplings, urging Lin Feng forward. I'm coming. Lin Feng cleared his throat and responded before walking over. But at that very moment, movement outside the villa suddenly caught his attention, causing his brows to knit together and a surge of irritation welling within him. After all, no matter who one was, having one's tranquil life repeatedly disrupted by outsiders was bound to provoke considerable resentment. Lin Feng, what should we do? It seems another group has arrived. Zhao Jingyi set down her chopsticks and gazed at Lin Feng with a grave expression. Chen Bangxia quietly lifted the curtain and without turning around said to Lin Feng, There appear to be even more people this time than last. Do you still have enough ammunition in your gun? Boss Datu and Yin, they were all shot, and every bullet struck the head. Everyone take your positions immediately. As the voices outside the villa rang out, Lin Feng realized the villa had definitely been compromised. Given the current situation, it was unlikely he could eliminate all of them in a single burst. Just then his phone, which hadn't rung in ages, suddenly began to vibrate. Lin Feng glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Who could be calling at a time like this? Pondering the matter, he pressed the answer button. Lin Feng, do you know who I am? Hearing the somewhat unhinged voice emanating from the phone, Lin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Who is this? I am the younger brother of Zhou Jiexiong, the original owner of this villa, Zhou Jiesin, residing in Villa No. 12 of Zone A. Do you recall now? How do you have my phone number? Lin Feng asked. You needn't concern yourself with that. If you wish to remain undiscovered, let me move into your place. So you've been secretly monitoring me all along. I never wanted to, but among all the homeowners in the entire complex, some fled and others turned into zombies. If I wished to survive, I needed provisions, didn't I? Hearing Zhou Jiesin's candid words, Lin Feng sighed lightly. Very well, I agree. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. I shall serve you faithfully from now on. That's easily arranged. If your brother hadn't sold me this villa, I might fare even worse than you. Why don't you come over now so I can let you in? All right. Once those people outside have departed, I'll come right away. Very well, I'll be waiting. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, a cold gleam suddenly flashed across his eyes. Such a half-coercive, half-begging approach was precisely what Lin Feng disliked. Moreover, even without his betrayal, the group outside had already discovered the villa. After all, with the entire villa surrounded by electronic fencing several meters high, it was far too conspicuous. In all honesty, it would have been nearly impossible to remain undetected. Brother Feng, they've all retreated again. Shun Bangxia, who had been peering through the curtain, felt a wave of relief and turned to Lin Feng saying, "Oh my goodness, that genuinely frightened me to death." Yang Mi pressed a hand to her chest and exhaled deeply indeed. Those people looked monstrous. One could tell at a glance they weren't good folk. But upon hearing the women's words, Lin Feng merely smiled enigmatically. "Rest assured they will return." What? Upon hearing this, the women, who had only just set their anxious hearts at ease, felt their tension seize their throats once more. Zhao Jingyi spoke up. Feng, they've already left. Why would they come back? The reason they departed is that they discovered Yin Yin and the others were all shot. They are likely returning now to fetch reinforcements. Shouldn't we stop them then? There's nothing to be done. Even if I open fire, I cannot eliminate them all. There will always be some that escape. It would be wiser to draw out their leader first and deal with them, then don't you agree? Upon hearing Lin Feng's reasoning, the women instantly understood. This was his strategy of capturing the ringleader first. The thought filled Zhao Jingyi and the others with quiet gratitude for having such a resolute and resourceful man beside them. But just then Zhou Jiesen's voice suddenly echoed from outside the villa. "Brother Lin Feng, it's Zhou Jiesen. I'm here. Could you please open the door and let me in? That fellow hasn't died yet." Upon hearing Zhou Jiesen's voice from outside, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, Li Xin, and Zhao Lucy, all four women, simultaneously flashed with expressions of disgust. After all, that box of instant noodles sold for 3 million had originated from this very man. Every time the four women recalled it, their loathing for Zhou Jiesen's conduct reached its peak. "Lin Feng, are you truly going to let this treacherous opportunist move in?" Lin Feng let out a soft chuckle upon hearing Zhao Jingyi's words. "This villa now and forever shall remain my sole dominion. How could I ever permit another man to set foot in this forbidden territory?" Zhao Jingyi and the others instantly grasped the implications of Lin Feng's words, their cheeks unconsciously flushing with a delicate crimson. A soft laugh escaped Lin Feng as he observed their reactions. With that, he strode out of the villa. "Young Master Lin, we've finally met." As Lin Feng emerged from the villa, Zhou Jiesen, who had been waiting beyond the electronic fence, rushed forward eagerly. "Are you Zhou Jiesen?" Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Zhou Jiesen. There was indeed a resemblance between him and Zhou Jiexiong around the brow, yet Lin Feng deliberately posed the question. Zhou Jiesen was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly responded, "Indeed, I am Zhou Jiesen. Absolutely undeniably myself. You happen to be outside right now? Attach these solar-powered self-sustaining compound probes onto every lamppost along the roads in the residential area." As Lin Feng spoke, he tossed a plastic bag filled with probes over the electronic fence towards Zhou Jiesen. "But young Master Lin, the residential area is crawling with zombies." A visible hesitation flickered across Zhou Jiesen's face. "It's fine, I believe in you. Give it your best." "All right. Very well." Zhou Jiesen reluctantly gathered the bag from the ground and proceeded to install these probes onto the lampposts at every intersection within the residential area. After Zhou Jiesen attached the final probe, one that clings firmly to metallic surfaces without falling, onto the lamppost, he hastily sprinted back toward Lin Feng's villa. Inside the villa, receiving the probe signals and viewing the crystal-clear footage from each corner of the residential area, a sinister crooked smile played across Lin Feng's lips. "Fengji, how long can these probes last? What if they run out of power eventually?" Wang Shushua inquired. "Theoretically, they'll function indefinitely since they harness solar energy for self-sustaining power." "I see." Wang Shushua nodded thoughtfully. "He's back." Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Jiesen's figure in the monitor. He calmly stated, then headed outside once more. "Zhou Jiesen, you must be exhausted from all that running around?" Lin Feng asked with apparent concern as he stepped out of the villa. Zhou Jiesen wiped the sweat from his face and replied, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. It's honestly manageable, not particularly tiring." "Manageable? That means you are somewhat tired, aren't you? Why don't you go downstairs and get some proper sleep?" The moment Zhou Jiesen heard these words, he sensed something was amiss. His pupils contracted sharply. In that fleeting instant, a bullet fired from the dark barrel of Lin Feng's gun streaked like a deadly meteor, striking him directly between the eyebrows. Meanwhile, Gozi burst into the vault with a dozen subordinates, gasping for breath as he frantically shouted, Hong Yi, something terrible has happened." "What happened? Why are you in such a panic?" Hong Yi demanded, sharply glaring at Gozi. "Hong Yi, Datu, and the others are all dead." "Dead? How did they die? Could they have been infected?" "Oh no, Hong Yi, it's not that." Gozi then recounted everything he knew to Hong Yi in meticulous detail. Upon learning the truth, Hong Yi's expression flickered, unpredictably wavering between shadow and storm. Their current arsenal consisted solely of cold weapons, and he possessed merely a short-barreled shotgun with merely 2 rounds remaining. An assault now would prove utterly futile. Hong Yi, we should immediately mobilize our forces and mount another assault. Get back here. What's wrong, Hong Yi? Gozi halted abruptly, bewilderment etched across his face as he turned toward Hong Yi. Hong Yi sighed softly. As you just mentioned, this person possesses firearms and exceptional marksmanship. If we were to advance with our entire force, what difference would it make from marching to our deaths? Then what does Hong Yi intend? A gentleman bides his time for vengeance. Our immediate priority is to acquire firearms. Gozi scratched his head in puzzlement. But Hong Yi, we're in the apocalypse now. Where on earth can we find guns? Precisely because we're in the apocalypse, guns are far easier to obtain. Hong Yi, could you possibly mean the police station? Not bad, you actually have some brains, hee hee hee. A chilling laugh echoed from Hong Yi's lips, reverberating endlessly through the vault, overflowing with cash. As dusk descended, a flicker of suspicion gradually crossed Lin Feng's mind. Could I have been wrong? Those people were merely scattered and disorganized, yet the Hong Yi they spoke of had been a ruthless overlord commanding the survivor faction in his previous incarnation. Just as Lin Feng stood before the window lost in contemplation, Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and the others had already laid a sumptuous feast across the dining table. Hey Feng, it's time to eat. Coming. At Zhao Jingyi's gentle reminder, Lin Feng snapped back to reality and walked over after she untied her apron. Yet the moment Lin Feng took his seat, an inexplicable unease washed over him. Zhao Lucy, Han Wushuang, and the rest gazed at him with such intimate, longing gazes that their eyes seemed to practically sparkle. Lin Feng felt distinctly uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles. Just then Zhao Jingyi cleared her throat, as she had done the past few days, and asked, "Who would you like to accompany you tonight, Feng?" "I." Yet the moment Lin Feng began to speak, he sensed dozens of eyes upon him. It was abundantly clear that every woman present hoped to be chosen by Lin Feng tonight. "I won't have any of you accompany me tonight. I'll sleep in the living room." The next morning Lin Feng woke at some unspecified hour and stretched languidly, weariness evident in his movements. Yet only Li Xian and Alina appeared lively and energetic, constantly chatting and laughing with the others. Sigh. This compelled Lin Feng to heave a deep, heavy sigh. Suddenly Zhao Lucy pointed at the surveillance screen, her expression turning grave as she exclaimed, "Something's wrong. There are people coming, and it looks like quite a number of them." Upon hearing Zhao Lucy's words, Lin Feng suddenly sprang to his feet with a dramatic flip. On the surveillance screen, dozens of people armed with specialized weapons were clearing roadblocks, systematically eliminating the slow-moving zombies throughout the residential complex, advancing, with clear purpose, toward the villa where Lin Feng resided. "Looks like they've finally come after all." Lin Feng's voice grew ominously low as he watched the relentless procession on the monitor. After all, facing such a large force, a Desert Eagle alone was clearly insufficient. Thus Lin Feng pretended to turn and strode directly to the storage room, retrieved two AK-47s from his spatial storage, donned a bulletproof vest, and hung several fragmentation grenades across it before stepping back outside. The moment Lin Feng emerged from the storage room, Li Xian, Zhao Lucy, and the other women were instantly stunned, their mouths agape. Good heavens, our Feng is so handsome. However, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly and said, "Honestly, I didn't want to put on this show either, but what choice do I have? There are simply too many of them." As he finished speaking, amidst their bewildered stares, Lin Feng walked out of the villa, dragged over a chair, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and casually waited for Master Hong's gang. As time ticked by, after Master Hong's subordinates had thoroughly cleared the zombies along the roadside, they finally arrived before Lin Feng's villa. "Brother, may I ask, did you kill my men?" A deep voice echoed from beyond the electronic fence. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his gaze toward the sound. A bald man in his 40s stepped forward from the crowd. The scar running across his left face only emphasized his ferocity and cunning. "I didn't kill them. Who are you?" Lin Feng sneered, casually lifting an AK-47 from beside him. The men outside the fence immediately paled with terror and scrambled backward. If a full magazine of real bullets had rained down on them, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Even Master Hong himself turned ghostly pale at the sight of the assault rifle in Lin Feng's hands. The previous night they had raided 3 police stations under cover of darkness, lost 5 of their own, and only managed to scavenge 3 handguns and 2 magazines. What they never could have imagined was finding this young man wielding AK-47s, in fact 2 of them. And most crucially, everyone present suddenly felt like mere subordinates in his presence. "Brother, as far as I know, civilians are not permitted to possess firearms in our country. Are you certain that weapon is genuine?" At Master Han's challenge, Lin Feng merely snorted dismissively and shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure myself. Why don't we find out together and see if it's real?" As he spoke, Lin Feng raised an AK-47 and pointed it directly at Hong Yi and his men. They instantly froze, terror-stricken, scrambling to cover their heads. "Brother, I was only joking. What's this about? Just testing whether the gun in my hand is actually real." Lin Feng pulled the trigger. A jet of liquid erupted from the barrel, drenching those who couldn't dodge in time. "Damn it, it's a water gun. You little brat, you've got some nerve," mocking Master Hong. "Believe it or not, I'll shoot you dead." Furious at being duped, Hong Ye's face turned ashen. He drew his pistol from his waist and snarled threateningly at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng merely replied, "I was just joking with you. There's no need to be so angry, is there? Kid, I don't have time for games. Speak. Who killed my men? Tell me, or I'll shoot you on the spot. I truly don't know. Your people were simply engaged in a firefight with another group right in front of my villa yesterday." Lin Feng said this hoping to deceive them. After all, he had worked tirelessly to build this paradise in the apocalypse. It was heartbreaking to think it might be tainted by scum like these. Because if he didn't eliminate everyone here this time, more would undoubtedly come to disrupt his life again. This was Lin Feng's true purpose. But it was clear that upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Master Hong was instantly filled with murderous intent. "You two go capture this kid for me. I want to strangle him with my own hands." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression turned ice cold. Lin Feng knew this was Hong Ye's dark preference. He had heard whispers of it in his past life. As Hong Ye finished speaking, two of his men immediately advanced toward him. "Wait, I have something else to say. You can tell Hong Ye yourself in a moment." The two subordinates merely exchanged cold glances at Lin Feng's words, then in a single bound scaled the fence. But with two deafening cracks, those men were instantly reduced to ash by the hundreds of thousands of volts coursing through the fence. This sudden catastrophe sent Hong Ye and his men into panicked screams. Lin Feng had intended to let them live, but clearly they refused to value their own survival. With that thought, Lin Feng hurled 2 grenades toward Hong Ye's group, then grabbed the real AK-47 and unleashed a furious barrage. In an instant, gunfire and explosions filled the air. Hong Ye's men were dead or fleeing completely without the ability to resist. Hong Ye's arm was struck by a bullet, the pain making him grimace as he crouched behind a wall. His eyes burned with rage and resentment, yet showed absolutely no trace of fear. This explained why in his previous life he had risen to build such a formidable presence in the apocalypse. "Brother, let's talk this out calmly. There's been a misunderstanding. I was only joking earlier." Hearing Hong Ye's pleas from his hiding spot, Lin Feng scoffed coldly. "I was just kidding with you two. Why don't you come out so we can clear up this misunderstanding?" As Lin Feng spoke, he slowly raised his gun toward Hong Ye's hiding place, a killing intent rising within him. "Brother, there's really no need for this. Come out." Upon hearing Hong Ye's demand, Lin Feng suddenly roared. Several precise shots rang out, sending bricks and stones flying. But after the gunfire ceased, Hong Ye, still concealed behind the wall, endured his anger and spoke in a low voice. "Brother, sometimes it's better to show mercy. You've killed so many of my men, and from what you're saying, it seems you intend to finish me off today as well." Hearing Lord Hong's words, Lin Feng let out a cold snort and was about to speak. But at that moment, a dozen rotting stray dogs, their bodies foul with decay, bared their fangs like madmen and lunged toward Lin Feng. Zombie dogs. A shiver ran through Lin Feng's heart. For once animal zombies appeared, it signaled that from this moment onward, all the zombies had begun to evolve. A woo! Just then a zombie dog let out a roar at Lin Feng and lunged. But the moment it touched the fence, it was struck by an electric current and immediately turned to ash. Yet despite this, the other zombie dogs seemed entirely fearless. They continued their snarling charges against the fence, each one meeting the same fatal end as the first. But just then Lord Hong's furious roar erupted from afar. "You little bastard, just you wait. One day I'll tear you apart." Hearing Lord Hong's threats, Lin Feng's heart hardened with determination. He felt an urge to reach into his space and pull out a sniper rifle to eliminate the man once and for all. But Lin Feng knew the odds were slim. Such a distance combined with all the obstacles meant less than 20% chance of hitting him, and doing so would only reveal too many of his resources. "Bastard, just you wait. Next time you won't be so lucky." Lin Feng cursed under his breath, reluctantly holstered his weapon, and returned to the villa. Once fear takes root, it paralyzes action. Lin Feng's vulnerability was clear, his attachment to this peaceful life in the villa. Yet what we fear most has a way of manifesting. Is my rebirth destined to repeat the same brutal cycle, forever battling twisted humans and rotting zombies in this merciless wasteland? Lin Feng let out a heavy sigh, his eyes sharpening with resolve. Regardless of the hardship ahead, this second life offered him advantages his previous existence never had. He was confident he could survive outside these walls. But the women inside, could he truly bear to abandon them? Of course not. After all he had painstakingly gathered before the apocalypse, how could he leave it behind? Lin Feng, look at that thing in the sky. Zhao Jingyi's panicked warning shattered his thoughts, and Lin Feng instantly looked up through the window toward the sky. The moment Lin Feng glanced upward, his eyes widened in shock. Countless pigeons with clouded gray eyes and decaying bodies flapped their tattered wings overhead, circling the compound as though hunting for something below. Damn, I didn't expect the gunfire to attract these things. Close the doors and windows now. Lin Feng shouted to the others before sprinting to shut the door. Meanwhile, the fully zombie-infected pigeons seemed to have finally locked onto their target, emitting a series of piercing metallic screeches from their beaks. Then, like arrows loosed from bows, the once symbolic flock of peace descended upon Lin Feng's villa in a devastating assault. In an instant, frantic pounding hammered against the doors and windows, sending chills down everyone's spines. Lin Feng, what's happening? Brother Feng, I'm scared. Ah Feng, how could this happen? Meanwhile, all the women, including Zhao Jingyi, rushed down from upstairs, their faces twisted in terror as they stared at Lin Feng. If my guess is right, these zombie-infected humans and animals are beginning their complete evolution. Ah Feng, do you mean the zombies outside are getting stronger? Exactly. Starting today, I expect the skin and eyes of those zombie-infected beings will gradually shift from their current ashen gray to a deep green. The incubation period will shorten significantly, but more critically, their overall combat capabilities will see marked improvement. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, an overwhelming complexity of emotions crossed everyone's faces. Ah Feng, I know I shouldn't be asking this, but keeping it bottled up is suffocating me. Lin Feng understood precisely what Zhao Jingyi was about to ask, yet he would never willingly surrender his secrets to anyone. I know what you're trying to ask, but if I were you, I'd keep your mouth shut. But Ah Feng, how did you know? That's enough. Lin Feng's thunderous outburst sent a shiver through Zhao Jingyi's delicate frame, forcing her to fall silent. The priority right now is figuring out how to survive in this apocalypse, not indulging your momentary curiosity. But Brother Feng, isn't this villa already fortified? Can't we just stay here and never leave? Han Wushuang turned to face Lin Feng and spoke. Lin Feng sighed lightly instead. I initially thought the same way, but these zombies are evolving far too quickly. I fear this villa won't withstand the assault from increasingly powerful undead. After all, in his previous life, these zombies required over a year to undergo a single evolution cycle. But this time around, at the current pace, they'd achieve full evolution in merely 2 or 3 months. That means within a year, these zombies would match the power level he'd only reached over 5 years in his former life. Could his rebirth have triggered a butterfly effect? Brother Feng, hasn't this villa withstood cannon fire? Aren't you worrying unnecessarily? Han Wushuang spoke up again. I hope so, but you must always remember the meaning of staying prepared for danger, even in times of peace. Lin Feng offered a casual response and ended their conversation. As the zombies continued evolving, only he could truly grasp the magnitude of their terror. Zhao Jingyi and the others simply couldn't comprehend that suffocating despair. Lin Feng slowly drew back the curtains and was stunned by what he saw. The courtyard was littered with countless pigeons, their bodies rigid and straight, all killed by the impact of their heads striking the ground, which destroyed their central nervous systems. These stupid birds with such terrible eyesight just charge down whenever they hear movement below. What fools! Lin Feng murmured at the horrific sight. But just then Lin Feng suddenly caught sight of something outside the window, and his pupils contracted sharply. This is a crystal core. Suddenly a particular term flashed through Lin Feng's mind. In his past life, the crystal core was an extremely rare existence. One could only obtain one from a zombie's head after killing hundreds of them. More importantly, crystal cores could enhance human physique, significantly boosting explosive power, agility, strength, speed, and even the 5 senses. Furthermore, consuming crystal cores provided a certain degree of immunity to zombie poison. This made them another highly contested resource among major factions in the apocalypse alongside supplies. The crystal core in question was nearly transparent. If not for its faint greenish tint, Lin Feng would have struggled to notice it. This crystal core was remarkably small, no larger than a grain of rice at most. After all, a crystal core from a zombie pigeon's head couldn't possibly be any bigger. The crystal core must have been dislodged from the zombie pigeon's skull when it crashed into the glass, cracking its head and forcing the core out. Only after confirming the outside was completely safe did Lin Feng carefully open the window, pick up the crystal core, examine it closely, and finally confirm its authenticity. It seemed that consuming crystal cores to strengthen oneself was also a viable option. The initial consumptions might produce some side effects, but with Lin Feng's current circumstances, these could be easily managed. Crystal cores had been exceedingly scarce in his past life. He wondered what this rebirth might bring. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Feng prepared to replicate the crystal core 10 million times over. Warning: replication unavailable until the system is upgraded. Hearing the system notification, Lin Feng paused in surprise. So crystal cores couldn't be replicated yet. Though momentarily disappointed, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he reconsidered. Before the apocalypse, he had already completed all necessary preparations, so he wouldn't be overly disheartened by the inability to replicate crystal cores. At that moment, Zhao Lucy walked over to Lin Feng. What are you doing? I think I've found a way for us to survive in the apocalypse, Lin Feng said slowly. What way? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy's eyes lit up and she eagerly looked at Lin Feng. To her surprise, Lin Feng simply smiled faintly, held up the rice grain-sized crystal core, and said, "You all go outside and search the skulls of those dead zombie pigeons for more of these." Lin Feng, what is this? It's crystal clear, just like glass. I'll tell you later. Hurry up and go. All right. Seeing Lin Feng's urgency, Zhao Lucy could only comply. She turned and called the others to search the courtyard for the crystal-like object Lin Feng had shown them. Lin Feng, is this it? Brother Feng, I found one too. Me too. But what surprised Lin Feng most was that within just a short, while Zhao Jingyi and the others had already found dozens of crystal cores. It seemed that in this lifetime the zombies not only evolved faster, but also had a significantly higher drop rate for crystal cores. Roughly 1 crystal core appeared in every 3 to 5 zombie pigeons. After Zhao Jingyi and the others had thoroughly searched all the zombie pigeons, they had collected nearly half a small bowl. This was beyond Lin Feng's wildest expectations. Half an hour later, the washed crystal cores were placed on the dining table. The women stared intently at the bowl without blinking. Lin Feng, you have to tell us what this thing actually does now. Zhao Jingyi finally couldn't contain herself and asked. Lin Feng then explained the functions of the crystal cores to them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi immediately questioned, is this thing really that miraculous? Exactly, Brother Feng. This stuff comes from a zombie's head. Are you really sure it's edible? Wang Shushua also spoke up. Guan Xingyan and Guan Yuanyuan simultaneously said, yeah, Brother Feng, maybe we should think of another way instead of eating this. Facing the women's concerns, Lin Feng simply smiled calmly and said, to be honest, this thing does have some side effects. But with you all here, they can be easily resolved. Us. The women looked at Lin Feng in unison, utterly confused. They truly couldn't figure out how the crystal cores in the bowl related to them. Well, you'll know tonight. The moment the women heard this, they immediately understood, and each of their cheeks flushed red. Then I'll go make dinner right away. Zhao Jingyi immediately stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Sister Jingyi, let me help you. And me. I'm going too. Soon the other women followed suit and rushed into the kitchen. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's lip twitched. 5 minutes later, Zhao Jingyi served Lin Feng a bowl of cooked instant noodles. You want me to eat this tonight? Lin Feng looked at her in disbelief. Sister Jingyi said this saves time, and she even added 2 eggs for you. Eat up, Brother Feng. Wang Shushua rested her chin on her hand and looked at Lin Feng earnestly. Faced with such care, Lin Feng could only tearfully finish the bowl of instant noodles with 2 eggs. At that moment, he finally understood the meaning of the saying, when things reach an extreme, they reverse. Fortunately, with the crystal core's help in this lifetime, Lin Feng could only secretly sigh in relief. Otherwise, within 2 years, he would surely have perished. So under their expectant gazes, Lin Feng swallowed all the zombie pigeon crystal cores from the bowl in one gulp. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth spreading through his entire body. As the crystal core's energy was absorbed, he felt filled with tremendous strength, so much so that he could have slain a bull. However, this pent-up energy had nowhere to vent, pooling in his lower abdomen and making him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng casually grabbed Yang Mi and strode quickly toward the bedroom. The next morning, Lin Feng woke early with an involuntary smile, having noticed that his muscles were significantly firmer and more explosive than before. It seems the crystal cores really did work. Satisfied, Lin Feng practiced a set of military boxing forms, and then as usual returned to the window with his binoculars to observe the zombies outside the villa. As he had anticipated yesterday, the zombies' skin had indeed undergone changes, and their movements were no longer as sluggish as before. As Lin Feng observed the zombies and pondered, someone suddenly entered his field of vision. A woman clad in a black windbreaker stood before him. Yet her once striking heroic face was now caked with dust, and her clothes bore several rips, though no obvious external wounds marred her. Who was this woman? Why had she come here? Was she searching for supplies? Countless questions swirled through Lin Feng's mind. But what Lin Feng least expected was watching this woman swiftly approach a zombie from behind, raise her entrenching tool, and with a single violent strike shear off half of the zombie's skull. She then began rummaging deep inside the zombie's head with her entrenching tool. Seeing this through his binoculars, Lin Feng's heart tightened. Was she searching for a crystal core? Indeed, just as Lin Feng had anticipated, the woman extracted a crystal no larger than half an egg yolk from the zombie's skull and carefully stowed it in her bag. How could she possibly know about crystal cores? Was she also a reborn person? Realizing this, Lin Feng immediately threw on his clothes and hurried out of the villa. He called out across the fence to the woman who was about to depart, "Please wait." "Who's there?" As Lin Feng's voice rang out, the woman outside the villa was visibly startled, her expression turning sharply wary as she fixed her gaze upon him. Lin Feng deliberately projected an air of harmless friendliness and said to her, "Don't be nervous. I merely wish to trade something with you." "Trade? What do you want to trade?" Yet the woman remained equally vigilant, completely unmoved by Lin Feng's words. After all, the apocalypse had been ravaging the world for some time now. Those who had survived naturally understood the depth of human cruelty. Every survivor's guard was exceedingly high. "Could I trade food for whatever is in your bag? Do you know what this thing is, eh?" Of course, Lin Feng would not reveal his knowledge. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. "I don't know. I'm simply curious. Do you know what it is?" "I actually don't know either," the woman replied. "But our Labrador quite enjoys eating it, so I came to gather some for him." "What kind of food are you offering in exchange?" Hearing this, Lin Feng nearly spat blood. Such a precious resource, and she was using it to feed her dog. Wasn't that an egregious waste of heaven-sent treasure? "Your dog has been eating this stuff, and it's still doing all right. It's fine, except Its energy levels are extraordinarily high and it gets restless rather easily. The woman said this with a hint of embarrassment, glancing at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to himself, if you keep feeding it like this, your dog will surely burst from pent-up energy. Do you have food or not? Yes, of course. Quickly composing himself, Lin Feng produced a pack of sausage, which instantly left the woman gaping in astonishment. After all, food was incredibly scarce in these times. Even a small amount of meat-flavored provisions was enough to drive desperate, starving people to draw weapons. You're not joking with me, are you? You'd really trade that pack of sausages for this? The woman stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. To her surprise, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly and casually tossed the sausage pack over the fence, saying, "Of course. Do you think I'd lie about something like this?" Seeing this, the woman tremblingly bit into a sausage and took a huge mouthful. Tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "See, I didn't deceive you. No, not at all." The woman shoved another large bite into her mouth, her cheeks bulging comically, and nodded frantically while speaking in a muffled voice. "Then can you give me whatever is in your bag?" "Of course, no problem at all." As she spoke, the woman tossed her canvas bag over the fence to Lin Feng. Inside the bag, more than a dozen egg yolk-sized crystal cores lay glittering, revealing just how many zombies she had slain. "If you find more of these in the future, you can always come to me to trade for food." "All right. Since you said so, I'll definitely come find you again. Let's properly introduce ourselves. I'm Ning Rushuang." "Ning Rushuang? You're Ning Rushuang?" Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng's heart gave a violent jolt. In his past life, there had also been a woman named Ning Rushuang who, relying on 2 giant dogs, had risen to prominence in the brutal apocalypse and assembled a formidable female survivor legion. So this Ning Rushuang had been feeding crystal cores to her dogs all along. What incredible timing, a fortunate coincidence indeed. If he could recruit this girl, his strength would be like a tiger growing wings. "Yes, that's my name. Have we met before?" Noticing Lin Feng's dramatic reaction, Ning Rushuang wrinkled her brow in confusion and asked. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Feng quickly waved his hand and said, "No, certainly not. I meant, if you'd like, you could move in here and share the villa with me." Hearing this, Ning Rushuang's mind raced. This person was so generous with his offerings. His villa must be stocked with plenty of food. But why was he inviting her? Was it because I'm attractive? But my face is covered in dust. No, there must be something else hidden beneath the surface. Sensing Ning Rushuang's reservations, Lin Feng continued, "How about this? For now, since our phones still work, let's add each other as friends first, shall we?" "That's perfectly fine." Ning Rushuang immediately pulled out her phone and added Lin Feng as a friend. Little did she know her guard was quite strong. Soon enough, Lin Feng thought to himself with a sly smile, "I'll show you the irresistible temptation of fine food." After bidding farewell to Ning Rushuang, Lin Feng walked back toward the villa, a faint smile gracing his lips. After all, before the apocalypse, money was power. But in the apocalypse, the power of food far surpassed that of any banknote. Who was that woman outside just now? Just then, Zhao Jingyi emerged from the kitchen, spoon in hand, her expression thoroughly displeased. But Lin Feng merely smiled calmly and replied honestly, "She will be the 11th female tenant of this villa from now on." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi stared at him in utter disbelief, completely speechless for a long moment. Zhao Jingyi glared at him, but Lin Feng merely chuckled softly and pressed a tender kiss to her lips, saying, "There's no helping it. I'm simply born with a generous heart." "You scoundrel, you." Before the words could leave her mouth, Lin Feng suddenly enveloped her in another passionate kiss. Zhao Jingyi instantly felt her strength melt away, wholly surrendered to his control. After savoring the breakfast Zhao Jingyi had carefully prepared, Lin Feng led them out of the villa for the very first time. Having already discovered the method to strengthen themselves, Lin Feng would certainly not lag behind at the starting line. Thus, before others realized the value of spirit stones, the earlier they collected them, the better. Otherwise, as the zombies' power continued to escalate, it would be far too late to grow stronger in the middle to late stages of the apocalypse. Form groups of 3 and fight exactly as I taught you with bayonets. Li Xian, you're responsible for collecting spirit stones. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others with a grave expression. After all, today was their first true combat. Any moment of carelessness could result in infection. The women understood this principle all too well. Goggles, lightweight synthetic fiber gloves, helmets. All essential protective gear was donned without exception. At Lin Feng's command, the women advanced in disciplined formation, long spears in hand, moving in a triangular assault posture toward the distant wandering zombies. Gruen, the zombies that spotted them, emitted a metallic, grinding roar from their throats and charged straight toward Zhao Jingyi and the others. Just then, a spear thrust forward and pierced cleanly through a female zombie's skull, sending her crashing to the ground in final death. "Jingyi, excellent work." Encouraged by Lin Feng's praise, Zhao Jingyi and the others fought with even greater fervor. In just a short while, over a dozen zombies lay slain at their feet. Yet, even so, Lin Feng continued to remind them without ceasing. The more critical the moment, the less you can let your guard down. Always stay alert to your surroundings and maintain your formation. Otherwise, you could easily be surrounded by zombies emerging from unexpected directions, plunging you into a desperate situation. So remember this well. Often it's the best swimmers who drown. Do not allow yourselves even the slightest negligence. Under Lin Feng's continuous nagging supervision and guidance, Zhao Jingyi and the others grew increasingly coordinated in their teamwork. Their movements became more practiced, and their kills grew faster and faster. Thus, within just 3 hours, every zombie around Lin Feng's villa had been cleared. However, to his mild disappointment, even after eliminating all the nearby zombies, they had only gathered a dozen or so spirit stones. Returning to the villa, Lin Feng took the spirit stones he had exchanged from Ning Rusheng that morning and combined them with the newly collected ones. After washing them clean with water, he laid them out. Only 29 in total. Jingyi and Banksia performed the best today. You each receive 3 spirit stones, and everyone else gets 2. Saying this, Lin Feng slowly pushed 22 spirit stones toward them. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi looked at the spirit stones on the table with obvious distaste and said, Feng, are we supposed to eat those too? Exactly, Brother Feng. You can keep those things. I'm definitely not eating them, said Wang Shushu at that moment. Yang Mi added, whatever comes out of a zombie's skull. I'm not touching that either. Hearing the unanimous refusal from all the women, Lin Feng deliberately adopted a stern expression and said, how about this? Each of you tries just one. Once you truly experience the benefits these spirit stones bring, I think you'll change your minds. At these words, the women exchanged wary glances, none of them willing to take the first step. It was only Chen Banksia who, gathering her courage, picked up a spirit stone from the table and said, very well, then I'll be the one to try first. No sooner had Chen Banksia finished speaking than she closed her eyes and swallowed the spirit stone whole. The moment it went down, she instantly felt a wave of warmth spreading through her entire body. Gradually, Chen Banksia's breathing became rapid and a flush rose to her cheeks. Feng, why do I feel like my whole body is starting to burn? Don't worry, this is a normal reaction. Once this happens, simply keep exercising to burn off the energy within your body and you'll gradually recover. But Feng, Yet upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Banksia suddenly felt even hotter, a fluttering, unfamiliar emotion stirring deep within her. Seeing Chen Banksia's condition, Lin Feng sensed trouble. This girl was clearly swept away by desire. Only I can rescue you from this predicament. With no choice but to sigh, Lin Feng swallowed a spirit stone himself and took Chen Banksia's hand, leading her toward the bedroom. Witnessing the remarkable effect of the spirit stones, Zhao Jingyi and the others immediately swept up every remaining stone on the table for future use. After all, whether the stones truly enhanced their strength was secondary. What mattered was that they served another purpose entirely. As Chen Banksia gradually recovered after consuming the spirit stone, she indeed felt a significant change in her physique. Only then did Zhao Jingyi and the others fully believe that these spirit stones truly possessed such extraordinary power. When lunchtime arrived, Lin Feng gazed at the braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, mapo tofu, and other dishes Zhao Jingyi and the others had prepared. At that moment, something crossed Lin Feng's mind. A crooked smile playing on his lips, he leisurely pulled out his phone and recorded another beautiful moment of daily life. He then immediately sent the photo to Ning Rusheng. Meanwhile, Ning Rusheng was at her own home, carefully and deliberately licking the stray bits of meat from the plastic wrapping of a ham sausage. When her phone rang, she casually glanced at the screen. But the moment she saw the sumptuous meal in the photograph, she froze, instinctively swallowing hard. Good heavens, red braised pork ribs, just the dish I love. Am I dreaming? Just as Ning Rusheng muttered in disbelief, Lin Feng sent another voice message. Rusheng, have you had lunch yet? Faced with this sudden concern, Ning Rusheng couldn't help but shiver. This guy never shows kindness without an agenda. If you ask me, that photo is definitely photoshopped. Yes, it has to be fake. After convincing herself, Ning Rusheng replied via phone, by the way, I still don't even know your name. That photo is definitely edited right. After receiving Ning Rusheng's message, Lin Feng's lips curled upward slightly, as he quickly replied, my name is Lin Feng. Sister Rusheng, how could this photo possibly be photoshopped? Stop kidding me. With such a massive spread of dishes, how could one person finish it all? I'm convinced this photo is definitely edited. I never said I was the only one living in this villa, Lin Feng replied. As soon as he sent a voice message, he immediately initiated a video call to Ning Rusheng. Upon seeing Lin Feng's video call, Ning Rusheng was visibly startled. She had never expected him to call her, let alone on video. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Rusheng answered the call. But the instant Lin Feng appeared on the phone screen, she stood frozen in utter astonishment. For Lin Feng was casually gnawing on a giant pork trotter while video chatting with her. Lin Feng, why are you eating so well? Tempted beyond restraint, Ning Rusheng struggled to swallow her saliva, her eyes locked onto the massive pork trotter in Lin Feng's hand. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately adjusted his phone camera to showcase the other dishes on the dining table, saying nonchalantly, so what? This is merely my everyday meal. I've long grown tired of it. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ning Rushuang instantly felt an overwhelming urge to throttle the guy. After all, given their present circumstances, survivors outside would count themselves blessed just to fill their stomachs each day. The very fact that he could utter such words was enough to drive anyone mad with frustration. Yet, even so, Ning Rushuang concealed her emotions and resorted to probing indirectly about Lin Feng's situation, for she was genuinely tempted at that moment. Lin Feng, you mentioned there are other people in your villa besides yourself. Who are they? They're right over there. As Lin Feng spoke, he directed the camera toward Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and the others. Good heavens, aren't those the renowned film and television actresses Yang Mi, Zhao Lucy, and Li Xine? I had no idea they were living with you as well. Seeing Ning Rushuang's astonished expression on the screen, Lin Feng dismissed it casually. What celebrities are not, they are simply homeowners residing in this same community. We merely assist one another. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, women like Zhao Lucy and Yang Mi glared at him with palpable displeasure, longing to tear apart this very scoundrel. Sensing the brewing tension, Lin Feng swiftly changed the subject. When do you plan to move over? Are you addressing me? Can I truly move in? Invited by Ning Rushuang, she could barely conceal her excitement. After all, residing in a villa abundantly supplied with provisions was akin to paradise itself. Observing Ning Rushuang's reaction, Lin Feng recognized that she had taken the bait. He then adopted a serious tone and stated, "Didn't I inform you of this very morning when we first met? Has it already slipped your mind? Is that so? I seem to have truly forgotten." Ning Rushuang replied with an awkward smile. "Should you wish to move and make your decision promptly. After all, the available rooms in the villa are quite limited. Lin Feng, I am coming over immediately. Please ensure you reserve a room for me." Having completely let down her guard, Ning Rushuang interrupted before Lin Feng could finish his sentence. "Very well. When will you arrive? I shall come to fetch you. Approximately 30 minutes. I will bring my 2 Labradors with me." "All right then, see you in half an hour." After concluding the conversation with Ning Rushuang, Lin Feng ended the call. Bang! Lin Feng, who was that woman on the phone just now? To his surprise, the moment Lin Feng finished the call, Li Xine slammed her bowl and chopsticks down heavily, her expression deeply discontent as she demanded answers. Yet facing Li Xine's interrogation, Lin Feng remained entirely unfazed. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Jingyi and remarked, "Actually, your sister Jingyi was already informed about this matter this morning, correct, Jingyi?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi instantly recalled the scene in the kitchen where Lin Feng had improperly touched her and behaved recklessly, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She softly acknowledged, indicating she indeed knew about the matter. At that moment, Zhao Lucy spoke in confusion, "Sister Jingyi, since you were already aware of this, why did you not inform us?" "Precisely. You left us all in the dark," Yang Mi added sympathetically. Chen Bangxia let out a heavy sigh. "What are we to do from here on?" Watching these women either sighing heavily or speaking with veiled meanings, Lin Feng cleared his throat and stated calmly, "I naturally have my reasons for this. You must trust me. What other reasons could you possibly have? Isn't it merely for that trivial indulgence? Aren't the rest of us insufficient?" "You are truly a scumbag," Zhao Lucy retorted indignantly. Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyu and the twin sisters simultaneously snorted in unison, "Exactly a scumbag." Facing the collective reproach from the women, Lin Feng waved his hands helplessly and said, "Enough, enough. Whether I am deceiving you or not, time will reveal the truth. However, I must warn you beforehand. When she arrives, do not bully her or isolate her. I have no intention of having our home descend into chaos over this matter, for family harmony remains my ultimate aspiration." Oomph. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, all the women simultaneously let out loud snorts to express their dissatisfaction. "I shall go wait for her outside first, lest she accidentally come into contact with the high-voltage current." Observing Zhao Lucy and the others, Lin Feng could only utter those words helplessly before stepping out of the villa. After all, in his previous life, the name Ning Rushuang was recognized as one of the 5 major forces. Therefore, how could Lin Feng in this lifetime so readily relinquish such an opportunity? Merely 25 minutes later, Ning Rushuang came sprinting frantically toward the property, leading her 2 Labradors, shouting loudly, "Hurry up and let me in." Good heavens! I understood that my place held considerable allure for you, yet I never imagined it would be this overwhelming. However, just as Lin Feng harbored these thoughts, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He witnessed a massive horde of green zombies emitting continuous guttural roars in relentless pursuit of Ning Rushuang and her 2 dogs. No wonder she was in such a hurry. As Lin Feng spoke, he immediately deactivated the high-voltage current, swiftly ushered Ning Rushuang inside, rapidly closed the fence, and reinstated the high-voltage current. Bang, bang, bang. Then he observed those green zombies resembling a torrential mudslide being instantaneously shattered by the devastating electrical surge. But even so, the zombies behind still charged at the fence in endless waves, one after another, following the same doomed path as those before them. Seeing that a considerable number of zombies were still crazily slamming against the fence, Lin Feng's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze locked intently on Ning Rushuang. Tell me honestly what exactly is going on. Don't you like that crystal inside zombie heads? When I was on my way here, I happened to run into a zombie covered in green. I thought I'd grab another crystal for you. But unexpectedly, before I even got close, it made a gurgling sound from its throat, and then a whole horde of zombies started chasing us. Hearing Ning Rushuang's account, Lin Feng could not help but feel a secret jolt of surprise. He had assumed that no matter how fast the zombies were evolving, it would still take some time. Yet he never expected that their evolution was already swifter than he had imagined. Just then Zhao Jingyi and the others noticed that something was happening outside and hurried out of the villa with spears in hand. As they passed Ning Rushuang, however, they all sized her up with strange, curious looks. After all, every one of them was curious what kind of woman could make Lin Feng willing to take her in. Ning Rushuang had neat short hair, bright and resolute eyes, a straight nose, and lips that curved slightly upward, giving her a unique feminine charm. A fitted leather jacket outlined her alluring figure, paired with skinny jeans and high-top leather boots, adding a striking heroic edge to her bearing. To be honest, none of us women was quite the same type as Ning Rushuang. Could Lin Feng be looking for a change of taste? Just as Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and the other women were secretly mulling this over. At that moment, Ning Rushuang took the initiative to greet them. Hello everyone. I'm Ning Rushuang. Please take good care of me from now on. The women were briefly taken aback. In the end, it was Zhao Jingyi who spoke first. What talk of taking care? From now on, we're all one family. Don't you agree, sisters? Yes. Hearing Zhao Jingyi's words, Zhao Lucy and the others could only force a smile and respond. As things stood, it was already an established fact, and they had no choice but to accept it. Although Lin Feng usually acted cheerful and unserious in front of them, once he decided something, no one dared to say another word. Without Lin Feng, they too would have turned into zombies, just like the other residents of the neighborhood. Of that there was no doubt. Under such circumstances, Lin Feng was the sole hope and pillar of survival in every woman's heart. The zombies have been electrocuted into ash. Let's all go back and finish our meal. With that, Lin Feng said to Zhao Jingyi and the others. The women nodded and returned to the villa. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to Ning Rushuang and said, you haven't eaten either, have you? Go with them and have something to eat. See, can I really? Ning Rushuang swallowed hard, still trying to be polite, but the longing shining in her eyes had already betrayed her. Lin Feng chuckled. What's the big deal? From now on, you're mine. No, from now on, we're family. Come on, I'll take you. As he spoke, Lin Feng could not help but glance at the two Labrador retrievers Ning Rushuang was holding, silently thinking, so these are the legendary divine dogs that once dominated the scene and were touted as miraculous in my past life. And truly, in such harsh circumstances, Ning Rushuang had still managed to raise these two dogs so well. No wonder they were so loyal to her. When Ning Rushuang followed Lin Feng into the living room and saw the delicacies on the dining table, she seemed to lose all awareness. She walked over, involuntarily grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth. Zhao Jingyi and the others, however, did not find Ning Rushuang's wolfing down of the food the least bit strange. After all, hadn't they themselves been exactly the same in the beginning? What surprised Lin Feng, though, was that Ning Rushuang's two dogs carried themselves with an air of unyielding pride. Even though long strings of drool hung from the corners of their mouths, they kept an arrogant posture, heads held high, as if silently proclaiming their own nobility and disdain. So Lin Feng picked up a pig trotter and said to the two dogs, you two must be hungry too. Here, have a big pig trotter. To Lin Feng's surprise, even when he placed the pig trotter right at their mouths, they remained unmoved. Daha era, you two eat. But at Ning Rushuang's muffled command, given between mouthfuls, the two dogs immediately began devouring their food frantically. It left Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and the others utterly dumbfounded. In the women's eyes, dogs this intelligent and well-mannered might one day prove excellent guardians of the house. After lunch, Ning Rushuang let out a satisfied burp, then looked at Lin Feng and the others with slight embarrassment. I'm really sorry, I ate far too much today. What's there to be embarrassed about? From now on, you'll eat this, well, every day here. Zhao Jingyi said, while holding Ning Rushuang's hand, then glanced at Lin Feng as if she wanted to say something more. But at that moment, Lin Feng gave a dry cough. Since we're all full, let's clean up the remains of the zombies electrocuted outside the villa fence, and then see if there are any crystal cores. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the women's eyes lit up. If it truly was as Lin Feng had said, then using this method to kill zombies and collect crystal cores from now on seemed pretty good too. Under Lin Feng's direction, the women pushed wheelbarrows and used shovels to carry the shattered, dismembered zombie remains beside the fence to another spot ready to set them ablaze. After all, if left piled there, the remains would inevitably rot and breed bacteria over time, so the sooner they were cleaned up, the better. Brother Feng, look. There really is a crystal core here. Just then Wang Shushue picked up a pale green crystal core from the zombie remains and said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the crystal core and delight immediately welled up in his heart. Excellent. Everyone put in more effort and search carefully. Let's see how many crystal cores we can collect today. As Lin Feng's words faded, everyone searched with even greater effort. But at that moment Ning Rushuang suddenly looked at Lin Feng and asked, "So this thing is called a crystal core. What are you collecting so many of them for?" Faced with such a question, Lin Feng merely gave a wickedly charming smile. "I'll tell you tonight." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ning Rushuang did not overthink it. While she shoveled through the zombie remains with a spade searching for the crystal cores nestled within, she simultaneously loaded the shattered flesh into her cart. Thus they labored for a full 4 hours before piling together all the dismembered corpses outside the fence. Lin Feng then doused the mound with a bucket of gasoline and set it ablaze, consuming everything until nothing remained. Only after Lin Feng had thoroughly sprayed disinfectant around the exterior of the fence and throughout the courtyard did he finally feel at ease. "Lin Feng, take a guess how many crystal cores we collected today." The moment Lin Feng returned to the villa, Zhao Jingyi immediately exclaimed with excitement. "I have no idea, but judging by your expression, I'm certain today's harvest was quite substantial. We collected a total of 88 crystal cores today." Upon hearing they had gathered 88 cores, Lin Feng's heart stirred with quiet delight. For the crystal cores collected today were an entire 6 times greater than yesterday's haul. "But Lin Feng, why do these cores seem to have a different color from yesterday's?" At Zhao Jingyi's question, Lin Feng merely offered a faint smile and replied, "The color of crystal cores changes as zombies evolve. For instance, this pale green core indicates the zombie it came from was also pale green." "Then Brother Feng, does this mean the energy within this core is stronger than the ones we collected yesterday?" Han Wushuang turned to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng reached out and ruffled Han Wushuang's hair, smiling. "Exactly right. But precisely because of this, those zombies will only become more difficult to handle in the future." No sooner had Lin Feng finished speaking than Chen Bengxia spoke up again. "Don't we already have a method to deal with those zombies using high-voltage electricity? Relying solely on external forces to eliminate zombies is hardly a lasting solution. If a more powerful breed of zombie evolves that no longer fears our electric fences, what then?" "You mean even stronger zombies will appear in the future?" Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. "Of course there will be. That is precisely why we must continually strengthen ourselves if we wish to survive." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, all the women nodded gravely and resolutely. With the boost from crystal cores and their practical combat training, Zhao Jingyi and the others were fully confident they could survive in this apocalyptic world. But just then Ning Rushuang, who had been utterly bewildered throughout the conversation, could no longer contain herself. "Sorry to interrupt, but from what I've gathered, these crystal cores can enhance one's strength, correct?" "That's correct. Crystal cores not only alter a person's physique, but also provide a certain degree of immunity to zombie venom. However, the extent of that protection depends on how many cores one has consumed." "What? You mean humans can consume these things too?" No wonder our Daha and Air Ha seemed to grow considerably stronger after eating them. Ning Rushuang gazed in sheer astonishment at her 2 Labradors. "It's never too late to know. From now on, let us all work together to collect crystal cores and grow stronger." Lin Feng looked at Ning Rushuang and smiled softly. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ning Rushuang nodded firmly and replied. After all, in her mind, just as Lin Feng had said, it truly was not too late. At 7 in the evening, Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian began busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. Before long, a magnificent spread had already been set upon the table. Dishes such as kung pao chicken, mapo tofu sweet, and sour yellow river carp, 4 joy meatballs, dompa pork Buddha jumps over the wall, and lychee pork filled the table to the brim. This extraordinarily lavish feast left Ning Rushuang unable to stop swallowing her saliva. You eat like this on a regular basis?" She looked at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, it's only normal to have such a spread when feeding so many people. To be honest, even before the apocalypse, I could never have eaten this much every day." Ning Rushuang looked at Lin Feng and spoke somewhat bashfully. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly at her words, said nothing further, and continued, urging her to eat. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jingyi and the others couldn't help but curse under their breaths once again. What a scoundrel. After the meal, the women went about their chores. Some washed dishes, some wiped tables, and others mopped the floor. Before long, everything was tidied up. Lin Feng then poured today's collected crystal cores onto the table with a rattling sound. "We gathered 88 cores today. Each of you will receive 6, and these 2 Labradors shall also be given 6 each." "What? These 2 dogs get a share too?" Zhao Jingyi and the others stared at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and asked, "What's wrong?" "We don't have objections, we're just puzzled," Zhao Jingyi quickly explained. Wang Shushua chimed in. "Yes, Brother Feng, why should these 2 Labradors receive any as well?" "Exactly, Lin Feng, you should at least explain the reason." Watching Zhao Jingyi and the others chatter incessantly, how could Lin Feng not understand? They simply couldn't bear to hand over crystal cores to 2 dogs. After all, they already knew the true value of crystal cores. No one, not even themselves, could blame anyone for hesitating to give precious cores to mere dogs. But could they possibly know the true value these 2 Labradors would hold in the future? Just then Ning Rushuang also spoke up. Lin Feng, I previously allowed Daha and Erha to eat crystal cores out of sheer necessity. Now that we have adequate food, perhaps we should let it go. Enough, all of you. Since I've decided these two Labradors are to consume crystal cores, there is a reason behind it. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the women all frowned in confusion, utterly unable to fathom what he was plotting. But just at that moment, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyuan, the sisters who shared a tacit understanding, spoke simultaneously. Brother Lin Feng, could it be that you wish for these two Labradors to grow stronger as well? Otherwise, why? Once these two dogs grow stronger, won't they become our greatest allies? I find that all of you are short-sighted and lack any foresight whatsoever. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the women immediately grew embarrassed and hastily explained, we were only asking. Indeed, we simply wanted to understand the reason. Is that not permissible, Brother Feng? Lin Feng smiled. Of course it is permissible. Now let's distribute these crystal cores. As he spoke, Lin Feng handed out the cores one by one to each person, including the two Labradors. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Lin Feng turned and looked at Ning Rushuang. You may experience some side effects during the first few times you consume crystal cores. You'd best be cautious. Side effects? What side effects? I've already consumed them. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Lin Feng's heart churned with a medley of conflicting emotions. Just then, Ning Rushuang gradually felt her whole body growing hot, her delicate skin moist with fragrant sweat, and her gaze toward Lin Feng began to turn increasingly languid and dazed. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others were also casting peculiar glances at Ning Rushuang's transformation. Zhao Jingyi sighed softly, oh dear, it's over. Looks like tonight we've let this girl have all the good fortune. Just look at her face, red as a monkey's butt. Yelena chimed in as well, isn't that so? After waiting so long for nightfall, I thought it was finally my turn. But who could have guessed that this little wench Ning Rushuang would barge in halfway? Everyone might as well wash up and go to bed, so we don't have to be third wheels here. Oh, let's go? And so the women, amid a chorus of sighs, returned to their respective bedrooms. Lin Feng, why do I feel so hot? Just then, Ning Rushuang, already overwhelmed with passion and her eyes filled with spring, took the initiative to shed her clothes. The next day, after a frenzied night, the first thing Lin Feng saw when he woke was Ning Rushuang still sound asleep. Her snow-white shoulders exposed, she slept like a drowsy kitten. Her neat short hair was now a little disheveled, as if hinting at the wild fervor of the night before. Since you're awake, why are you still pretending to be asleep? Then abruptly, Lin Feng's words made Ning Rushuang's delicate body tremble, despite her feigned slumber. Lin Feng smiled faintly and whispered softly into her ear, what's the matter? You were so bold last night. Why have you suddenly become so shy? Stay away. I don't want to talk to you. Ha ha ha. But Lin Feng merely grinned roguishly, went straight into the bathroom, and took a cold shower. Then he casually said to Ning Rushuang, still lying in bed, hurry up and get up. We're going out to kill zombies in a while. After saying that, Lin Feng went downstairs. But only after more than 10 minutes did Ning Rushuang finally come down, supporting herself on the stair railing, her face flushed red. Seeing this, Zhao Jingyi and the others couldn't help but freeze. Indeed, they hadn't expected last night to be so intense that she had to hold the railing to descend the stairs. Yet that guy Lin Feng brushed it off. Spotting Ning Rushuang, he said, naturally, come over and have breakfast. The spicy soup Sister Jingyi made today is really good. Oh, Ning Rushuang responded with a blush, as timid and careful as a newlywed bride, before sitting down and taking a few bites. After all, Ning Rushuang remembered clearly that she had been the one to make the first move last night, so there was no one to blame. As for how she should get along with this man in the future, her mind was in a tangle, and she had not the slightest idea. After the meal, just like yesterday, the women each held a long spear and followed Lin Feng out of the villa. However, since Ning Rushuang wasn't feeling well today, Lin Feng had her and Yang Mi collect crystal cores while the others continued to kill zombies in groups of 3. But when they went to kill the zombies this time, the women clearly felt that these zombies had noticeably improved in both speed and strength compared to yesterday. Yet empowered by the crystal cores they had taken, they still easily dealt with the zombies. Lin Feng, there are hardly any zombies left in the neighborhood. Should we go outside? Zhao Jingyi wiped the sweat off her face, looked around, and said. At that, Lin Feng looked at Li Xian and the others. Besides zombies, there may be other uncertain dangers out there. Are you afraid? Zhao Lucy said, not afraid. There are so many of us. Exactly, with Brother Feng here, we're not afraid of anything. Wang Shushua also said. At that moment, Yelena, the foreign girl, also said, it's fine, Lin Feng. We'll just be more careful. Looking at all the women filled with eagerness to go, he thought that they must have been cooped up in the villa too long and simply wanted to get out for some air. All right then, but you must be careful. As Lin Feng's words fell, the women's faces immediately lit up with joy, and they headed out of the neighborhood. In Lin Feng's view, after killing all the zombies in the neighborhood, the only way to get more crystal cores was to step outside the compound and look for more zombies so as to raise their strength as quickly as possible. But the moment they stepped out of the compound, they were shocked by the scene before them and drew in a sharp breath. The once familiar sights on the street had long disappeared, replaced by desolation and chaos. The surrounding buildings were dilapidated windows, shattered doors hanging crooked, as if telling of the horrific events that had happened not long ago. On the street lay scattered abandoned items, overturned scorched vehicles, broken glass, and human bones and remains. A pungent smell hung in the air, a mixture of blood and decay that made one involuntarily want to pinch one's nose. But for Lin Feng, none of this came as a surprise. After all, in his previous life he had struggled in such an environment for 5 whole years, so how could he be shocked like them? However, what puzzled Lin Feng was, why weren't there any zombies here? Just then Ning Rushuang spoke from behind him. Lin Feng, I lured all the zombies in this area to the villa yesterday, and they were electrocuted by the electric fence. Hearing this, Lin Feng finally understood. He turned to Ning Rushuang and asked gently, Rushuang, you've been outside, so you must know where the zombies are, right? Ning Rushuang's face flushed crimson at his words, and her heart thumped like a startled deer. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyi and the others, hearing Lin Feng speak so tenderly to Ning Rushuang, were immediately consumed with jealousy. Zhao Jingyi said angrily, are we killing zombies or not? Ah, forget it. Let's all head back, Yangmi said. Li Xian, exactly. What are you two doing here? We're supposed to be killing zombies, yet you two are flirting. Confronted with the women's displeasure, Lin Feng felt he couldn't defend himself no matter what. But then he reconsidered. They were acting this way probably because they had also taken crystal cores last night, and the side effects had no outlet, which was why they were so irritable. Lin Feng thought to himself, you women, I have to share my favors equally, don't I? You are simply unreasonable. But aloud he said, alright, stop it already. Isn't it true that Rushuang has been outside before? That's exactly why I asked her. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi sneered coldly, and asked Xiao Shi, then tell us where the zombies are. Little Shi. Hearing Zhao Jingyi say this, Lin Feng couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then a faint smile touched his heart. After all, if Zhao Jingyi was using that nickname for Ning Rushuang, it meant they had already accepted her into their circle. However, it seemed she still harbored some emotional reservations. Rushuang, your sister Jingyi is asking you. Only after Lin Feng's reminder did Ning Rushuang snap back to attention, pointing toward a massive supermarket in the distance, and saying, there are tons of zombies there. Many people went scavenging for food before, and in the end they all became zombies themselves. But I've never been near that place, so I don't really know the situation. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced in the direction Ning Rushuang was pointing. The once world-renowned chain supermarket now stood desolate, and forsaken, its former glory completely erased. The blackened entrance of the supermarket yawned like a void, silent, profound, and terrifying, much like an endless abyss. Yet Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this sight. Noticing the unusual expression on Lin Feng's face, Zhao Jingyi quickly asked, what's wrong, Lin Feng? Aren't you sensing something? Large supermarkets, shopping malls, bus stations, airports, train stations. Those are the most dangerous places due to the sheer volume of foot traffic. So you're saying we shouldn't go to this supermarket? Lin Feng nodded and pointed toward the area surrounding the supermarket, continuing, look around. The perimeter is completely empty. Not a single zombie in sight. There really aren't any nearby. Is there some reason for this, Lin Feng? In places like this, massive hordes of zombies typically congregate. They often remain in a dormant state within the dark, shadowy areas of buildings. However, once any unusual sound occurs nearby, they will abruptly awaken from their slumber and swarm toward the source, eliminating whatever made the noise. That is precisely why such locations are commonly referred to as zombie nests. We absolutely cannot go there. Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, everyone present stared at him in utter astonishment. From what they knew, Lin Feng should have been leaving the residential compound for the first time, just like them. So how could he possibly understand all of this? Even Ning Rushuang looked at him in complete disbelief and said, I had no idea any of this. How could you possibly know these things? You need not dwell on how I know these things. Simply remember what I just told you. Understood? Lin Feng gazed earnestly at Ning Rushuang as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Ning Rushuang's heart tightened immediately, and she quickly nodded. I understand, Lin Feng. Hey, brothers, come over quick. There are so many fine girls here. Just then a thoroughly jarring voice suddenly shattered the atmosphere. A man wielding a fire axe, his face covered in scruffy beard hair, and his clothes filthy, appeared behind Lin Feng, and the others accompanied by a ragtag group. Holy shit, boss, look at all these beauties. Every single one of them is absolutely stunning. One of the lackeys wiped the drool from his lips and spoke in a hungry tone. Hearing this, the bearded man let out a series of lecherous chuckles, his eyes filled with greed. After all, in this apocalyptic world, encountering so many breathtaking women felt like a blessing from heaven itself. My little darlings, follow me from now on, and I promise you'll never lack for anything good. Ha! The moment those words left the bearded man's mouth, his subordinates immediately erupted into a chorus of crude, lewd laughter. Faced with this predicament, Zhao Jingyi and the others could not help but grow grave, each one casting a desperate, searching glance toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what should we do? What should we do? How have I been teaching you all along? The spears in your hands are not merely tools for killing zombies. This is the perfect opportunity to practice on some trash like these. The moment Lin Feng spoke those words, the bearded man and his crew finally noticed his presence. After all, with so many beautiful women before them, they were utterly dazzled and infatuated. How could they possibly have paid attention to Lin Feng? One of the lackeys, eager to impress the bearded man, arrogantly shouted at Lin Feng, "Kid whose cock didn't stay zipped tight enough to let you slip out." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Zhao Jingyi and the others. "Wow, this guy talks so disgustingly. Don't you dare speak about Brother Feng like that." The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, Han Wushuang let out a sharp cry, and the spear in her hand instantly pierced through the lackey's throat. Witnessing this sight, the bearded man and his men were instantly terrified, their faces pale, as they stumbled backwards several steps before coming to a halt. After all, they never could have imagined that these delicate-looking women would prove far more ruthless than themselves. Without any hesitation, they struck, without warning, straightforward and merciless. At this moment, the bearded man seemed to realize he might have kicked an iron plate today, yet he still refused to believe it was true. After all, these were a group of apparently fragile women. Thus, the bearded man forced himself to remain calm, and said, "Who exactly are you?" However, when faced with the bearded man's question, Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to respond. Instead, he looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others and said, "Kill them." The moment those words left Lin Feng's mouth, all 11 of Zhao Jingyi's companions immediately raised their spears, maintaining a perfectly coordinated attack formation, and charged directly toward the bearded man and his men. Upon seeing this formation, the bearded man was internally shaken, but then anger suddenly surged within him. Damn it, they're a bunch of ruthless little peppers. Brothers, attack. At the bearded man's command, his subordinates also roared and charged toward Zhao Jingyi and the others. In the bearded man's view, no matter how capable Zhao Jingyi and the others might be, at the end of the day, they were still just a bunch of women. However, what could he possibly know? These were women whose physical constitution had been entirely transformed after consuming crystal cores. His subordinates only exchanged a single glance with Zhao Jingyi and the others before being completely routed and utterly annihilated in an instant. Now, watching as all his men were dispatched by Zhao Jingyi and the others, each one killed using the same method employed against zombies, their heads pierced, the bearded man was immediately terrified into losing control of his bladder. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as he stared at them. Grandmothers, show mercy. Grandmothers, spare my life. You know you were wrong now. Too late. As Zhao Jingyi spoke, she raised her spear ready to end the bearded man she so despised. "Jingyi, wait a moment." Just then, Lin Feng's sudden interjection caused Zhao Jingyi's raised spear to freeze midair. "What's wrong with Lin Feng?" Zhao Jingyi asked, gripping her spear and looking at him in confusion. Lin Feng smiled enigmatically. "Leave him alive for now. He still has other uses." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the bearded man collapsed onto the ground like a limp pile of mud and let out a long breath. After all, his own life had been spared, so he instantly felt that overwhelming sense of having survived a narrow escape. Just then, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and asked in puzzlement, "Lin Feng, why are you keeping him alive?" "Right, Brother Feng, that bearded man is despicable," Wang Shushua chimed in agreement. Irina also spoke up, "This man cannot be spared. Just kill him, Lin Feng." Seeing the women's murderous intent rising, Lin Feng feigned a merciful expression and said, "You girls shouldn't be so violent all the time. Sometimes it's better to let people off. Don't you agree, Big Mustache?" "Yes. Yes, I will reform from now on and become a decent person," the bearded man immediately pledged earnestly. "But there's a saying, isn't there? Something like, death may be spared but punishment cannot be avoided. Why don't you go ahead to that supermarket and scout the way for us?" "What?" Upon hearing this, the bearded man's eyes widened in terror. "What are you unwilling?" "Brother, it's not that. Several of my companions before me entered this supermarket and never came out. This place is cursed, we can't go in, brother." "But I insist you go in," Lin Feng said with a sinister grin, instantly terrifying the bearded man into shaking his head frantically and begging for mercy. "Brother, spare me. I beg you, let me go, Brother Wu Wu. Given a chance to live, and you're useless. Kill him. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I'll go, all right." Wu Wu, faced with the agonizing choice, the bearded man ultimately chose to enter the supermarket. Because if he didn't, he would die on the spot, so to buy himself a little more time, he had no choice but to comply. Lin Feng pulled a gun from his pocket and said with a smile, "That's right. Don't try any tricks, or you know the consequences." Thus, under Lin Feng's threats and coaxing, the bearded man dragged his urine-soaked legs and shuffled step by step toward the supermarket. "Lin Feng, isn't this unnecessary? Why not just kill him?" Li Xian said, watching the bearded man's departing figure with incomprehension. Lin Feng smiled calmly. "I'm doing this to let you truly understand. When dealing with enemies, not only must you be decisive in killing, but you must also make your enemy realize that sometimes death itself may become a luxury they cannot afford." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Xian's delicate body trembled involuntarily. She suddenly felt that the man before her was somewhat unfamiliar and instilled a sense of fear within her. However, Lin Feng chuckled lightly, unbothered, and reverted to his usual self. Just then the bearded man had reached the pitch-black entrance of the supermarket, sobbing uncontrollably and refusing to go in no matter what. Ayo woo. But just at that moment, accompanied by a fierce roar, a crimson giant hand grabbed the bearded man and dragged him straight into the dark supermarket. Oh, fuck. I want to go home. Instantly, the bearded man let out a heart-rending scream that abruptly cut off. Crimson. The color of that zombie arm inside the supermarket was actually crimson. Moreover, that arm was clearly beyond the scope of ordinary human zombies. It seemed the zombies inside the supermarket were absolutely the most extraordinary among all zombies. Understanding this, Lin Feng knew they couldn't stay long. Without hesitation, he signaled the women with a glance and turned to leave. After all, in order to survive in this apocalypse, knowing when to flee from a fight was one of the essential laws of survival. Eventually, Lin Feng led the women to a restaurant and began cleaning out the zombies that had once been waiters, cooks, and customers. They packed up all the remaining edible food and alcohol, loading it onto their carts. Although Lin Feng currently had no shortage of food, who would refuse extra supplies, right? Then, while Zhao Jingyi and the others weren't paying attention, Lin Feng replicated everything 10 million times into his spatial dimension. Only then did he feel satisfied and set out to find their next target. But just then, another team of 9 people unexpectedly crossed paths with Lin Feng and the others. This squad of 9 consisted of 7 men and 2 women, some carrying crossbows, others wielding crowbars and shovels. Essentially, they had all sorts of weapons. When they saw the supplies Zhao Jingyi's group had plundered from the restaurant, greedy expressions immediately flashed across their faces. After all, just the pair of sisters Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyuan, each carrying 2 bags of 20 Jin Wuchang rice, was enough to feed the 9 of them for a considerable amount of time. This area belongs to us. Where did you guys come from? Finally, a balding man holding a shovel couldn't contain himself. With his blood-stained shovel, he pointed threateningly at Lin Feng's group and said viciously, "This area belongs to you. This is the first time I've seen someone try to plunder others' supplies and still speak so righteously and confidently." Lin Feng looked at the balding man with utter disdain. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the balding man was instantly enraged. "Kid, I think you're looking for death. Believe it or not, we'll flay you alive. Do you even know who we serve? If you know what's good for you, hand over the supplies obediently, or we might just let you live." The man holding the crowbar also pointed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng snorted coldly. "I don't know whose dogs you are, but I know this. If you keep barking here, you will definitely die." As soon as those words left Lin Feng's mouth, the others instantly sensed a lethal killing intent radiating from him, giving them a moment of dread. After all, sometimes those who understand the signs can tell at a glance whether someone is truly ruthless or merely bluffing. "Kid, who exactly are you?" "Let me tell you, we serve Master Hong." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the 9 people more closely, which only made them grow arrogant. "What, kid? Aren't you afraid?" If you hadn't said that, I might have let you live. But since you did, sorry, you're truly dead now." The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi and the others charged forward without hesitation, dispatching the 9 men in a few swift strikes, piercing them all like sieves. But just then Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted as a spirit stone dropped from the pocket of the balding man. This could not help but make Lin Feng and the women exchange a glance, confusion rising in their hearts. Could it be that someone already knows the secret of the spirit stones? Otherwise, why would they collect so many? Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly gave Zhao Jingyi a signal and said, "Jingyi, go take a look." Zhao Jingyi responded, then used her spear to retrieve a small drawstring cotton bag from the balding man's pocket. The bag was bulging, which immediately caught Lin Feng's attention. He took it and opened it to find exactly as he had suspected, a bag completely filled with spirit stones. "Lin Feng, I never expected someone would already be collecting spirit stones just like us," Shin Bangxia said with a grave expression. Zhao Jingyi also wore a serious expression and said, "Yes, it seems we need to step up our efforts." Upon hearing this, the women all nodded heavily and agreed in unison. But at that moment, Lin Feng spoke up. In the early stages, these survivors collected spirit stones merely to show off how many zombies they or their teams had killed. In truth, they still do not know the real purpose of the spirit stones. "Feng Gid, you are truly so mysterious. How do you know everything?" Han Wushuang remarked, gazing at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng casually offered an excuse. "If they had consumed the spirit stones, how could you have killed them so easily just now?" "True enough." Shin Bangxia nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng weighed the cloth bag of spirit stones in his hand and said, "Judging by the quantity in this bag, there are at least 100 spirit stones. It is getting late now, let us head back." The women all nodded and began walking back. But just then they unexpectedly encountered another group. They were a group of teenagers around 14 or 15 years old, each covered in grime, yet their eyes revealed a ruthless ferocity. Like a pack of young wolves, they seemed ready to pounce on anything they saw. In such circumstances, anyone's primal nature would be laid bare. These children were no exception. "Leave your supplies behind, or let's see whose fists are harder." The leader among the teenagers, a half-grown boy wielding a brick, stared tightly at Lin Feng and his group. Faced with such threats, Lin Feng naturally felt no fear. However, at that moment Lin Feng had a flash of inspiration. You little brats, why learn robbery when you could learn something better? How about this? If you want food, fine, but you must exchange something for it. What kind of thing? The teenager asked. Lin Feng took a spirit stone from his pocket and said, do you know where this comes from? Shh. So what if we know? Tell me where this comes from, and I will give you a bag of rice. Upon hearing this, the lead teenager's eyes lit up instantly, but he countered, why do you need this? Can't you see it looks just like crystal? Just because of this reason would you willingly give us supplies? The lead teenager looked at Lin Feng with skepticism. Clearly he did not believe Lin Feng's explanation. After all, in these times, what could possibly be more important than supplies? So in the boy's mind, Lin Feng's reason did not hold water at all. Just tell me how to find this stuff, and I will give you a bag of rice. If you want to rob us by force, then we will simply see whose fists are harder. As soon as Lin Feng spoke these words, Zhao Jingyi and the others also raised their spears. After all, in the lessons Lin Feng had instilled in them, there was no distinction between adults and children, men and women. They were all simply beasts with red eyes from starvation. So whoever dared to stand against them, they would treat as nothing more than zombies. Meanwhile, these half-grown children, seeing Zhao Jingyi and the others ready to fight, felt a surge of unease within themselves. After all, what they held were kitchen knives, bricks, wooden sticks, rough and makeshift weapons. If they truly clashed with these spear-wielding women, they would certainly gain nothing. Having seen through their fear, Lin Feng sneered inwardly, you little brats, thinking you can compete with me. You are far too inexperienced. All right, then, since you refuse to speak, I will not force you. But if you ever come across this item in the future, you may bring it to me in exchange for supplies. How would you exchange them? The teenager asked. 4 of these crystals can be traded at my place for 1 meal, 7 for 2 meals, and 10 for 3 meals. We have about 30 here. Could we exchange them for a bag of your rice? Lin Feng chuckled at this. A 20-pound bag of rice is enough for one adult to last 40 days. Do you think what you have is enough? But these are all we have. That is none of my concern. 30 crystals for 3 days of food. Are you accepting the deal or not? Deal? The teenager gritted out through clenched teeth. These things in their eyes were truly useless. Nothing more than something that looked nice. Seeing the teenager agree, Lin Feng continued, come with me to the residential compound ahead, and I will give you the food. The group of children followed Lin Feng back to the villa. Lin Feng then pretended to return inside, retrieved a large bag of bread from his spatial storage, and threw it over the fence to them. There are 30 loaves in total, enough for 3 days. If you wish to trade more of this item for food, you may come find me anytime. Meanwhile, those half-grown children could not care less about what Lin Feng was saying. Each of them devoured the bread like madmen, stuffing it into their mouths in large bites. But just then the lead teenager suddenly remembered something. He snatched the remaining bread and said to his companions, each person can only have one. There are still others who have not eaten. Zhou Chang, I haven't eaten for 3 days. 1 bread is not enough at all. Rest assured, I will just finish this last one. Su Sheng, no. There are still others who have not eaten. Zhou Chang, the teenager so named, shoved his companion away who was grabbing for the bread and said with a stern expression. After being pushed aside by Zhou Chang, the half-grown boy named Su Sheng fought back, his craving for food swallowed hard, and said, all right then. At that moment Lin Feng spoke again from across the fence. If you tell me where you got the crystals in your hands, I'll give you another bag of rice. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the half-grown boy known as Zhou Sheng thought to himself, if I told him these things were dug out of zombie heads, he would definitely never trade food with us again. After all, who would want things from a zombie's head? So this must never be told to him. Thereupon Zhou Qiang looked at Lin Feng and said, rest assured, there's no way we'll tell you. Why not? No particular reason. If we get more of these in the future, we'll definitely come to you again. Having said that, Zhou Qiang cast a meaningful glance at Su Sheng and the others and hurried away before Lin Feng could respond. Lin Feng watched their quickly departing figures, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth, then turned and re-entered the villa. Jingyi, take a look at how many crystal cores we collected today. No sooner had Lin Feng entered the villa than he called out to Zhao Jingyi, who was in the living room. Zhao Jingyi poured the crystal cores clattering onto the dining table and said, Lin Feng, if I remember correctly, today we killed zombies at the restaurant and collected 21 crystal cores in total, took 97 from the people we killed, and exchanged food for 30 more. So altogether today we gathered 148 crystal cores. 148 crystal cores in all. Lin Feng murmured, then added, you each get 10, and Aha and Erha get 10 each as well. The rest are all mine. Any objections? How could we have any objections? Zhao Jingyi said with a smile. Yang Mi rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. What are you saying? Even if all 148 crystal cores were yours, we would have no objections. Exactly. Seeing all the women echo this, Lin Feng unceremoniously stowed away the remaining crystal cores. After all, they had long been as familiar as an old married couple, so there was truly no need for formalities. But just then Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked up at Lin Feng. Tell me honestly, no matter when one swallows a crystal core, will there be side effects? No, not exactly. As the number of times you swallow crystal cores increases, the side effects will gradually disappear. About how many times? Zhao Jingyi asked again. Lin Feng frowned slightly. At least 5 or 6 times, at most 7 or 8. Why? Nothing. I'm just asking. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingyi then turned around and said to Zhao Lucy, Chen Bangxia, and the other women, I'm going to swallow a crystal core tonight. None of you are allowed to fight me for it. With that, Zhao Jingyi ignored the other women's burning stares, swayed her shapely hips, and hummed a little tune as she headed for the kitchen. Meanwhile, inside a bank vault, one of Boss Hong's underlings hurried in with a grim expression. Boss Hong, something terrible has happened. What is it now? Boss Hong asked in a somewhat muffled voice while chewing a compressed biscuit. Tempted by the scent of the compressed biscuit, the underling swallowed hard before saying, Boss Hong, one of our squads sent to scavenge supplies, was killed. Psy zombies really are getting harder and harder to kill. Boss Hong sighed softly. No, Boss Hong. They were all killed by people. What? Killed by people? Yes, Boss Hong. Each of their bodies was stabbed until it looked like a honeycomb briquette. There were at least a dozen holes on every one of them. Hearing this, a vicious glint burst from Boss Hong's eyes. Find out for me who else was scavenging for supplies in that area today besides us. Boss Hong, I've already had people check. According to the information we have so far, apart from us, only that group of half-grown kids was there. Boss Hong's face turned cold. Go. Grab a few of them and interrogate them. Yes, Boss Hong. I'll send people over right away. The underling promptly acknowledged and hurried out of the vault. The next day, when Lin Feng got up early in the morning, he clearly felt a transformative change in his body, as if he had been reborn. He threw a fierce punch at the window, and the force of his fist wind struck the window pane, causing the whole curtain to rustle loudly. With my current strength, even my fist wind can injure people. Lin Feng looked at his fists with gratification, thinking to himself. But at that moment, Zhao Jingyi's arms, as fair and smooth as a water snake, coiled tightly around Lin Feng. In an extremely seductive whisper, she murmured, Ah Feng, it's still early. How about we have another deep exchange? I'd rather not. Lin Feng said with a sly smile, feigning politeness. An hour later, Lin Feng got up, took a cold shower, as usual, slipped into his pajamas, walked to the bed, and gave Zhao Jingyi's shapely buttocks a firm slap. Now you know you're tired. What were you doing earlier? Hurry up and get up. We'll be heading out to kill zombies soon. Lin Feng, you beast. Can't you show any tenderness toward a girl? Zhao Jingyi, still in bed, looked at Lin Feng with a plaintive, reproachful gaze. But Lin Feng simply paid her no mind, laughed heartily, and walked out of the bedroom. After breakfast, Lin Feng led Zhao Jingyi and the others out of the villa, ready to kill zombies outside once again. But just then, the half-grown boy named Zhou Qiang appeared once more outside the villa fence, bringing with him several companions of similar age. He first cleared his throat to catch Lin Feng's attention, then slowly said, We've come to trade for food. Lin Feng turned to look at Zhou Qiang, a faint arc forming at the corner of his mouth. You're pretty diligent, aren't you? How many do you have? 100. Take a look. Zhou Qiang held up the crystal cores wrapped in black cloth. The sight of them secretly startled Lin Feng. To get 100 crystal cores in a single night. Honestly, that was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. So Lin Feng asked, You actually got 100 in one night? Are you sure these things are real? The instant Lin Feng said this, one of Zhou Qiang's companions took offense. How are they not real? Aren't these all from Zom? Lu Haitao, shut your mouth. With Zhou Qiang's thunderous shout, the boy named Lu Haitao was forced to swallow his words back down. It was clear that this boy named Zhou Qiang held considerable authority among them. Please rest assured these items are exactly the same as last time. Otherwise we won't be able to come to you for food exchanges again. Zhou Qiang looked at Lin Feng with sincere eyes as he spoke. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this, a faint smile crossing his lips. All right, I'll trust you this once. Lucy, go to the kitchen and bring them a 20-jin bag of wuchang rice. All right. Zhao Lucy acknowledged and quickly returned to the villa. It wasn't long before she emerged carrying a bag of rice. At this, Zhou Qiang and his companions couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Zhou Qiang, something terrible happened. Teacher Lu and the others have been captured. Just then someone came running urgently toward them. Lin Feng took a closer look and recognized it was Su Sheng, the boy who had come with Zhou Qiang last time. Su Sheng, who captured Teacher Lu and the others. Weren't they fine when we left just now? Zhou Qiang grabbed Su Sheng's arm, asking anxiously. Su Sheng replied frantically, Shortly after you left, Hong Ye's gang burst into where we're staying and took Teacher Lu and 2 classmates away. We didn't provoke them at all. Why would they? Hey, are you two done talking? Do you still want this rice or not? At this moment, seeing Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng chattering on endlessly, Lin Feng couldn't help but urge them. Although Lin Feng had also clashed with that damned Hong Yi, he had not the slightest interest in the conflict between Zhou Qiang and Hong Yi. After all, their grudge was their grudge, and it had absolutely nothing to do with him, Lin Feng. Zhou Qiang glanced at Lin Feng and threw the spirit cores over the fence. Since we've come all this way, why wouldn't we exchange? Lin Feng took the rice from Zhao Lucy's hands, and with a slight exertion of strength also hurled it over the fence. If there's nothing else, you'd better leave quickly. Zhou Qiang picked up the rice on the ground, giving Lin Feng a somewhat dissatisfied look before hurrying out with Su Xing asking, "Do you know why Hong Ye's gang captured Teacher Lu and the others?" They said one of their teams at a restaurant nearby was riddled with bullet holes, and they asked if we were the ones who did it. Teacher Lu naturally denied it, but they didn't believe her. They said they wanted Hong Yi to ask her personally. Then without further explanation, they took Teacher Lu and 2 students away. At this moment, as Lin Feng listened to Su Sheng's account, he couldn't help but feel greatly surprised. Weren't those people near the restaurant killed by us? Wait. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but speak up. Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng outside the fence upon hearing Lin Feng's voice immediately stopped and turned to look at him. What else do you want? Nothing, just want you all to stay safe. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he unexpectedly changed his mind, saying just that. Because at this moment Lin Feng hadn't yet decided whether to help them or not. However, upon learning that Zhou Qiang and the others had been caught in misfortune because of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of conflict in his heart. Thank you, we will. At this, Zhou Qiang gave Lin Feng a faint smile, then quickly left with Su Sheng and the others. Big Brother Feng, their companions were implicated because of us. Are we really not going to help them? Wang Shushua spoke softly to Lin Feng at this moment. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Shushua. If it's just for this reason alone, I won't go help them. You must always remember that other people's lives and deaths have absolutely nothing to do with us. Unless we can gain something from helping them. Otherwise, if you're free, wouldn't it be much better to have hot pot and sing karaoke inside the villa? The women all thought he had a point. In such circumstances, anyone acting like a saint would surely come to a bad end. So now making decisions with one's own interests first is the wisest choice. Lin Feng, are you sure you're not going to help them? If that's the case, shall we continue going out to kill zombies? Yang Mi spoke up again at this moment. Who knew that Lin Feng also glanced at Yang Mi and said, "Who said I wouldn't help them?" Yang Mi was stunned and immediately said, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you just say you wouldn't go help them?" "That's right, Lin Feng, what exactly are you thinking?" Shen Bangxia also said it this time. Zhao Jingyi echoed. "Right, Lin Feng, you're going back and forth between helping and not helping. You've got me confused too." Looking at all the women speaking like this, Lin Feng finally said slowly, "What I mean is for you to tell me why we should help them, not just because they were affected by our actions that we should help them. So do you understand what I'm getting at? Big Brother Feng, are you saying that helping them could actually benefit us?" Han Wushuang spoke up at this moment. Lin Feng affectionately stroked Han Wushuang's forehead and said, "First of all, while Hong Ye's forces haven't had a chance to develop, we can take this opportunity to eliminate him, avoiding hidden troubles for the future. Second, if these boys like Zhou Qiang all die later, then who will supply us with spirit cores in the future?" After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the women finally understood why Lin Feng wanted to help Zhou Qiang and the others. So Lin Feng and the women bringing Daha stepped out of the fence and quietly followed the scent Zhou Qiang and the others had left behind. After all, Daha and Ha, who had been fed spirit cores for a long time, had long reached an incredible height in vision speed and sense of smell. So tracking Zhou Qiang and the others was a piece of cake. However, Zhao Jingyi and Ha stayed behind at the villa. It seemed that mobilizing all their forces every time wasn't necessarily a good idea. What if one day someone else seized their territory? By then it would be too late to cry. Daha followed the scent left by Zhou Qiang and the others, exiting the residential area, darting through 3 streets and stopping near a building complex. "Ha! You animals, let our teacher Lu go right now." Just then, bursts of wild laughter from a bank on the first floor of the building, along with Zhou Qiang and the others' frantic shouts, suddenly filled Lin Feng with joy. "You bastards, so you really are here." With this thought, Lin Feng signaled to Zhao Luci and the others to stand by, then stealthily moved forward alone. Meanwhile, inside the bank vault, Zhou Qiang and several other half-grown boys were pinned to the ground by Hong Ye's men, their eyes burning with fury and resentment. At another location, a beautiful woman of ethereal grace and otherworldly beauty, bearing some resemblance to a celestial maiden, was bound hand and foot, her eyes wide with terror. "Spit it out, lad. Did you and your lot have a hand in killing our brothers?" one of Hong Ye's men demanded, pressing down on Zhou Qiang with a cold glare. Zhou Qiang, pinned to the ground, strained with all his might and shouted, "Let me go. I have no idea what you're talking about." "Haha, boy," one of Hong Ye's men sneered, casting a lecherous glance at the breathtakingly beautiful woman. "If you don't confess, your teacher Lu is going to give our brothers quite a treat, ha ha." Hong Ye's men around him erupted into lewd laughter, causing the bound teacher Lu to shiver with fear, her eyes filled with despair. It was clear she had fallen into the lion's den. Regardless of whether Zhou Qiang and the others were truly responsible, she would not escape what was coming. Just then, Hong Yi cast a greedy gaze at teacher Lu and spoke slowly. "Look at you lot, truly no breeding whatsoever. See how pale teacher Lu has gone from fright. Hong Yi, the boys are inexperienced in such matters. Perhaps you could demonstrate for us. Look at you lot, always needing someone to teach you." Hong Yi snorted coldly and added, "I am a man who never forces others to do things they dislike. I prefer to win them over with sincerity, so they willingly submit. Having said this, Hong Yi produced a bottle from his person and continued, the boys brought this back from an adult shop a few days ago. I wonder what effect it will have on Teacher Lu. The moment Hong Yi spoke, his men immediately understood and erupted into lewd laughter. You beasts! Let Teacher Lu go. Let her go. Teacher Lu wah, wah. At that moment Zhou Qiang and the others finally understood what was happening, each breaking into sobs. Drink this, little miss, and you'll be ready for action. Come open wide and drink. Hong Yi sneered, grabbing Teacher Lu's cheeks and forcing her mouth open to pour the liquid down her throat. But Teacher Lu clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to open her mouth. Yet against overwhelming force, even as she bit until her gums bled, she was forced to yield inch by inch. Hong, that's despicable. Suddenly a voice sent Hong Ye's entire body rigid with shock, causing the bottle to tumble from his hand. That voice was far too familiar. It was the very nightmare that had haunted him these past days. Having barely recovered, to hear it again now was utterly devastating. When Zhou Qiang recognized that distinctive resonant voice, his heart also skipped a beat. He could never have imagined that man would appear here. Who dares interfere with Hong Ye's affairs? You must be tired of living. Just then one of Hong Ye's men barked a roar toward the vault entrance, and Lin Feng slowly appeared before them. When Teacher Lu saw Lin Feng standing alone, her heart seemed to skip a beat, and an inexplicable warmth surged within her. Hong Ye's men, furious at being ignored, shouted again, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me yet?" Bang! The answer was a bullet piercing straight through his skull. The sudden carnage left everyone present dumbstruck. The vast vault fell into a brief, suffocating silence. It was not until more than a minute had passed that Hong Yi managed to steady his panicked heart and forced himself to speak. You. What exactly do you want? Last time you escaped, you bastard. I waited and waited until my flowers withered, yet you never came for revenge. So today, I came to you myself. The moment Hong Yi heard these words, a deep sense of foreboding settled in his heart. After all, he had already experienced Lin Feng's knack for hiding his strength. He would never again underestimate him. So Hong Yi immediately shifted his demeanor, turning to Lin Feng with a forced smile. Brother, there was truly a misunderstanding between us before. Why don't we bury the hatchet and make peace today? Bang! Lin Feng did not let him finish. In one motion, he put a bullet through Hong Ye's head and retorted, "Make peace with your sister, my ass." The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned his gun toward Hong Ye's remaining lackeys. In rapid succession, over a dozen shots rang out, and every last one of them fell dead. Ignoring the stunned gaze of Zhou Qiang and the others, Lin Feng slowly made his way to the deepest part of the vault, where Hong Ye's collected supplies were stored, and began touching each item. 30 cases of Waham mineral water detected. Congratulations, you have acquired 300 million cases of Waham mineral water. 20 cases of compressed biscuits detected. Congratulations, you have acquired 200 million cases of compressed biscuits. 25 cases of ham sausages detected. Congratulations, you have acquired 250 million cases of ham sausages. 23 cases of self-heating hot pots detected. Congratulations, you have acquired 200 million. After duplicating all of Hong Ye's supplies in the vault, Lin Feng slowly approached Teacher Lu, offering her a calm smile. Can you ask your students to help me with something? Teacher Lu, still lost in thought, was snapped back to reality by Lin Feng's words, and immediately responded, "Help with what? Please have your students carry these supplies for me. There are truly too many." "Very well, of course." Teacher Lu replied, a faint blush of shyness coloring her words. Hearing Teacher Lu agree to help, Lin Feng turned to face Zhou Qiang and the others. "You heard her. Get moving and help me carry these supplies out. I'll find a vehicle to transport them shortly." The half-grown boys exchanged glances and without a word began carrying the supplies outside. Had this occurred at any other time, Zhou Qiang and the others would have already dove for the provisions, desperate to grab what they could. But at this moment, they harbored not the slightest thought of taking any of the supplies. Only boundless gratitude toward Linzhong filled their hearts. As Zhou Qiang and the others hauled supplies out of the vault, Zhao Lucy and Qin Bangxia, who had been waiting outside the bank, immediately approached and joined the effort. But when the women caught sight of the so-called Teacher Lu, they all turned their hostile gazes toward Lin Feng. After all, given Lin Feng's notorious reputation, how could a man so breathtakingly beautiful leave him unmoved? "Zhao Lucy, why are you all staring at me like that?" Noticing their unusual expressions, Lin Feng spoke up. Zhao Lucy huffed coldly, "Why do you think we're looking at you? A scum among scum. One day you'll surely work yourself to death." "Exactly. You can barely keep up with all of us as it is, and now you're just courting disaster. Wishing you exhaustion." Seeing the clear discontent on their faces, Lin Feng's heart sank. "Damn it. Do you really have to be this vicious? Besides, I haven't done anything wrong, have I, my beauties? I'll go find a vehicle." At that moment, Lin Feng fully sensed the hostility the women harbored toward him, so he fabricated an excuse and temporarily withdrew from the scene to prevent the situation from escalating further. Admittedly, Teacher Lu was indeed strikingly beautiful, but Lin Feng knew deep down that he would never touch this woman. After all, she had so many students depending on her. He simply didn't have the luxury of letting them become his burden, unless he absolutely lost control. Arriving at a small truck, Lin Feng yanked open the door. Immediately, the zombified driver lunged at him with claws outstretched. But with a mere thought, a military-grade handmade Nepalese cookery materialized in Lin Feng's hand. In one swift swing, the zombie's head was severed clean from its body. Lin Feng drove the small truck back to the bank. After unloading the supplies, he had Zhao Lucy give Zhou Qiang and the others a case of compressed biscuits and 2 barrels of bottled water as payment for their labor. Here's a suggestion: stay in this vault from now on. I think it's quite secure, and at the very least you'll sleep soundly at night. Wait, hold on. As Lin Feng turned to leave after tossing those words over his shoulder to Teacher Lu and Zhou Chang, both Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu called out to him simultaneously. Is there something else? Lin Feng asked, turning to look at them. Zhou Qiang pulled out a canvas bag and said, I found this in a locker inside the vault earlier. Hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to recall something and immediately signaled to Irina beside him. Irina swiftly opened the car door and jumped out. Lin Feng, come look at this. Taking the canvas bag, Irina excitedly scooped up a handful of crystals of various colors and showed them to Lin Feng. The moment Lin Feng saw the bag brimming with crystal cores, his eyes lit up. Such a large quantity. There had to be nearly 800, if not 1,000. If they were all absorbed, the power they would gain was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Lucy, give them another case of canned ham and 2 bags of rice. Got it. Zhao Lucy responded and carried down 2 bags of rice and a case of ham from the truck, handing them to Zhou Qiang and the rest. This is a reward for your honesty. Once Irina and Zhao Lucy were back inside the vehicle, Lin Feng spoke to the stunned Zhou Qiang and others outside, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. On the car, Zhao Lucy and the other women watched as the distance between them and Zhou Chang, Teacher Lu, and the others grew wider, their faces filled with confusion. After all, Teacher Lu's beauty was extraordinary. Even in these chaotic times, let alone before the apocalypse, she was truly rare. Yet Lin Feng remained completely unmoved, which was simply baffling. Back at the villa, after unloading all the supplies with Zhao Lucy and Zhao Jingyi, Lin Feng finally lit a cigarette to catch his breath. It couldn't be helped. If he wanted to keep his secret hidden, he had no choice but to carry the supplies back to the villa like ordinary people. Otherwise, he would have simply stored everything in his space and saved himself all this trouble. Jingyi, Lucy, and the others are tired. Go count how many crystal cores we collected today. Okay. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi nodded and took the canvas bag from Zhao Lucy, carefully pouring the crystal cores onto the table to count them. I'm done counting, Lin Feng. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Jingyi looked up and reported. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and asked, how many cores are there? 325 white cores and an astonishing 519 green cores. You really struck gold this time, Zhao Jingyi said excitedly. That's a given, isn't it? Lin Feng smiled casually and continued. White cores 23 each for you, and Daha and Erha. Green cores 37 each for you. The rest are mine. But upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi exchanged glances with Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the others, and they all shook their heads. Puzzled, Lin Feng asked, if you all disagree, then how would you distribute them? Zhao Jingyi smiled and said, actually, I discussed this with the sisters 2 days ago. With so many people here, the one who truly needs to grow stronger is you. So we've decided that every month you must absorb 1,000 more cores than any of us. That's right, brother Lin Feng. Right now we're all counting on you. Only when you become truly powerful will we feel genuinely safe. Wang Shushua added in agreement. Yang Mi then pouted and said mournfully, hurry up and absorb them before we're left widowed in the future. Yes, stop dawdling. Hearing their endless chatter, Lin Feng grew increasingly uncomfortable. What did they mean by widowed? As if he were going to die tomorrow. Finally, unable to bear it, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, all right, enough. I'll absorb them, okay? That's more like it. Zhao Jingyi smiled broadly, stuffed all the crystal cores into Lin Feng's arms, and added, hurry up and absorb them. But just then Lin Feng suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. Absorbing this many cores all at once, won't there be any side effects? Although Lin Feng could already absorb 2 or 30 cores at a time, without adverse reactions, facing such a massive quantity still made him uneasy. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words from Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and the other women all cast ardent gazes toward him. Then Zhao Jingyi walked beside Lin Feng and said softly, Lin Feng, with me by your side, what is there to worry about? Quickly absorb them. Han Wushuang also chimed in, her eyes full of affection. The twin sisters Guan Xinyan and Guan Yuanyuan said, time is running short, hurry up and absorb them. At this moment, Irina boldly stepped forward, threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, and held a spirit stone to his lips, whispering tenderly, if Feng, do not be afraid. I am here. Watching the women around him constantly casting covert glances and displaying their charms, Lin Feng felt as though he were an emperor selecting concubines. His heart swelled with pure exhilaration. After all, such a scenario would have been utterly impossible in the pre-apocalypse world. However, the world had completely changed now, and women, in order to survive, were forced to rely on a powerful man's side. Moreover, most women harbor an innate admiration for strength. Therefore, once a man conquers them, they will remain devoted to him wholeheartedly, considering his interests in all matters henceforth. Thus, amid the ardent gazes of all the women, Lin Feng gathered his courage and absorbed the more than 800 spirit stones in one go. In an instant, a surge of scorching energy spread throughout his entire body, causing him to involuntarily let out a moan that was both painful and exhilarating. At this moment, upon witnessing Lin Feng's transformation, Zhao Jingyi and the other women could barely contain their impatience, eagerly anticipating his choice that evening. His body was on the verge of bursting from the surging energy contained within. The next day, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes and discovered it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sensing the abnormalities within his body, Lin Feng slowly got out of bed, approached the mirror, and gazed at his reflection, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly the physical change after consuming certain spirit stones? This figure is simply perfect." Then Lin Feng focused his mind and swung a casual punch, and to his astonishment the cactus on the balcony shattered along with its flower pot in an instant. Who would have thought that after consuming those spirit stones he could kill with nothing more than the force of his fist? He had to admit this was truly impressive. As Lin Feng was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly heard movement from the bedroom. Zhao Jingyi, Chen Bangxia, and the others had already climbed the stairs with quick footsteps. "Lin Feng, what's wrong?" Zhao Jingyi pushed open the door first and asked anxiously. The naked Lin Feng looked at her and smiled calmly, saying, "Nothing. I accidentally broke the flower pot." However, when Zhao Jingyi saw Lin Feng's flawless physique, she couldn't help but walk over slowly, reaching out her hand, as if carefully touching a perfect piece of artwork, and exclaimed in admiration, "Oh my goodness, Lin Feng. Could this be the change after absorbing those spirit stones?" Just then, Chun Bangxia, Yang Mi, Zhao Lucy, and the others also walked in. "Good heavens, brother Feng, your physique has changed so dramatically," Wang Shushua said in surprise. "Really? Let me see." "It's true." At this moment, all the women could not help but burst into enthusiastic exclamations, their eyes brimming with endless desire. All right, stop talking now. I'm almost starving to death," Lin Feng said helplessly while getting dressed. Hearing this, the women exchanged glances and reluctantly withdrew their hands. After eating the meal prepared by Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng checked his watch and found it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Feng comfortably lay on the sofa, letting Zhao Jingyi massage his feet, Li Xine knead his shoulders, and Zhao Lucy feed him French fries. At this moment, Lin Feng was enjoying himself to the fullest. "Lin Feng, someone has arrived." But just then, Chun Bangxia's words instantly shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Lin Feng immediately stood up and went to the surveillance monitor, where he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Why is she here too?" Because on the screen, not only Zhou Chang, but also that teacher Lu had actually come over. Upon seeing Lin Feng's expression, all the women gathered around the surveillance screen to find out what was happening. However, when Zhao Jingyi and the others saw teacher Lu appear on the screen, they all couldn't help but sneer. It seems this teacher Lu is quite resourceful. Brother Feng didn't bring her back last time, and she must not be satisfied with that result. Otherwise, why would she come in person? Exactly. Hearing the women's gossip, Lin Feng said, "I think she must have something important to discuss this time." Zhao Lucy snorted coldly upon hearing this and muttered under her breath, "What else could it be? It's nothing more than wanting you to take her in." Exactly. Otherwise, why would she come together with Zhou Chang, that half-grown kid? Seeing the women about to start their chattering discussion again, Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly and walked out of the villa on his own to see what Zhou Qiang and teacher Lu wanted. But just at that moment, Zhao Jingyi and the other women exchanged glances and followed him out. In their eyes, there were already too many people in this villa. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let teacher Lu move in. As time passed rapidly, Zhou Qiang and teacher Lu had already appeared outside the villa fence. "Don't you usually come to exchange food in the morning? Why are you here at this time?" Lin Feng spoke first, which made Zhou Qiang and teacher Lu pause in surprise. Then teacher Lu gathered her courage and said cautiously in a soft voice, "We are not here to exchange food this time." "Since you're not here to exchange food, then what are you here for?" Lin Feng leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and then said unhurriedly. At this moment, upon hearing teacher Lu say this, the women's suspicions only grew stronger. They were even more convinced that teacher Lu's true purpose was simply to move in. Otherwise, ever since meeting Lin Feng last time, why would she have made the effort to come in person herself? Just as Zhao Jingyi and the others were pondering, teacher Lu spoke again. "We came today to exchange for some medicine. I wonder if you have any." "Exchange medicine? What kind of medicine?" A hint of suspicion flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. "One of my students has had a high fever since this morning, so we came to ask if you have any fever-reducing medicine. Your student wouldn't happen to have been scratched or bitten by a zombie, would he? If that's the case, I suggest you give up early. Otherwise, he'll end up killing all of you." Teacher Lu immediately waved his hands in denial. No, he wasn't scratched or bitten by any zombie. We've already examined his body and found no wounds at all." Alright, if I give you a box of fever medicine, how many crystal cores are you prepared to exchange? Lin Feng asked coolly. Teacher Lu looked uneasily at Lin Feng and said, we're prepared to use 100 crystal cores. Do you think that's acceptable? After all, 100 crystal cores was already their limit, so. No, I want 500 crystal cores. What? 500 crystal cores? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu exclaimed in unison, shocked beyond words. Seeing their expressions, Lin Feng continued. Of course, 500 crystal cores is indeed quite demanding for you. However, I can give you 10 days' time. What do you think? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu fell into a long silence. Finally, Teacher Lu steeled his resolve and said agreed. Clearly, under such circumstances, if they wanted to save their student, they had no choice but to accept Lin Feng's terms. Of course, Lin Feng's reason for doing this was that he had developed a certain fondness for this group of half-grown children, which was why he deliberately tested them. Even if they couldn't fulfill the condition of 500 crystal cores within 10 days, Lin Feng wouldn't give them too much trouble. After all, outside the villa, Lin Feng needed a few people to serve as his eyes and ears, and they seemed to have that potential. With that thought, Lin Feng casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a box of ibuprofen and a box of cold relief granules, tossing them over the fence. I'll give you 2 boxes of fever medicine. If your student doesn't get better, give up early. Teacher Lu picked up the fever medicine from the ground with ecstatic joy, repeatedly thanking Lin Feng, but he completely ignored what Lin Feng had just said. Lin Feng, however, didn't care at all. After all, it was their own business, and as an outsider, he had no right to interfere. After Teacher Lu and Zhou Qiang left, Lin Feng turned to Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, Yang Mi, and the others. You see, they really came for something urgent. It's not what you thought. Perhaps, but that doesn't prove she doesn't have such intentions. At this moment, Zhao Lucy argued stubbornly. Right now, this might be the only clean place left in the entire country. Don't you think every survivor outside would want to live here? If you ask me, Brother Feng, you shouldn't accept any new people from now on. The villa is only so big, and it's really not habitable with too many people. That's right. Just as Zhao Lucy started, Wang Shushuahan Wushuang and others chimed in, and the women chattered away endlessly once again. For a moment, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head. Actually, Lin Feng knew exactly what was going on in these women's minds. Despite their eloquent arguments, the truth was that Lin Feng's actions had made them feel a sense of crisis. The reason they were able to live here was simply because they were beautiful. But in another 20 or 30 years, the capital they were so proud of would wither away like flowers in autumn. Therefore, each and every one of them was doing everything possible to showcase themselves, trying desperately to capture Lin Feng's heart in this way. You women, if I really wanted to abandon you at any moment, I wouldn't have trained you or let you absorb crystal cores. A bitter smile crossed Lin Feng's face as he prepared to return to the villa. But just then, a lion that had already turned into a zombie, its body emanating the stench of rotting flesh, fixed its fishy green eyes on this direction and slowly crept closer, like a hunter stalking its prey. But ever since Lin Feng absorbed a large number of crystal cores, both his hearing and vision had improved dramatically. So at this moment, Lin Feng had already sensed something. A woo! Just then, the fully zombified lion let out a fierce roar and pounced toward them. Only then did Zhao Jingyi and the others react, their faces instantly drained of all color. Bang! 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 At that critical moment, Lin Feng swiftly drew his Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots in rapid succession, all of them hitting the lion's head. Although Lin Feng and the others had an electric fence as defense, after all, this was a zombified lion. If this lion pounced over, it would be instantly electrocuted to ashes. But Lin Feng knew in his heart that with this lion's strength, it could very well break through the fence. Fortunately, after the concentrated gunfire, he successfully destroyed the lion's central nervous system. It immediately lost all strength in its body, collapsed motionless on the ground, and died instantly. Lin Feng, why is there a lion here? The first to regain her composure was Zhao Jingyi, speaking with lingering fear. Lin Feng put away his gun and said, "Why do you think? Isn't there a zoo to the east of our community? Are you saying this lion escaped from the zoo?" Zhao Jingyi asked in astonishment. Lin Feng snorted coldly. "Otherwise, do you think it crawled out of a rock crevice?" After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Zhao Jingyi and the others finally realized that from now on they would not only have to face human zombies, but these zombified animals would also become formidable enemies for all survivors. At this moment, Lin Feng swept his gaze across each of them slowly before speaking. "Given the current situation, starting from this moment, it's time to train you in firearms." "Firearms training? Lin Feng, you only seem to have one gun. Is this really necessary?" Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng doubtfully. Chun Bangxia also quickly chimed in. "That's right, Lin Feng, we only have one gun. Is this really necessary?" "Who would have thought that?" Lin Feng would snort coldly. "Who told you I only have one gun? I might as well tell you the truth. The storage room in the villa has plenty more." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, all the women gasped in unison, their gazes snapping toward him, every face painted with shock. In their hearts, the storage room within the villa had always been shrouded in an air of mystery. The items inside that storage room seemed like an inexhaustible treasury, endlessly replenishing everything they needed for daily life. Now that they had heard there were guns stored inside, a sense of unease settled over them, as though that room concealed some extraordinary power. Whoever truly possessed it could likely have any desire fulfilled. Lin Feng could sense the peculiar looks directed at him by Zhao Jingyi and the others. He knew full well that their curiosity about the villa's storage room had been rekindled. I urge you once more, better extinguish that curiosity, or you will suffer the same grim fate as those survivors outside. Lin Feng, we are all your women now. Can you not? No. Before Zhao Jingyi could finish her sentence, Lin Feng cut her off coldly. He then swept his gaze across them and continued, even before the apocalypse, everyone harbored secrets in their hearts. If you wish to continue living here, you must abide by its rules. Of course, if anyone is willing to abandon this life, I can take you to that storage room and show you. The moment Lin Feng spoke those words, Zhao Lu Xiyangmi and the others who had been preparing to follow Zhao Jingyi's lead fell silent. After all, compared to the secret of the storage room, a life of comfort and plenty was far more appealing to them. If you won't tell, then fine. I was only asking. Look at you scaring everyone with that cold face. Zhao Jingyi, sensing the tension, quickly found a way to save face. Seeing them relent, Lin Feng instantly shed his stern demeanor and reverted to his playful self, earning eye rolls from all the women. Wang Shushue remarked, Brother Feng, sometimes you're like a chameleon. Your moods shift so unpredictably it's impossible to read you. Exactly. I'm terrified that one day we'll say something that displeases you, Han Wushuang added. Lin Feng merely chuckled. Then just remember which words make me angry and avoid saying them in the future. The women were left speechless, utterly confounded by his response. Seeing their silence, Lin Feng burst into laughter, then turned and walked back into the villa. Once inside, he headed straight for the storage room. With a thought, he summoned more than a dozen Smith Wesson MP9 pistols from his spatial dimension. He chose these pistols because their recoil was far more manageable than the Desert Eagle, making them easier for newcomers to handle. Each pistol was fitted with an optical sight, significantly enhancing the shooter's accuracy. Lin Feng then emptied them onto the table in front of Zhao Jingyi and the others with a clatter, pulling them out in a black garbage bag. The sight left Zhao Jingyi and the others astonished once more. Brother Feng, I never expected there would actually be guns in the storage room, Wang Shushue exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng merely snorted coldly. Not to mention handguns. The place even has rocket launchers. Now I'll teach you how to disassemble, assemble, and maintain these pistols. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Feng swiftly dismantled a Smith Wesson MP9 into its individual components. He then reassembled it into a complete pistol in moments, leaving Zhao Jingyi and the others deeply impressed. Such speed in handling firearms was something they had only ever seen on screen, yet the man before their eyes could do it effortlessly. How many other secrets did this man hide, they wondered. Alright, each of you try disassembling and assembling the pistol using the method I just demonstrated, Lin Feng said after finishing. With the demonstration complete, Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Luci, and the others each picked up a pistol and began awkwardly taking it apart. Watching their clumsy yet earnest attempts, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Take your time at first. I'll teach you how to shoot later. The next day, Lin Feng decided to keep the routine, leaving one person and a dog at the villa while he trained the rest in marksmanship. The zombies outside were growing increasingly powerful. If he missed this window, eliminating them would only become harder. Though Lin Feng still had a formidable weapon reserved, his true goal was not merely to collect crystal cores. More importantly, he wanted Zhao Jingyi and the others to gain practical combat experience. After all, the current crystal cores were far too low grade. It would be more advantageous to let the zombies evolve a bit longer before hunting them. To Lin Feng's surprise, just as they were about to leave the villa, Zhao Luci called out from inside. Phone, wait a moment. What's wrong? My phone has no signal. If anything happens, how will I contact you? Hearing this, Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi and the others all pulled out their phones, and indeed there was not a single bar of signal. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng hurried back into the villa and retrieved over a dozen walkie-talkies from his spatial dimension, handing one to each person. These are military-grade walkie-talkies. They work within at least a 50-kilometer radius in the city. The women were momentarily stunned, clearly impressed by the timeliness of the equipment. As long as they stayed within the city, they could maintain contact without issue. Leading the women out of the residential compound, Lin Feng once again found himself standing near the large chain supermarket. A plan was forming in his mind regarding the rapidly evolving zombie inside. If left unchecked, that zombie would continue growing stronger, posing an existential threat to all survivors in the vicinity. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi and the others were utterly stunned. Lin Feng, are you mad? That zombie inside is far too powerful for us to confront. While we may not be able to fight it, surely we can simply avoid it, right? Exactly, Brother Feng. Why would we provoke it? We could kill more zombies in that time instead. Yes, I say we should just leave. However, Lin Feng shook his head. If we don't eliminate this threat now, I fear it will endanger us in the future. Hearing his words, the women fell into deep thought. From their perspective, Lin Feng's reasoning was not without merit. Eliminating the zombie before it grew stronger was indeed the wisest choice. After all, they lived nearby. If this matter were left unresolved, it would undoubtedly bring grave disaster to them in the future. Having grasped the pros and cons, Zhao Jingyi and the others changed their minds and began to agree. Lin Feng, now that you explain it, it does make sense. Tell us what to do, and I will follow your lead. Me too, I'll listen to Brother Feng. So will I. As soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, the others chimed in with agreement. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, in that case, turn your backs to me now and take cover behind the semi-trailer truck on the left. Upon hearing this, the women's eyes filled with confusion. They simply could not understand why Lin Feng wanted them to do this. What they did not know was that Lin Feng did not need them to understand. He only needed them to obey. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up. At Lin Feng's second urging, Zhao Jingyi and the others hurriedly took cover behind the truck, eager to see what Lin Feng was planning. But the moment they turned around, Lin Feng's mind stirred, and a 50-kilogram gas cylinder appeared out of thin air. Then, empowered by the numerous crystals he had swallowed, Lin Feng seized the gas cylinder, swinging his arm in a full arc like a strong man wielding a heavy hammer, and hurled it fiercely toward the dark entrance of the supermarket. The gas cylinder traced an arc through the air, surging forward with devastating force straight into the darkness. In that split second, Lin Feng suddenly raised his Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger, aiming directly at the cylinder, hurtling into the dark. Bang! A bullet accompanied by a thunderous gunshot streaked through the air like a falling star, pursuing the gas cylinder at incredible speed. But just then, a massive purple-red hand suddenly emerged from the darkness of the supermarket exit, snatching the gas cylinder and hurling it back out. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the gas cylinder flew like a cannonball and slammed into a hotel by the roadside, erupting in a deafening explosion. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng was utterly stunned. A giant zombie with purple skin, an existence he had never encountered even in his previous life's apocalypse. And most critically, this rapidly evolving zombie clearly possessed consciousness. This was something Lin Feng had never anticipated. If it continued evolving unchecked, the entire Earth could fall under its dominion. With a resolute heart, Lin Feng retrieved a rocket launcher from his spatial storage and immediately fired a rocket at the supermarket entrance. Boom! Following the explosion, Lin Feng clearly heard a series of roars echoing from within the supermarket. Lin Feng then saw a creature 5 or 6 meters tall, its purple body wrapped in black veins like withered vines coiled around rotting flesh. Moreover, the purple zombie's head was abnormally large, accounting for nearly 1/3 of its entire body. Its eyes had completely lost all human color, replaced by hollow, spiritless, deep purple sockets that seemed to devour all light. Aroo! Suddenly, the purple zombie opened its massive mouth, revealing jagged fangs, and let out a terrifying roar at Lin Feng. Instantly, a wave of putrid stench washed over Lin Feng, so overpowering that he could barely keep his eyes open. Yet despite this, Lin Feng still bellowed at Zhao Jingyi and the others, "Run!" Immediately afterward, Lin Feng drew an M14 semi-automatic rifle from his spatial storage. Renowned for its accuracy and destructive power, this rifle had an effective range of up to 700 meters. With each shot Lin Feng fired, the zombie staggered slightly, only to roar and charge at him again. Lin Feng dodged and weaved like a skilled kite flyer, evading the zombie's deadly swipes. Though the creature desperately tried to crush him with a single blow, Lin Feng relied on his agile footwork and athletic prowess to keep his distance. Soon the abandoned vehicles and deserted shops along the street were reduced to ruins under the purple zombie's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyi and the others, having escaped to a safe distance, watched the breathtaking scene with wide, astonished eyes. They could not believe Lin Feng's combat skills were so exceptional, able to hold his own against this independently evolved zombie, matching it blow for blow, without any sign of losing ground. What confused them most, however, was how a semi-automatic rifle had appeared out of nowhere in Lin Feng's hands. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Feng fired several shots in rapid succession at the giant purple zombie's temple. Finally, the massive creature let out a reluctant cry of despair and crashed to the ground. Good heavens, this zombie is indeed far stronger than the others, Lin Feng thought to himself. Even with every shot targeting the head, it took over 20 bullets to put it down. Lin Feng prodded the giant purple zombie's head with his rifle barrel, inspecting the bullet wounds, and murmured silently to himself. Just then Zhao Jingyi and the others approached from a distance, their faces filled with awe as they stared at Lin Feng. The impact of today's events far surpassed anything they had experienced before. They began to wonder whether the man before them was truly the same person who had lived with them all along. Seeing the expressions on the women's faces, Lin Feng naturally understood that some secrets could no longer be kept. Yet Lin Feng was clearly trying to salvage the situation one last time. He awkwardly glanced at the M14 semi-automatic rifle in his hand, and then with a straight face began to spin a fanciful tale to Zhao Jingyi. "All right, you've caught me. I'm actually a magician." When Zhao Jingyi and the others heard Lin Feng say this, they couldn't help muttering inwardly, "What the heck?" You actually claim to be a magician. If you can conjure up a spear that long, I'd say you're more like a sorcerer. Brother Feng don't think I didn't notice. You even pulled out a rocket launcher just now. Ah Feng still refuses to tell us his secret. It seems he's still on guard against us. Just as the women were weighing his words, Lin Feng suddenly took the long spear from Yang Mi's hand and pried open the giant zombie's skull with a vicious thrust. Immediately afterward, a strikingly gorgeous purple crystal core came into view. Brother Feng, this is actually a purple crystal core. Wang Shushue couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. Lin Feng took the crystal core and examined it carefully in the sunlight. If I'm not mistaken, there will surely be crystal cores of all sorts of colors in the future. Lin Feng, if that's the case, do different colored crystal cores represent different levels of energy? Exactly. As time goes on, zombies will grow even more powerful, and the energy in the crystal cores inside their heads will only get stronger. Lin Feng put away the crystal core, turned to Qin Bengxia, and gave her his answer. Just then Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked toward the large supermarket and said, Lin Feng, do you think there could be only this one zombie in the supermarket? Hearing this, Lin Feng felt his heart stir and instantly understood what Zhao Jingyi meant. Indeed, with such a huge commotion just now, if there had been any other zombies in the supermarket, they would have charged out long ago. And now not only were there no other zombies in the supermarket, even the area around it seemed extremely quiet. His thoughts reaching this point, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and said, it seems this large chain supermarket is indeed somewhat strange. What? Are you thinking of getting your hands on the supplies in the supermarket? Lin Feng, although we sisters have no worries about food or clothing, when we follow you, this large chain supermarket has so many supplies. If we don't take them, someone else will sooner or later. That's right. Besides, the only zombie boss in this supermarket has already been killed by you, so why don't we go in and take a look? As soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, Ning Rushuang, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Alright, since Sister Rushuang has said so too, I'll take Era over to check it out first. If the supermarket really is safe, I'll use the walkie-talkie to let you all come in. With that, Lin Feng gave Ning Rushuang a roguish smile, and before the women could respond, led Era toward the supermarket. After all, with Lin Feng's skills, he could still make a clean getaway if any sudden danger arose. But if he brought them along, something might very well go wrong. Lin Feng and Era stood at the pitch-dark entrance of the supermarket. He took a deep breath and with a thought pulled a flashlight out of his storage space before stepping inside. As the flashlight beam swept through the pitch-black space, Lin Feng finally saw the scene inside the supermarket. Countless dismembered zombie limbs were strewn across the floor, and the stench of rotting flesh hung everywhere, making him want to vomit. How strange. The people in this supermarket who had become zombies had been brutally dismembered. What on earth had happened? Lin Feng looked at the scene that resembled a living hell and couldn't help pondering. But when he shone the flashlight on the head of one of the dismembered zombies, he seemed to instantly realize something. Every zombie's head is completely empty. It seemed that the purple zombie from earlier had evolved so quickly, precisely by devouring the crystal cores of other zombies. Now understanding everything, Lin Feng couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. It turned out that crystal cores could be absorbed not only by humans, but by zombies themselves as well. If that's truly the case, then this entire supermarket really has nothing left except the purple zombie I shot just now. Having finally figured this out, Lin Feng walked deeper into the supermarket with his flashlight. The beam danced among the shelves, occasionally catching scattered merchandise and reflecting an eerie glint. Lin Feng moved forward cautiously, every step exceptionally wary, while Era watched alertly in all directions, its ears twitching now and then to catch any sound around them. Although Lin Feng had roughly concluded that there would be no more zombies in the supermarket, a conclusion was after all only a conclusion. What if there was one hidden somewhere? So it was still best to be careful. If he were accidentally scratched by a zombie, his rebirth would truly have been for nothing. Lin Feng followed the shelves to the personal care section. After making 10 million copies of every product on the shelves, shampoo, body wash, cosmetics, sanitary items, and the like, he stored the items from the shelves into his storage space. Next, he went to the cleaning supplies section beside it, and using the same method duplicated and stored cleaning supplies such as detergent, laundry liquid, soap, toilet paper, and other household cleaning products into his storage space. Then Lin Feng went straight to the grocery section. After duplicating and storing goods including grains, beans, canned food, dried fruit, various beverages, fruit, juice, mineral water, potato chips, chocolate candy, and so on into his storage space, a full 2 hours had passed. There was no helping it. The supermarket was truly enormous, and with everything pitch black, it would probably take another 3 or 4 hours to store all of it in this manner. Fortunately, almost all of the edible supplies here had now been put into his storage space. Lin Feng, are you all right? Just then Zhao Jingyi's anxious voice finally came through the walkie-talkie. After all, he had been inside for so long that Zhao Jingyi and the others hadn't called until now. They must have reached the limit of their patience. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll get out as soon as I can. Lin Feng replied over the walkie-talkie, then quickly made his way to the cosmetics area. Looking at the dazzling array of cosmetics on the shelves, Lin Feng couldn't tell which brands were good. He simply gritted his teeth and duplicated all the internationally famous cosmetic brands into his storage space as well. Then, flashlight in hand, he hurriedly passed through the clothing section and stored all the men's and women's clothing of every type and style into his storage space. After that, Lin Feng quickly walked through the household goods section. He casually duplicated some bedding into his storage space, then prepared to leave. After all, Lin Feng knew that he and Era had stayed here long enough, it was time to go back. But just then, as Lin Feng's attention was focused on the flashlight in his hand, his peripheral vision caught a trace of unusual movement. In the supermarket's food section, amidst darkness as deep as ink, a crimson figure flitted past like a ghost. Though it was only for an instant, Lin Feng clearly saw that it was a little girl wearing a red dress. Even with his considerable courage, Lin Feng felt a chill run through him. After all, so many had perished in this supermarket, so brutally and tragically that it was inevitable some restless souls would linger here, unwilling to depart. Although Lin Feng had been an atheist before, the bizarre phenomenon of his rebirth had already transpired, leaving him to wonder what else might be possible. Lin Feng hastened his pace, hurrying away from the place with Era at his side. Should it be zombies he faced, he could handle them, but if something truly sinister lurked here, he would have no means to defend himself. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the supermarket, Zhao Jingyi and the others, who had been waiting anxiously at the entrance for quite some time, rushed to meet him. Lin Feng, why did it take you so long to come in? Exactly, Brother Feng, Wang Shushua chimed in. If you hadn't come out soon, we were about to go in and find you. Yes, Lin Feng. Noticing how much the women cared about him, Lin Feng simply smiled faintly and casually explained, it's nothing. I was inside and suddenly felt rather drowsy, so I just decided to take a nap there. A nap. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the women exclaimed in unison, astonishment on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. It's getting late. Shall we head back? Lin Feng, weren't there any supplies inside? No, I've checked everywhere inside, and there truly weren't any supplies. Lin Feng gazed at Zhao Jingyi and replied with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi was puzzled. That doesn't make sense. This is an international chain supermarket. How could there possibly be no supplies inside? Right, that shouldn't be the case, Irina said with confusion. Yang Mi sighed softly and added, I was hoping to grab some cosmetics from the supermarket, but it seems there really won't be any opportunity this time. Sigh. Seeing the women all looking dejected, Lin Feng didn't say much and simply wrapped one arm around Yang Mi and the other around Zhao Jingyi, saying, It's just some cosmetics, isn't it? If you're lacking anything, just tell me. We have everything at home. Come on, let's go back, and I'll get you whatever you need. Hearing this, Yang Mi's face lit up with joy. She gave a slight nod in Lin Feng's embrace and was about to head back to the villa when a voice cut through the air. Scumbag, how shameless. But at that exact moment, a faint voice drifted into Lin Feng's ears. His heart tightened instantly, and he sharply turned his gaze toward a distant street corner, his voice dropping low. You've been exposed. Come out. The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, while the women looked on in confusion, a woman dressed in a black windbreaker quietly materialized before their eyes. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and began to carefully study the woman in the black windbreaker. Her jet black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, gently swaying in the wind, exuding a free-spirited and lively aura. Her eyes were so deep they seemed to see through everything, shimmering with an unyielding light. What surprised Lin Feng was the sharp dagger hanging at her waist and the handgun strapped to her thigh. Clearly she had come prepared. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. The woman snorted dismissively. None of your business. Before Lin Feng could respond, Zhao Jingyi, already resentful of the woman's attitude, retorted with a hint of anger. Hey, how can you talk to my man like that? Exactly who do you think you are? Absolutely no manners. I wonder how she even survived. As soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and all the other women launched into a barrage of criticism, leaving the woman utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained silent, merely observing the woman's frustrated expression with a cold smirk. You are simply unreasonable. Say what you will, Lin Feng replied with a laugh. Let's go. As he spoke, he prepared to lead Zhao Jingyi and the others away. After all, to Lin Feng, she was merely another survivor struggling through the apocalypse. There was no point in creating unnecessary conflict. Besides, Lin Feng was genuinely hungry now, so returning to the villa for a meal was what truly mattered. Please wait. But just then the woman called out to Lin Feng once more. Make it quick, Lin Feng replied somewhat impatiently. Suppressing her anger, the woman pointed at the corpse of the massive purple zombie. Did you kill this zombie? Obviously. Would anyone else be here besides us? Lin Feng asked with obvious disdain. That's impossible. That's a fourth-tier zombie. How could you possibly have killed it? Fourth-tier zombie. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately stopped in his tracks, studying the woman with a look of astonishment. It was clear that her words had successfully caught his attention. Even having been reborn, Lin Feng had never known that zombies were divided into tiers like third and fourth rank. How did this woman know? Moreover, the weapons and equipment she carried were far beyond what an ordinary survivor could possess. Why are you looking at me like that? Sensing Lin Feng's unusual gaze, the woman instinctively tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand, eyeing him warily. Lin Feng quickly spoke up. Are these zombies divided into ranks? Naturally. Grayish-white zombies are first-tier, green ones are second-tier, red ones are third-tier, and this purple one is fourth-tier. Then what tier would a purplish-red zombie be? The woman glanced at Lin Feng and replied, a purplish-red zombie falls between the third and fourth tiers. And how do you know all this? The moment Lin Feng spoke, a flicker of panic crossed the woman's eyes. How I know that is none of your concern. Believe it or not, it's up to you. As you wish, Lin Feng casually replied to the woman before turning to leave. Though he had sensed this woman was clearly no ordinary person, he had no desire to dig deeper. After all, in such an environment, it was enough to keep to oneself and mind one's own affairs. Meddling in others' business was best avoided. Don't go yet. But just then the woman called out to Lin Feng once more.